Do it live.
Do it live.
I love Jerry Can.
I am.
Son of a bitch.
Nerdrotic.com.
I guess you dropped the Ryan.
That sucks that it's frozen.
It's produced by Jeremy, that's why.
Jeremy,
I'm not saying I had anything to do with that, but we're clearly in association with Geeks and Gamers here, and we made that point known.
in association with Geeks and Gamers at all. I'm not on vacation. I got to make sure the kitchen gets put on. Yeah, I'm in a corner of a house. It's going to sound kind of echoey. Hey, welcome to Friday Night Tights. The show must go on, ladies and gentlemen. Mama Susan needs to be fed. That's why I am in San Antonio, Texas, currently trying to get the fuck out of California, looking at homes that are going fast here. And I have a lot of company, by the way, from California in the great state of Texas. And I want to apologize for every single one of them, Texas. I'm sorry. I truly am. So we're going to go around the horn. There's a few things to talk about. Don't forget to hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen, and leave a comment below while you still can. Hi, Az. I didn't think you were
So, how you doing? I've been a little bit busy this last few weeks, and I'm happy to say that this week I've wrapped up on the TV project I was working on. Now, before anyone starts getting stupid and saying, "Oh my God, you are the Witcher," no, I was Henry Cavill's body double. Okay.
Are they using the word double very literally there? Like,
no, triple. I was Henry Cavill's body triple. And look, don't laugh. COVID is a horrible thing, and people are short on work right now, and it was very difficult for. I managed to step in at the right moment, and they were just like, "Hey, we need a body double." I was like, "Fine, I'll do it." So unfortunately, I had to have lots of sex with
You do what you got to do
with all the women because Henry doesn't want to get me too'd, right? So there's like, okay, in the position, bring in as his ass, and then I would come on, shirt on, ass out, up in the air, obviously, and then the cameraman would come down sphinctorial level, and we would get some good filming in. So yeah, I've just literally come back from that, and toss a coin, see which Valley of Plenty. By the way, right, I'm not trying to derail. I don't want to derail the stream immediately, but
I came on wearing a wig.
Don't you think?
I'm glad you say that.
I personally am of the belief now that trying to have a shit while you're constipated should be an Olympic sport. Okay, right? And I know there's probably some women in the chat. They're going, "Hey, what about pregnancy?" Fuck off! It's a one-way street with pregnancy. And also, you get cheats. It's like steroids. You get contractions. It's cheating. But when you got constipation and you're trying to have a shit, you gotta like negotiate when to try and push, and then you've got to try and relax.
I just want to clarify, it's a one-way street for me.
I would like to clarify that I am not affiliated with Az from Hill versus Baby.
I'm glad you moved Az over there and not close to me. I'm in a different quadrant of the screen.
You gotta go, and then you gotta really. It's like crowning. When it crowns, you're just like, if I try and push too hard now, I'm gonna tear my ass. So you got to like then try and like relax it. So it's about
You don't want to get a hernia.
No, but it's about
right.
you got to. That's where you bring in this like
X-Ray Girl regrets everything right now.
So you-
X-Ray Girl regrets
I was going
everything.
to say you need to work it more, so it
Yeah.
stretches.
But
That's what your problem is.
Sometimes you do like a
Well, there's lockdown constipation too, and
Have
that's
you been eating enough fiber?
constipation.
Really has
all of
lockdown.
New Zealand is disowning you.
Look,
as.
no, New Zealand. I know. My fellow New. It's this. This is why I got a protein shake, and now I can't shit.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, you went wrong, man. That's not good.
But my God, can I fart like a trooper right now? Holy cow!
Yeah, protein farts are pretty legendary. And you can rip them loud and proud, and they usually don't smell too bad. And they're in high supply when you're intaking a lot of protein.
I'm so glad we wear masks on a daily basis.
Well, I'm not gonna make that joke. Yeah, I'll
But
pass on that one.
shout out to my New Zealand brethren.
Ugh.
There you go.
Rewrite and Ripley might be watching. I never know. So I'll pass on that joke during the current times we're in. So
You're listening to the quartering from a few weeks ago. Good job.
I've just actually created a change.org to have this added to the Olympics after hearing that. This sounds really fucking good. I'm gonna do that one.
Well, thank you for that, Az.
By the way, hi.
Hi.
You're right.
Minutes.
You doing okay?
It feels like it's been
Good
so
holiday?
long. You know, it's weird when you take. It's been 6 days since my last video. I'm getting emails asking if I've retired. I'm getting. I miss you. It's like I haven't been gone that
Where
long.
are you, bro?
did you get your AARP card yet? Or?
I did. I did. But hey, let's keep introducing guests here so we can actually get on with the show. Hello. I see a dog's butt behind Tom.
Sadie keeps looking out the window.
What's up, Sadie? Hi, Tom. How's it
There's
going?
probably a rabbit out there. Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm on a live stream right now.
That happens.
Have a conversation,
doing
introduce
live stream.
people. It's nothing going on right now.
Nothing really going on. Okay.
No.
Sadie says
What's
hi.
up, Sadie? What's up, Sadie? Hi, Quarter Black Garrett.
Hey, it's nice to be on a channel that's still monetized. Just glad to be here. So excited.
We're all really excited.
We're all so excited.
I mean, you say
I
that.
have no problem going to the bathroom. By the way, I just want to put that out there. I'm all good.
That's good.
Everyone's a fucking critic.
Oh, baby boy, Ryan, how are you?
I'm doing great. Listen, I did not think that footage of me was going to be uncovered. That was actually pre-radicalization. It's before that I really got down that YouTube video hole and, started getting radicalized by people like Jeremy and Robot Head and Nerdrotic. So, those are the great days. And I was just happy and dancing in the streets. Now here we are. So happy to be here.
Yeah, and I'm happy you're here too. Comics Division will be here later. He has a kitty cat emergency. So thoughts and prayers to his cat, actually. I wanted to introduce this show's new producer since she's in the bottom right-hand corner, and I actually forgot to remove her before the stream started. So it's a good idea
Still here.
to just introduce her now. Everyone, say hello to and I'm sorry in advance, Xray Girl. Say hello to Xray Girl, and I'm sorry for you're having to deal with me, by the way, as a content creator. It's gonna be a tough one, but I know you can do it.
I know. I deal with a lot of harder things at work. I realized
What?
that it sounded like,
Hold
wow.
on, wait.
That's
Pause.
going to be clipped.
Pause.
She's poor thing's not a YouTuber. at
Harder
all.
or softer than Az's stool?
Trust me,
What?
that is the least of your worries at the hospital.
It ain't good.
It's all right. There's only like 4,000 people watching.
This is like family
it's not
entertainment, folks.
That's not too bad.
I like that Az is clearly talking and hasn't realized that he's muted. He's even laughing right now.
He's just really.
All I was saying was Game Awards. That was it. That's all I was saying. That's all I was saying. It's just as well as muted.
Gamer words.
Mm.
Example of a gamer word.
You know
Oh, that's
what?
easy.
An
First one is
Frame rate.
Who are you, Mark?
The Last of Us Part 2.
I just kind of assume Mark the Cyborg spoke in binary code.
Zeros and ones.
yeah,
I had to get a
yes.
translator when we first met.
She's not joking.
Welcome. Now we're gonna put you backstage because we can't have ladies on this show. Obviously.
Bye.
Bye,
Sausage
girl.
party.
Bye, Xray girl. And of course, our very esteemed guest, million subscribers and subject of a lot of articles here on the internet and a lot of attention and talker to YouTube, actual talker to YouTube. Jeremy from the Quartering, how are you, my friend?
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Notice he didn't introduce me because he's got a better Jeremy now. So he just fucking forgot about me.
Moved on.
So.
Moved on.
Well, one of the tweets I didn't put out yesterday because I was boomering it on the road was I meant to put out that the truth was that you were both the same person. You're just part of an evil AI created by Steve Bannon. But I couldn't think of a good acronym for Jeremy. Maybe the chat could do that. For like evil YouTube AI. Hi, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. And again, when I talk to Jeremy from now on, I'm going to be talking to the real Jeremy.
Well, I'm not going to do a lot of promotion tonight because the boomering of Gary gave me some really good promotion with the slow-mo. It stopped right on the Geeks and Gamers logo, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with that. So, so to the chat, when you get mad that I'm always talking about my brand and all of that, I won't do that much tonight. All right, so we're off to a good start.
Bold move, picking a fight with chat 11 minutes into the.
I know it.
This couldn't possibly backfire.
No,
Yeah, that's
not
just
at all.
move.
Not
That's
at
just
all.
Geeks and
Regular move.
Gamers. So,
Yeah, that's just the toxic Geeks and Gamers.
Yeah, just so you know, chat, I'll sell Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers out to you any day. So
Before we went live, I believe I said fuck all the Ryan accounts in chat. So,
Yeah.
I
you did
love
say
them.
that.
Keep them coming. Oh,
yeah, I'm sure.
they are a blessing to the internet.
Mm.
They are. Speaking of brand association, let's discuss brand association with Disney, shall we? Because they got we had an article that we've been trying to forget. We actually tried not to talk about it. We gave it a good effort not to talk about the Rewriting Ripley article, but it was signal boosted today by another channel, which was disappointing and and as Jeremy from the Quartering said, embarrassing. Now, I don't think that Jack, his opinion is the entire opinion of the channel. I'm sure all the others have different opinions, so I'm not going to make that assumption. But when he does things like that, it's exactly, it's the same as that frumpy North Dakota senator calling Gina a Yahtzee. They just perpetuate the lie over and over again. And they laugh at this point. Remember, that chick on Bill Maher, she laughed after she called Gina a Yahtzee because it's a big fucking joke to all of these.
Maybe she was laughing at the irony of a woman with the very German name of Heidi and the last name of Heitkamp calling someone else a Nazi.
It's like, here's a mirror. Look over there. It's not me.
So what do you associate with Disney's brand now? Because the first thing I think of is cancel culture.
Trash.
Anti-Semitism.
Garbage.
Concentration camps.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're seeing it from across the board. So I mean, obviously, like we have a sports channel, and we covered.
You
all
said
this,
you weren't going to show your brand.
I know. Can I not work it in? Come on, don't call me out. You know how it works. Hopefully, I earn your subscription today.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I earn your subscription with my million subscribers. That I'm not going to talk about it. But ESPN employees do the same thing that Lucasfilm employees do. They attack their customers. They are trying to call their customers racist and sexist. We had Mark Jones of ESPN, a Disney-owned company, calling these people racist and sexist and making up lies about the Jacob Blake situation. We had that happen just a few days ago, and no one holds them accountable. It's the same behavior we see from Lucasfilm employees. They just lie about shit constantly, and they're not held accountable. And we don't really see that from like Marvel in terms of the MCU, but we have seen it from the comic side. And it just seems to be an inherent problem within Disney. It's obviously a bigger problem in Hollywood, but when you look at the behavior of ESPN and Lucasfilm, it's pretty disgusting, man. It really is.
And
well,
when's it gonna stop?
ESPN's been doing nothing but rating. You know, the ratings have been tanking. They've had at least 2 major layoff runs in the last 6 months.
Yeah.
You know, and it's always hilarious that, you know, they just laid off 300 people back in November, and it's like, why does this keep happening? I can't figure it out. You know, people grossly underestimate the diversity of their own audience. And I think when you're in Hollywood or, you know, for example, baseball today, I know, sorry to talk about sports ball, but, you know, baseball today had a big virtue signal about we're taking the All-Star game out of Atlanta, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, cool. Well, you know, if we just use easy math, like, you know, half of the people paying to go to baseball games right now are people that you are actively trying to alienate. So see how that works out for you. It's how the NBA rating, you know, NBA finals were ratings were the worst in 20 years, but I'm sure it has nothing to do with alienating.
I hope they get worse. I hope it gets worse. They deserve it.
Yeah, they really care about all those people in Atlanta so much so that they just pulled millions and millions of dollars in the middle of a pandemic, right? That's very severely affected our economy. They pulled all that money out of Atlanta because they care so much about those people there.
What about all the people that are working at the stadium, just selling hot dogs? Like,
it's their fault.
The people
Garrett.
selling hats and shirts.
Yeah.
Screw them, I guess. Screw them.
Don't forget the witches.
And the witchers.
There's the witches. They can't slay any monsters that come through the door.
Bards. They need to go around and play music.
Bards can't sing their tunes. Can't. Oh yeah, they can.
Atlanta, an incredibly like progressive city. Like CNN's there. It's got a huge black population. Not to assume that all of them are progressive, by the way. I don't assume that about individuals, although the mainstream media does. It hurts but baseball made a gesture that I'm sure is going to help their brand. And speaking of that, what Jeremy was getting to was with Jack, you know, this is the same thing. When he says stuff like this about us, we share subscribers. For Christ's sake, most of my videos lead right into a Red Letter Media video.
Almost all of them.
Yeah. and they were one of the biggest beneficiaries of the COOF in the beginning. Like everything was going to Red Letter Media, and I'm fine with that. I have no problem with their channel. And I'm not too familiar with this Jack Packer guy because, quite frankly, every time I see him come on screen, I just kind of dip out. I don't.
Oh, are you talking about AIDS Moby?
Yeah.
Oh, is that?
It's disappointing because I did like this guy. I thought he's funny at times.
Yeah.
It's just such a disappointing, and it's like almost naive. It's like
there's a lot of really
analysis
dumb motherfuckers that are funny.
Proper citation? What are you talking about? Like, no.
He's working for the Escapist now, though.
Oh, okay.
He's been working for the Escapist for a little while. And you know, he does the odd appearance. He's not like a mainstream Red Letter Media guy. He's a contributor every now and again. He's been working for the Escapist, and that to me just says everything about his attitude towards this. You know, I've got some snake oil if you want to buy it, Jack. A lot of it.
Well, I posted here like
susceptible.
Yesterday was April Fool's Day, Jack. I mean, because really, like this.
There's no way if you're paying attention.
Understand.
There's no way if you've paid attention to The Last Jedi, you don't think that there's a huge divide. Like it's a massive fucking divide.
Jack, do you like The Last Jedi? If you don't like The Last Jedi, then I guess you're a racist. Like
he literally
too. Like what is the argument here?
He literally, you know, I would forgive posting this. I pointed this out, and this is something that like BreadTube does better than we do. And when I say when like there's like 3 or 4 really sad, pathetic channels that have maybe hundreds of videos on me, they'll do a response video to like one of my 10-minute and 1-second videos, and it'll be like an hour and 40 minutes. And then people will be like, dude, you got to respond to this. And I'm like, no, I don't have time to watch this. And that's exactly what the Ripley article was. It was just like
Word
verbal
vomit.
diarrhea.
Yeah.
Tisms.
Yeah, and you could forgive Jack Packard for like, being duped, but he has got all day. He's been defending his position.
Yeah,
He's like, he even said, "Oh, I think conservative leaning versus alt right is splitting hairs." Are you?
What the fuck is wrong
Are
with
you kidding?
Dude, what an
me?
asshole!
Yeah, like, dude, what do you mean? You're talking about a fringe group of about 700 people in this country versus 40 million.
Yeah, half of the political, half of the country.
Yeah.
Well, they're trying.
You
and-
just
and-
said that. Oh, if you mildly disagree with me, then you're either a Nazi or whatever. We're splitting hairs. At
Yeah,
that point.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, I watched Tim Pool's video talking about the Crowder thing, and he was talking about how they're trying to blend this conservative and alt right. They're trying to make them seem the same thing now.
Yeah, they've been doing that
it's the
shit for
way they're.
years.
Yeah, but they're really going aggressive now.
It's working. If you
No,
remember
it is
that
working.
if you remember that Inverse article where they like talked about the stands, right? And they said they asked them like about conservatives, and they were very confused because they conflate the word conservative with the word bigot. Like it's inseparable to them now because of what the mainstream media, because of what's being taught in our schools and all these things. Jack, this motherfucker, Gary pointed it out. Red Letter Media got a lot of traction off their disdain for The Last Jedi.
Yeah, that was a good tweet.
Right.
Like, does that mean that you're participating in this? Does that mean that if you think it's bad that you're one of those alt-right people? I would assume you don't think that, but you had the same opinions. So you're saying that this is well-sourced and well-cited. Both those are absolute dog shit. Yeah. The entire thing's full of misquotes. The entire thing's full of ridiculous nonsense like Gary, where they're like, Gary tried to say that Taika Waititi would ruin the Marvel mythos. When Taika Waititi is the one that said that.
Yeah.
It's
not well-cited,
people
dude.
are fucking disgusting. And the fact that they wrote a 71-minute word salad article, it's to fool dumbass motherfuckers just like Jack, and it works.
And he's not going to go back. He's not going to apologize. He's not going to step back. He's only going to step forward and continue to put up walls. And he's never going to accept that. Oh, maybe I was incorrect. Oh, I read it, and
that's the real sad part.
Yeah. I didn't mean to connect everybody. He's going to go, oh yeah, if you're partially right, then you're basically a Nazi.
All this hate I'm getting only confirms
exactly
that I was correct.
You guys are all Nazis.
Yeah.
All the people that are ratioing me to all hell.
But another tactic they'll use is that you'll go and read somebody else's quote and they'll attribute it to you saying that, which is ridiculous.
Right. Seen that.
Well, and here's the thing is like the only way he's going to go back on anything, you're right, like is if he's told by like the RLM guys, like, look, you can't be doing this because we have similar fans, but I doubt that'll happen.
Nah. They're Milwaukee guys. They're not going to do that.
No, not likely.
I didn't like his
It's fine, at
face
least we
was
know who he
filmed,
is.
so I'm a Nazi. That's the most ludicrous fucking thing. Because that's what it boils down to.
Looks like he's getting pretty racial.
Okay, then you're a complete communist, dude. You sent people to gulags. That's you.
350 likes to 133 quote tweets.
No, it's about 1-to-1 comments to likes. He got pretty much handled.
Yeah.
And the sad part was that, and again, as Aiden Paladin expertly pointed out, like, and then Jack quotes in like absolute idiocy. I think the article has two interesting points: that demonstrably the praise outweighed the hate by 2-to-1, while we all had a feeling of being equally divided. You know what? The fact that the average ratio on Twitter of positivity versus negativity is 2-to-1.
Yeah.
So this is a misnomer. It's not The Last Jedi specific at all. If anything, it proves that there was no additional hate. It's so hilarious. Then some alt-right associated sites jumped on hating it. The algorithm can spiral viewers deeper into the alt-right. Dude.
Somebody should ask him where half the box office went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like literally half the box office. Yeah.
And the fact, Adam pointed it out, the fact that, and so did Ryan, that they're going off of Twitter for the most part and not YouTube, which is a much bigger platform and a better
And
cross.
Twitter isn't reality.
22%. We went through this. Like 22% of US adults use Twitter, and that skews very heavily female and very heavily left leaning. 90% of tweets on Twitter are made by 20% of the fucking people there.
Upper middle class white people.
Yeah.
That's who it is.
Well, like, don't forget that out of the 8 billion or so people in the world, less than 200 million are on Twitter. Come on.
White women,
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah.
Stop what you're doing. Go away.
76% of people in the United States use YouTube. And that's only the people that are actually signed in, that actually have an account. So it's probably more like 80 or above. That's pretty big. So if you're going to take these sample sizes from these different forms of social media, that would probably be a better one to look at and more representative. Still not scientific by any way, shape, or form, but much better than fucking Twitter.
And it would have proved their point better, actually, because the YouTube narrative around it was almost exclusively negative. That's how dumb they are. They completely ignored a home run to prove their point, to lie about data on Twitter.
Yeah.
Because they live in Twitter. Twitter is their world.
Yep. Absolutely.
But how do you jump? I mean, what I don't even get in the first place is how do you jump from I don't like a science fiction film to I'm a Nazi? How does somebody even begin to come up with that?
Because if you call out
Gamergate.
Clown world.
Yeah,
We're in
Gamergate.
Clown World, dude.
fucking bizarre. It's so beyond logic, and that's why you can't take shit like this seriously. And that I mean, we all went through the rewinding Ripley stuff. Well, we didn't. We let Ryan do that, but and comics do that. But we all saw bits of it, and it's just trash. It's just absolute fucking word salad tripe. And to try and Disney, one of the worst records of a company. It got Walt Disney himself was a horrible anti-Semite. Disney themselves are thanking the Chinese people who are currently neutering a population over there at the moment, and they're thanking them. And the media are running with guys who don't like Star Wars are Nazis. It's fucking beyond comprehension to me.
Nobody actually talks like that, though. Have you ever actually met anybody who?
No.
I had my first kind of mask Karen last night, and was an older dude who was like, by the way, not wearing a mask and at the pub talking about how I don't care about grandma. And I said, well, go home. Why are you out here without a mask on? Don't you care about my grandma? But
I just say, yeah.
I
fuck
don't. Your grandma.
I don't.
Yeah.
Don't care.
But
I like my grandma.
I've never heard any normal person, like if you talk to any actual Star Wars fan, like who isn't a part of our kind of bubble, they'll say like, it wasn't very good. That's what they'll say about The Last Jedi. They're not like that emotionally invested.
Did you report them to the police?
Obviously, yeah. It was shoot on site, actually, and then they awarded me.
FBI.
Yeah.
Well, you guys remember it
It's
used
an
to
indicator, at least.
It used to be we were the istophobes because we were the ones that were having problems with this, is simply because there was either whammons in it or diversity or what have you, right?
Yeah, bullshit.
Well, then they changed the narrative. Then it was, oh no, we're putting this stuff in purpose so we can weed you people out. And that's really what it is. It's like they have this mentality and they keep feeding into this idea that as long as they can make everything safe, then this crowd that's like staying away because of people like us will magically show up out of nowhere.
But they're not even aware of us. That's the thing. Like they're, like all of us combined, let's say unique active subscribers is probably less than 500,000 worldwide, maybe even 300,000. And you would look at, what drives all this is actually, in my opinion, stan culture. Because they're the ones that are like the Raylos, and they're the ones that are hyper progressive. They're the ones that canceled Gina Carano, and they're the ones that are always behind all of this stuff. And a lot of it is bot driven, and it's astroturfed, and it's artificial outrage. Because if you go on the street, there are still people buying tickets a year in advance to Star Wars films, and they have no idea about any of this stuff. It's just all this astroturf, fake, inorganic rage bait from the media.
Yeah, that's how Gina was fired. It's literally these Stan accounts that relentlessly fucking tweeted her month after month, you know, enough to get the attention of a couple fucking woke blue check marks that then signal boosted it. And that's all it took. These irrelevant fucks ended up getting her fired.
And then the studio sees that and goes, "Oh, well, look at all this groundswell. There's so many people that want Gina fired because I guess she's a Nazi. I mean, I guess we got to get rid of it. We got to make them happy.
It's a problem. Make it go away without thinking about it. And that's what this decision was. And it's going to be one. Well, it is one that is affecting them. And, you know, Jeremy's not wrong. What's hurting Star Wars is the law of diminishing returns. It's just become a lame, boring product. Now, we will discuss why it's a lame, boring product, because they are filling it full of a certain brand of identity politics and intersectional feminism, and critical race theory is just around the corner, if it's not here already. And so that's the why. Remember the days of our criticism, or at least I used to get this, like he just says he hates something and he doesn't tell us why. Well, I try to tell you exactly why I hate something and why a story was derailed. For instance, WandaVision, you couldn't have Vision fighting Agatha Harkness because you can't have a male character striking or harming a female character in any way, shape, or form.
Called abuse. Yeah.
So that is
they started that back with Black Widow. Remember that? Whenever it was like, oh, they're choking her. You can't show somebody a male choking a female character because it looks like
it was Apocalypse.
Yeah,
X-Men
Apocalypse.
X-Men Apocalypse.
Yeah.
They did it in Magic the Gathering too. There was a card called
silly. It's silliness.
I forget the card, but it was like you're talking about like two planeswalkers, so essentially two super powerful characters, and one of the guys had the female character by the neck, and they're like, "This is depicting the R word," and they changed the art, even though you're talking about two equally powerful characters. Like, okay, are women strong, independent, who don't need no man or not?
Cuts. It's like over time, and what was that, like 4 years ago?
Yeah.
Over time, they slowly changed their art to be okay. We can't show women being choked in this specific, even though that they're overpowered and it's a superhero versus superhero. We can't show it there. And then next time it's something else. Next time it's something else. Next time it's something else. And until it comes to everything is bland. You can't have a male character fight a female character in any way. A female character can't be a villain without being sympathetic in any way. Like it's ridiculous.
The goalposts are constantly changing.
That's why people tune out. You're right. That's why they tune out, because it's like, for me, it's like when you look at the Marvel Cinematic Universe, there's no stakes. Like nobody can die, nobody gets beat up, and it's just like, oh, okay, I've seen like 3 of these movies. They're all basically the same thing. I'm just out. Like WandaVision was a unique premise, and they blew it. Like it started out great, and then the last 4 episodes, I was like, oh wait, Wanda's actually the villain, and they're like refusing to say that, and like
they let it go too.
They don't understand what you went through. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. They'll never know.
You can leave now.
They patted her on the back on the way out, you know.
The rest of the guy who was trying to bring her to justice because she kidnapped a bunch of people.
He was actually the hero.
Yeah. I pointed that out on my roundtable, and everyone's like, no. It's like, come on, dude.
So we just randomly decided to shoot the kids for no reason.
I said this to Gary a couple of weeks back. In the Thor movie, in Thor Ragnarok, and then in Infinity War, Thor says in Infinity War that he had to kill his sister, but in Ragnarok he didn't. She kicked his fucking ass, and it was the demon whatever that he captured at the beginning that ended up killing her. So it was like it's like a change of narrative that they wanted to convey that Thor had killed his sister, but in actuality that didn't happen. And if we're to have true equality, because I believe in equality, but I believe in true equality where, there's no one-upmanship. This is the whole thing about the LGBT community, the alphabet community at the moment. There's a lot of people who pretend they want equality, but they don't. They want superiority. And they want to veil it in equality. But if we're going to have true equality, then we're going to have men fighting women, and we're going to have men beating women, and we're going to have women beating men. That's the only way that you can have true equality, is to show both sides of the equation. But
yeah,
right now we're showing
You want true
every.
equality, you got to take everything that goes with it.
but they don't. But that's
Yes.
the whole thing. They don't want the true equality. They're
Right.
going to
They don't
shift
really
the
want
goalpost
that.
as soon as you have a man and a woman fighting, and the man punches the woman. They're going to use that as an act of sexism and toxic masculinity. Like so, it will never end. And I talked about this with Cobra Kai. As much as I love Cobra Kai, like season 3, these women are beating the hell out of these guys, and I've never seen a man hit a woman back really, or at least beat her down. Like every woman that interacts with a dude in a fight, the woman wins. That's fine, but why do I not see any guy, like win at all? Because they can't do it. Because if they did do it, then they would be accused of being isms and toxic. The goalpost never change. It will continue to change because there's no consistency with their beliefs.
You can do this strong woman in a believable fashion with good writing.
Hell yeah.
When you have
Alita Battle Angel.
Right. Alita, you have to give them advantage. If you're going to expect me to believe that it's this physical battle, then you're going to have to give them a superpower or something. Or when I watch a 60-year-old Queen Latifah play the Equalizer and single-handedly overpower 30-year-old men in the prime of their, it's like, no. Why don't you just write her in as like a tactical expert with guns and she can like fire or something like to level the playing field?
I can understand her being a tough person.
Equalizer.
Queen Latifah's tough. Like she always played tough characters like way back in the day. Like I can believe her being a tough person, but like kicking people's asses, like multiple people. Like,
she punched a dude across the room.
Right. It's not happening.
I do not believe that Queen Latifah can run at a full like actual pace without breaking her hip or her knee or something. I don't believe it.
Well, there's a film that has just come out that has shown women in a very positive and strong way, and it was called Zack Snyder's Justice League. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that was edited out of the movie, which to me was one of the coolest fucking things in the whole movie, because I think the movie is fucking great and I've seen it 3 times now, is the fact that when Steppenwolf arrives to fight the Amazons on Themyscira, and they're all being badass, Steppenwolf says, "I will bathe in your fear." And then Hippolyta says, with a huge smile on her face, "Daughters of Themyscira, show him your fear." And the united scream, "We have no fear." And I was just like, how the fuck you cut that out of the movie?
Yeah.
And then Steppenwolf
was a great line.
And then Steppenwolf fucking murders them all brutally. That was my favorite part.
My favorite part is those thick ladies.
It's a really good fight. And, Amazon's
Speaking of that movie, that's one of the few movies that has had a woman get hit. Wonder Woman gets taken down by Superman in the one scene, and then the only other one I can think of offhand is when Captain Marvel had her ass handed to her.
Only because of the Infinity Stone.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah, he would never have done that if he didn't also use. He wasn't powerful enough on his own. He had to use the Power Stone to defeat her.
Which I still don't see because she's only has the power of one of the stones too.
Wanda could have taken her out by herself, and so
supposed to have.
And Monica Rambeau now can too. Because
oh my God, did you,
powerful?
Okay, they really blew that character up in WandaVision. What a hack job to basically give her superpowers for what? Because she passed through the.
She broke a barrier.
Who else?
She broke a barrier.
Yeah.
Literally. Yeah. Oh my God. Why did I
What about the beekeeper guy? He went through a barrier.
And as she's walking through the barrier, she's getting positively affirmed the whole time. Yep. You're the best. It's so bad.
You know who else forget one other barrier? The beekeeper, the guy who turned into a beekeeper.
That's what I said.
Barrier. Is he a superhero now? No, he's a man.
We actually never heard from him again.
Nope.
Just straight.
And he was never even expelled, was it? Or did she?
Yeah, she rewound time.
She reversed time, and we never saw what happened to him. He probably just ended up in a fucking under the ground or something. She killed him. It's fine.
I forgot about Batwoman and John Wick 2 as well. I think they got into a pretty good fight.
Yes, Ruby Rose and him, and he did defeat her, but only barely.
Yeah.
Is that the one where she didn't speak?
Yeah,
hey, right.
What a perfect
best
role
performance
for a woman. Yeah,
she's perfect for that
Ruby
role.
Rose did start off. Well, she started off doing some martial arts before she went into acting. She did do some martial arts,
and I think I just want to point out too, because I don't want to dominate this, but I just want to say that Queen Latifah punching a 30-year-old, cut dude across the room is just about as believable as Liam Neeson doing it.
Yeah,
So I mean, I will say that like there are
or Liam
old
Neeson
men-
going over a fence.
Yeah,
So they got to take like 15 cuts.
Well,
yeah, it's all jump cuts because it's like
Yeah.
4 different stunt people. So it happens for men too.
I agree. I think it's a little more believable if the man's in relatively good shape than it is when it's
Yeah.
fat, fucking old ass Queen Latifah. Like, listen, if you're fucking
She's
Harrison
not
Ford,
fat.
yes, she fucking is.
Oh my god,
She's always
if you're
been thick.
Harrison
She's so
Ford,
thick. Yeah,
She's
if you're
thick.
like old ass Harrison Ford, like 70 years old, doing your own stunts in Indiana Jones, like I find it a
Breaking
little
your
bit
ankle.
believable when you show me some of the things you can do when you're actually doing those stunts. Nobody believes. I don't think that Queen Latifah can run. I don't think the woman can fucking run. So I really don't believe these fight scenes.
Well,
And yeah, she's
besides,
fat.
a
I
man,
like
a
Queen
man.
Latifah, that's okay.
I hate to say this, but men are physically different to women.
bullshit.
Whoa, that's toxic
freaking
right there.
pig.
now.
Disavow.
You misogynist pig. I can't
We're
believe you'd say
talking
that
muscle
shit.
mass. We're talking density. But we're talking old. So I'm sorry. But
You're just
All right.
reinforcing the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do the Witcher showrunners know you're saying these
I'm
things?
reinforcing biology. But
I
you know,
know.
sure, we'll go with
Did you guys
patriarchy.
see-
Yeah, you can't do that either.
There are some concerning articles about the season 2 for The Witcher that
Oh, yeah.
like
Yeah.
I thought The Witcher was good, but like you didn't
I'm
have to
worried.
make it was already pretty woke. Like every every storyline was led by a female character. Essentially, Geralt was worthless. Like he was just kind of this side
He was a
character.
side character in his own
Yeah.
show.
Yeah, and now he's gonna. I'm seeing some articles where they're like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna get politics are everywhere, and I can't wait to explore."
Didn't Henry Cavill
Oh,
say
I saw
something
that
about
too.
that?
Jared. No, here. Yeah, we played on the show.
Yeah.
Like months ago.
Yeah,
Oh, he
he
did.
A while ago.
Oh yeah, he came out and said multiple times. He's all, it's really hard for me to want to be a good team player, but then I love the lore. I love this game, but the showrunner has a different vision. So
That's the same kind of stuff that
yeah.
Mark Hamill said before the movie. It's the same
Yep.
kind of like, oh, it's not how I would have done
I
it.
don't know
but,
about Luke.
I'm not the writer. He's the one. It's the same kind of thing.
Before
Looking
season
forward to
1
it.
of The Witcher, like the entire show, like the showrunners, all the writers, all those, they got together, they did a lot of cringe virtue signals
Yep.
about gender, about immigration, about all this shit. And a lot of us were looking at it and was like, well, it's not too bad, but it was definitely, hey, we want more Geralt. We want more Witcher in our Witcher show. And they're just doubling down in season 2. Like we see so often. Doesn't matter if it's The Boys, doesn't matter if it's The Witcher. We see that they kind of tread a little bit safely that first season. Then they go fucking full identity politics once they have
Season
that
2.
latch, once they have that fan base.
I figured it out. We just got to go around saying we love Mikey Spock, we love Ray, we love Dr. What's her face. We say we love all this stuff. Then they'll change it. Then we just pretend that we hate the new stuff that we actually like, and then we're golden.
Yeah, it's just a stupid game that you have to play with it because, again, I think Ryan, nailed it. I mean, as soon as you see the first sign of any identity politics, you just need to go ahead and take yourself out of it from being emotionally invested because they're going down that road.
Yeah.
And they'll start it out subtle because they know what they're doing and they're not dumb. They know that they have to kind of pull that audience in. There's a reason they don't create brand new characters with all of this woke identity politics bullshit because they know no one's going to support it. There's a reason why they take pre-existing properties and then interject this stuff into it. That way they can call the fans racist and sexist when they reject the bad writing. There's a reason why they do this. So when you see a show start out, the first sign of identity politics, go ahead and check out because it will only get worse.
It's better for
only get worse.
I 100% agree. I started doing that last year. To be honest with you, I did that with sports. I used to be a hardcore. Like I'm a hardcore Packer fan in Wisconsin, obviously. And like yesterday was opening day. I didn't even watch the game. I was just like, you know what? I just can't. I can't give you my time, player. Like 3 hours is a lot of my time. And if I got to watch ads that say white man bad during it, I just, hey, look, I'm out. And the shows do that. They do it. Like you said, it's nefarious, but I think Hollywood will just happily put itself in the dumpster. But if you look at, as would know, Batwoman has been a fucking disaster, a disaster. they didn't. Not only did they didn't even get a blip for all the press they did for Javicia Leslie, which, by the way, none of this is her fault. It's all shitty writing. And I mean, you knew right away, episode 1, how does she become Batwoman? What if I told you? Now, listen, we're in the writer's room. What if I told you guys it literally fell from the sky? I'm like, what? It's just like you see that and you're, I'm out.
That was the plot to The Greatest American Hero.
Yeah.
And it was way more believable.
It was.
Fit into his costume.
And Green Lantern.
No way, Javicia just getting that badunk and Ruby Rose's costume. Okay.
Yeah.
Just not.
They recast her too. That they said they wouldn't. They're getting so desperate. They're like, last year, like, we're not going to recast Kate Kane. And what are we, 6
Season 3
episodes
greenlit.
in? Yeah, right. And they're like, oh crap, it's not going to matter. What were their ratings last week? As you covered it, right?
The lowest ever. They were down to a 0.435.
35,000 people
rough.
watched it. What was
That's
the
that's like Black Lightning season 4 levels.
No, I believe she's lower than Black Lightning.
She's got a premium Sunday night.
Yes,
That's a premium spot.
Oh, it's Jeremy. It's the NFL. It's obviously the NFL.
Yeah, right.
Crossover with big, huge NFL Batwoman fans. What's the demo on that one?
It probably is now.
The demo's a 0.10.
Oh,
I think they're gonna. Well, there was that article that said they're basically they're killing off the character and they're gonna just make her. I believe that's probably true. Like this show is. I mean, this show is really bad.
I don't know how they're gonna do a season 3.
DC Comics, though, Jerry. DC Comics have written Ryan fucking Wilder into their continuity now. It's the main continuity.
No. Why not?
As Barbara Gordon goes off and becomes a member of Gotham Antifa.
No, we're gonna get into all of that stuff because we do have some juicy stuff to talk about. But like, I'm gonna read Juicy Smollett. I'm gonna read a couple of super chats and then we're gonna talk about the new gods and the good news we got last night.
Indeed,
we got some good news.
We got some good news. Have you heard about the good news, ladies and gentlemen?
Lord Jesus.
My last live stream, which was in a Mandalay Bay hotel room with shitty internet, so everything got fucked. But George Boyle gave us $400. Watched Snyder Cut. Anger aside for what he cowardly did on the stream, I was blown away, torn between rooting for restoration of the Snyderverse and my love of true superhero films. Wishing you the best. Time to hold a charity stream to get George R. Martin out of Hollywood cocktail circuit onto a treadmill and back to writing. Hail Nerdrotic. George has got
gonna be writing shit.
Maybe we could put a typewriter on the treadmill. They can do both at the same time.
Fuck George R. Martin, but you can't blame him for when Warner Brothers offers you a 5-year, 8-figure deal, you say yes. I mean, you say yes. He'll never finish, and if they're fucking stupid enough to give him money, then they just delayed everything else. Warner Brothers is America's dumbest company, but they did make a very smart move that, again, we're going to talk about in just a second.
Yeah.
I need to get to it, which
I'm curious if it was their move more than AT&T's, but yeah.
I think it's AT&T's. I actually got a little birdie. I got a birdie. And the obvious is true. There is a major civil war. Fucking AT&T hates Warner Brothers, and they want to fire everybody. They want to
hear it. You just love to hear it.
They can't. Crazy Eyed Jedi for $100. Thank God that was the right button. Not making money this week due to being in the hospital. Why you? Oh, Crazy Eyed Jedi, what? In the hospital for physical rehabilitation, just spending it. Keep up the good work of bringing smiles. We'll do our best and get better. Get better, man. Be healthy.
Be better.
And be better. Honestly, how's your
better
comics division?
Good. She's doing a lot better now. I was pretty concerned yesterday, but yeah, she still not 100% sure what happened to her, but she is kind of writhing in pain, and I rushed her over to the emergency vet clinic and got her checked out, and they think it's either neurological or heart related, but they ran a lot of tests. She's doing better today, which is good. One of her offspring passed away last year around November, December time. So I figured it was something very similar related. He had like a heart condition as well. So it could be something that's genetic with these cats. So I'm not 100% sure, but it's doing a lot better today, which makes me happy. I'm glad I didn't, end up flushing a bunch of money down the toilet.
There's that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you didn't have to flush the cat down the toilet. Comics.
Well, they're kind of big for a toilet bowl, man.
I wouldn't
so you
advise
gotta do something
that,
a little
yeah.
different.
Plunger.
Well, it depends on the toilet. There's some pretty strong ones out there. Jason Smoot for $200.
Oh, damn.
Thanks, Jason. Hail Friday Night Tights. Gary, so glad you're getting out of California. Oh, I am too. I could taste the freedom the minute I got out.
Just
It
air
feels like
fresher.
freedom, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it was, well, for one, it's beautiful driving around the great American Southwest. I love it. I love big open deserts and a big freeway or road in front of you and some fucking Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. I'm in heaven doing that shit. But the internet's been kind of crap, so I haven't been able to do much. I do apologize for that. Modalicious for $5 says equality is a false god. You are correct. Absolutely correct. $50 from Sparks 1524. Thank you very much. A word gift. Identity politics pressures poorly prepared people purely for puerile political power. Freedom forcefully frightens factions followers, leading lame lemmings to long for conformity, contoured by complete control of cognitive calculations. Wow. I'm just going to do that. I really am. So thank you for the $50. Well, yeah. Well, that's really good, man. That's groovy. That's groovy. So, I'm gonna
blow my mind, man.
Whoa, bro.
God, I haven't seen that for years.
I want to hear your theories. I almost said ladies and gentlemen. I could say ladies and gentlemen. I can't assume everybody's gender here. On why AT&T pulled the plug, thankfully. And again, this is good news. It's good news, ladies and gentlemen, when Hollywood doesn't make a movie these days, especially when it's based on a Jack Kirby comic book. This would have been a complete fucking disaster. And Ava DuVernay or DuVernay or
Ava DuVernay.
Ava DuVernay.
Yeah. Sure, whatever. Is going to have to listen with this 50-something-year-old white dude, what he thinks about, fucking comic books and your stupid movie.
It's not made for you. Okay.
And the bonus, oh, what the fuck? That's not it. The bonus.
This wasn't porn.
That would have been a good show. That would have been the best thing in the world.
If that would have been a picture of Az posing with his Witcher wig, that would have probably been the best thing.
We're gonna do that just
I've already done a video, which I've just linked down below. So.
There's a bonus with it. Not only did Ava DuVernay get fired, Tom King got fired too.
Yeah, that's even better almost because Tom King is an ass.
Yeah,
fuck that guy.
Stop.
James Wan's good though.
Stop the Asian hate, Tom King. Stop the Asian hate. Yeah, remember when Tom King?
Tom King is a terrible choice to do this movie in the first place. Like, Tom King is a dude who turned Batman into a cuck. People praise his fucking Mr. Miracle run. That was a boring, drawn-out run where he also made Mr. Miracle a fucking cuck. Like, well, at least a bitch. Tom
it's a
King
self-insert.
is a terrible person to partner with Ava DuVernay for this movie, and I cannot be happier that this shit has gotten canceled.
Yeah, same. Ava DuVernay is a terrible person, a awful, objectively terrible
I've heard
person.
a lot of things too.
Fuck her. She is terrible. She's a racist, blatantly racist. I mean, she is a bad person, and I am so happy that this got canceled. Fuck her.
Can somebody find the quote? Because I don't want to paraphrase this one, but I'm going to have to because I can't remember it, where she basically said, well, we're in power now, Hollywood, and we're going to basically start discriminating.
Oh, shit. That's right. I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that. That's progress, ladies and gentlemen. So, yes, Ava DuVernay venue.
Duvernay.
Doofa not gonna work.
Duvernay.
Duvernay.
Like Hoover with nay.
Oh, okay. Ava DuVernay
Yeah.
got fired from New Gods. I'm so happy. So, and the Snyder Cut might have had something to do with this. I hate to go to a Collider article, but they did bring up, did the Snyder Cut destroy the New Gods? Yeah, because Zack
totally did.
put up a fucking real fucking dark side, and Ray Porter played it to perfection. And I would love if anybody out there, including that.
What, you mean dark side's not going to come round for fucking tea?
If you,
Just sit
if
down on the
anybody
sofa.
from that movie could send any of us some production art, like pre-production art, I would love to see what they have had in
I
mind.
got $5
Oh,
on
God, that would be
non-binary
gold.
dark side.
Oh God.
Oh
No, I got
dude,
money on them recreating the
It's
dark
gonna
side.
look just like the
coming
twins.
over and
Is
sitting on the
it trans
sofa.
non-binary dark side?
Yep, they're gonna be bald, pale. It's gonna be two of them.
Big Bertha's going to be fucking chastising him and putting him in
They,
his place.
them.
You know that like I don't know, maybe an hour or so after this news broke, Zach put up concept art of Granny Goodness up on Vero.
Oh, he did?
He did, yeah. Now, like, I'll pull it up, but like that is one of the reasons that I was happy when this happened, because honestly, if you're gonna do a New Gods movie, which this has been stuck in production hell since 2018, like a lot of other fucking Warner Brothers properties, honestly, but after seeing this, after seeing Darkseid, after seeing Steppenwolf fleshed out, after seeing Desaad and Granny Goodness, after seeing Apocalypse, if you were to do a New Gods story that's not in continuity with that, it doesn't make any fucking sense, especially when you've given people the taste of what it could be. So, like, I think it's good news.
I think it's great news, and maybe this is why Warner Brothers initially was, all about cutting Darkseid out, because he was the first live action representation of him, and that's what's going to stick in people's minds, especially if it's a good representation, not like a fucking cloud of Galactus. So now,
God, that was trash.
That was trash. And
Parallax exactly the fucking same.
And now, Warner Bros. Has a very good problem on their hand that they will completely fuck up. The Snyder Cut was popular, and I know some people liked it. I am fully aware of Muller's video. Muller and I have spoken, and we're still friends. It's so weird how that works. The terror of the deep and the fire of Apocalypse won't be felt anytime soon, unless, of course, you watch the Snyder Cut. As a part of our DC slate, some legacy development titles, including New Gods and The Trench, which I honestly never heard of, will not be moving forward. Warner Brothers and DC said in a statement, "We thank our partners, Ava DuVernay, Tom King, James Wan, and Peter Safran, for their time and collaboration during this process, and look forward to our continued partnership with them on other DC projects." Oh my God.
Yeah, right.
No.
That is horrible. This must,
Ava DuVernay is doing Naomi for CW, which that's quite frankly where she fucking belongs.
That's
over on
an upgrade. That's an upgrade.
The projects will remain in their skillful hands if they were to move forward in the future, which means they will never ever see the light of day.
I don't understand why. I saw this. I thought about covering it just because that woman has heinously bad opinions. But I just, Marvel's doing it too now, and DC does it is wasting all this time too. Like, until DC pulls their head out of their ass and gives me a Superman movie, like why aren't I watching an awesome Superman movie? They just refuse to make it, and they're. Well, of course, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't give a shit anything about DC. You have iconic heroes, and you're like, hey, let's make this film with no people that no normal person outside of hardcore comic book fans know. It's like, what do people think that the Marvels, the Eternals are going to do in the theater? If we had real box offices, this would be the biggest flop Marvel ever had. Like, nobody's going to go see that movie.
You're absolutely right. And I would consider myself, and a lot of people on this panel, hardcore comic book fans. Does anybody want to see The Trench?
Never heard of it.
No, I think that's cover.
Didn't even
I
know
think
that was
it's
being
because they're
made.
canceling the other movie. They're just, we're also canceling this too. So
It's
don't
not
criticize
just Ava
this.
DuVernay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, supposedly it was some kind of side fucking Aquaman thing.
Yeah, it is. It's like
Yeah.
Like you even saw some of that in Aquaman, some of the trench, and I think that was a run from Johns. Honestly, I think it was a Jeff Johns creation. But it was when Aquaman made $1 billion, and like we're gonna have Aquaman 2 and a spinoff. Everyone,
I'm still shocked. I bet you that even if the box office was the same, an Aquaman 2 sequel would do like 650 million, 750 million.
Right.
Depends on how many times he takes his shirt off, Jeremy.
Yep.
That's true.
Well,
Well, it's in the contract, so it's going to be a lot.
Depends on how many lonely women are fucking flicking their bean in the
Women
movie
love
theater to
that
Momoa.
fucking movie, Ryan, and you know it.
Yeah.
We still got a Ta-Nehisi Coates Superman movie.
Still got that.
Fantastic! Come on.
Produced by J.J. Abrams.
That's gonna be
Starring a
good money.
dumpster fire.
Yeah, it's gonna be money
fantastic.
for all of us.
It
It's
is.
great.
Remember, guys, we love it. We want it. We can't wait to see it.
I can't wait to see the addition to the Shed on that
I
one.
can't wait to see them lose a lot of money.
If you're not blocked, I am on Geeks and Gamers. But if you're not blocked, here's a tweet from Ava in 2020. That's the type of mentality she was bringing to to this film
it's
right
just
here.
like this the person who's so I'll read it. Everyone has a right to their opinion, and we black producers I remember roasting her on this with hiring power have the right to not hire those that would diminish us. So she's a black supremacist.
Yep.
So to the white men in this thread, if you don't get a job you were up for, kindly remember bias can go both ways.
How about it doesn't go anywhere?
That is blatantly racist on every level.
How about we aren't
It's not even
biased at
debatable.
all?
And this was in November 2020. Thank you for holding space for this resistance, for this power, for this voice, for demonstrating who we are, that we can proclaim what we want, that we can exercise rights that are given to us and rights that we take that are not given to us, that we can declare what we want. This moment is not an end-all be-all. This vote, this election is not even half of the work that is ahead of us and what needs to happen tomorrow and the next day and the next day. But it is a tool, it is a weapon in our arsenal, and we are going to fight. We are in a war. This is Ava DuVernay at a Black Lives Matter event.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I've talked to a
she
couple
said
people
we
who
are
don't
at a
know her.
war.
Now,
Whoa,
just
you
to
can't say stuff like that.
And again, just to clarify, these things are okay, but not like in The Last Jedi. Whew, that's the hate.
That's a dog whistle.
That just makes you a Nazi.
Yeah.
That's a dog whistle.
Well,
This looks like quarantine Taika Waititi over here.
It's gonna ruin your mythos in a minute, baby.
Yeah.
I've
I
talked
wish
to a few
none of
people
these
who know
ones.
her, and I've heard nothing but horror stories about her.
Oh,
This was
Nice.
Looks like a bitch.
this was Zack Snyder put this out
That's
like an
badass.
hour after the news about New Gods being canceled. He just puts out Granny. Oh my goodness! Thank you, JoJo, for the design. And this is Granny Goodness that we saw in very, very briefly in Zack Snyder's Justice League at the end there, when Darkseid is telling everyone to ready the armadas.
But now what DC is going to do is they're going to in like 6 months you're going to hear, "Oh, we're working on a standalone for Granny Goodness." It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
No Superman movie though. No, we're going to have here's what you get comic book nerds. A Superman film written by a guy that hates America. It'll be
By an
awesome.
activist.
Yeah.
Shit.
But like
An activist, a fucking racist.
Yeah,
Right,
Racist
an
activist. Sorry, those things are like you're just
They're
splitting hairs
interchangeable
now.
these days.
And
Yeah.
it's-
You're splitting
and
hairs.
he's a black supremacist, that guy.
I mean,
That's so weird.
Yes, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Going back to the Snyder Cut thing, I still do not have so I liked Justice League. I enjoyed it. I hated it the first time I watched it, and then I watched it again, just kind of understanding that I hate this universe and hate these characters. But let me just watch the movie for what it is, and I enjoyed it for what it was. And I don't want to see more from this universe personally moving forward. But when you look at the fan movement involved and the fact that so many people enjoy it, and we're not arguing over identity politics, you're actually just arguing over if the character is good or bad based on the way you view how the character should be perceived. That's what we always have argued over. That's what we've always argued over when it comes to these types of movies, and that's a good thing. It's a good place to be in. Well, I don't think Warner Brothers will move forward with it, but whether you like the movie or dislike it or this universe, which I hate this universe, it's still a good thing for the fan movement considering where Hollywood is, the cesspool of identity politics and bullshit wokeness. That's how I view it.
Yeah, and when you look at these numbers, like especially internationally, I think that's something that's like we're getting lost on. The fact that 4 times as many people watched Zack Snyder's Justice League in the UK on that like first 3 days as they did for a double WandaVision feature, and I think either twice or 3 times as much as watch Falcon Winter Soldier. Like that's massive numbers considering HBO Max has about 40 million in February. They had 40 million subscribers compared to Disney Plus's 100 million. That's massive. It set records in Canada, Australia, Russia.
Ryan. Being a Brit, I can tell you exactly why that happened. Because Disney Plus is, it's a streaming service here in the UK, but it's an online streaming service. The Snyder Cut showed on Sky, which is the premium satellite distributor in the UK. It went on Sky Television's movie channel.
Was it pay-per-view?
No. If you're subscribed to Sky Television, you have that package. There's various packages. So you got entertainment package, sports package, etc. So if you are subscribed to that package, and bear in mind if you get everything from Sky a month, it's like £80-90. So that's over $100 a month to get the whole lot. But if you have the package, watch it for free. Also, we have this other streaming service in the UK called Now TV.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And the thing about Now TV is you can actually cherry pick certain things that you want to watch from satellite TV. So you can just cherry pick, I just want the sports, nothing but the sports. And you could do, I want the entertainment package, but there was also a kicker because Now TV ran a 7-day free trial starting the day that the Snyder Cut came out. So loads of people were signing up to Now TV in the UK with a 7-day free trial and watching the Snyder Cut.
Yeah. Remember when all these streaming services told us that it was going to be cheaper than cable?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, not so much.
That is if you keep only theirs. Yeah,
that's the biggest. Yeah, that's been the biggest lie. I've gone back to pay TV. I'm just
Jeremy, remember when the video game industry said that digital games were going to make them real cheap?
Yeah. Save us all a bunch of money. Yeah.
It was cheap to stream when it was just Netflix. Netflix had fucking everything.
Yeah.
And then you had and then maybe Hulu. You had Netflix and you had Hulu. That was fine. That was really cheap. But now Paramount Plus, fucking CBS, whatever the fuck,
Peacock,
Max, Peacock, fuck all this shit.
Well, Paramount Plus just tanked their fucking stock. Did you see that shit?
Yeah, it's like
no, I didn't.
Yeah, it had.
I got a buddy that bought stock, and he was like watching it go up. He's like, "Oh yeah, it's doing great." I was like, "Yeah, sure, it'll be great."
Whose stock?
CBS
Paramount.
stock.
Paramount.
Good God.
Yeah. I just let him crash. I was like, I'll let you.
There's going to be a major reckoning next year for those streaming services. Like you can stamp it. This is my lock of the week. Like next year, people are going to realize. You know how we all kind of realize like after 8 months of not opening Netflix and paying for it, we're like, oh shit, I should probably just cancel this. Except that's going to happen to everything because it's just going to be like, oh, I'm paying for Paramount, I'm paying for this, but then it's $130 a month. I'm paying more than I was paying on cable, and and honestly, the experience is worse. I have to like go on my phone, and I have a nice fucking TV. And the interface sucks. I'm like, oh, I got to open this up. Oh, there's not even an HBO Max yet on my phone, so I have to sling it on the TV, so I have to sling it from my phone. Like, I'm just over it all, and I think I'm ahead of the curve. And I think normal people next year, you're like, wait a minute, I'm paying. If you pay for Hulu Live, it's like $70 a month. What's the point? Like, that's more money than I was paying for cable. So I think people are just going to be over this. They're going to be done consuming.
Yeah, well, I think
I agree.
YouTube is the thing that keeps people's attention more than anything.
Yep.
It's
I agree.
free, it's easy, it works, the interface is good, it's not complicated, and I mean,
One
we have,
commercial.
so yeah,
Usually one commercial before you
and
video.
it can commercialize. That's something that Hollywood, Disney, no one can compete with. The YouTube viewer is used to the ad. They know how to get around them if they want to, or they just put up with it. You try to put a single fucking ad on Disney Plus, which they're going to need to do.
They're going to have to.
Over.
No.
Well, and part
Well,
of
that's
the
what
reason,
Hulu did. I used to never see ads on Hulu. Now, like if I'm watching maybe it must just be like the newest season, but I'll get like 4 ads in a 30-minute episode, and I'm like, I'm paying $70 a month for this. What the hell? And I call them, and they're like, "Well, you're not supposed to be getting ads." I'm like, "Yeah, well, I'm getting ads."
I am.
yeah.
Well, they did something pretty sneaky recently too. I was paying for like the $12 package, and they changed it to be Hulu with ads, and then had Disney Plus and the other thing. I was like,
they changed it.
my wife is like, "Why are we getting ads? I thought we're paying for the one that doesn't have it." I was like, "We are," and that's why I noticed that they changed it. I'm like, "Fuck this! I'm going back to it. Screw your Disney Plus. I'm not going to give you money for that. I'm giving you money just for Hulu. That's it."
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably sent you an email that like
They
went
did.
to
I
your
saw the
fucking
email,
spam.
but I didn't look into it right away.
It was your fault then.
No,
Well, kind of, yeah.
why, dude. That's why they are scared to fucking death. I mean, it's collectively scared, but Disney is scared of YouTube. That's why they're trying to. Well, this is my speculation that they're trying to get them to bend the knee on this one fucking rule change, and that's why they are, maybe supporting blogs, maybe not, that are going after people like us and other bigger channels like Red Letter Media and Mahler, who gets millions of views when he does one video every 3 months, fucking crushing a Marvel or a Disney film. They're scared to death of that because, for one, it's an alternative form of entertainment. Yes, it relies on a movie, but Mahler can do a video on any fucking movie, on any old movie. He doesn't need new content. He'll be fine.
It affects the box office too. Maybe not like that movie, but I mean, look at Star Wars. What did they do? Half of the box office? Like, every film went down, and that's not supposed to be how it goes. Like, you're not supposed to
anymore.
be
And
an audience.
after the coof, like a third of your theaters are going to be gone. You're never making movies. They're never going to make the money that it used to.
I agree.
That goes all the way down. Like, directors aren't going to make the same amount. Actors aren't going to make the same amount. It's going to go all the way back down.
And we're going to get more garbage. Content instead of movies. Yep, the content era is upon us, and you're gonna just get this. That's why, like, people just couldn't. you open Netflix and you're like, what do I even watch on this? And then you're like, oh wait, nothing. Occasionally I put on some B movie that's mediocre because I'm trying to kill time or something, and like, it's going to get, I agree. I think there's going to be a total collapse of the retail theater market in the United States over the next 12 months, maybe way sooner, because I don't know, I'm just pulling this out of my rear, but I mean, let's just say this. There's a significant portion of the population that will never go back to a movie theater, that will never go to another music concert, that will never go to another carnival or festival, because that's what the news did. That's what the media did to them.
On the other side, though, we do have a lot of people going out to see Kong versus Godzilla, though. I mean, yeah, the number isn't like massive, but considering what's open,
yeah,
it did okay.
It did very well for the considering. And I even heard that they're opening a lot of theaters in California up 50% now, and that'll also boost its weekend up a bit. And it has nothing to compete with. Like,
it's the only thing.
Yeah, and it has absolutely nothing to compete with at all.
$10 million. I mean,
considering
I know that
situation.
Yeah, I mean, 16.3.
But these are all screwed. These are all screwed analytics anyway. These are all skewed completely. Because once the market starts to compete with each other again, then we're going to really start to see what happens. But when you hear, I mean, Jeremy was just saying about quartering Jeremy, not that thing.
By the way, guys, that is as he's not the body.
Jeremy, you were talking about the trash content. The content is coming. We got shit like Winter Soldier. I've tapped out of that. 2 episodes. I'm gone. I couldn't even bother to watch it. But they were discussing. There was an article that came out. Was it from Warner or DC? No, it's from DC. A tweet that came out from DC saying, "Hey, how would you like to see Juicy Smolier's fucking sister in a series of her own as Black Canary, and I'm just thinking, just fucking kill me now.
No,
Kill me now.
Do it.
Yeah.
I'll be
Yeah,
good.
well, I mean, do it to lose money, but I mean, from a perspective as a viewer, I fuck off. You know.
Yeah.
Do it. Lose money. That's all we ask.
Yeah.
Burn.
Keep putting out Birds of Prey style movies.
Yeah.
Just keep doing it. And then after
lots of
10
money,
years, like you people only get, it's not cheap to go to the movies. If you're a family too, you're talking about $100. If you take your family to the movie theater, at least where I live,
Easy.
it's $15 a ticket plus, okay, so the kids are half, so whatever. So you're paying $50 to get in and $50 in snacks. For what? To wear a mask the whole time and watch an average movie?
To
No
eat
way.
to slip popcorn into your fucking mask.
Yeah,
No, you see,
no
you just lift the
way.
front part and you just dump the popcorn in.
Like a feed
Like a
bag.
trough.
Or you
Like
just take
yeah,
the mask
yeah.
off and nobody
Yeah.
complains.
Yeah.
Think about how quickly this shit has happened, man. This has all happened so fucking quickly.
Comfort,
It's
Jeremy.
depressing.
We've
It's
also
coming.
seen a lot of drive-ins open up though too that have not been open in the last 30 years.
True.
That's another thing.
People love their comforts, and you know, I don't know what Godzilla versus King Kong did this weekend, but
So
I
far,
did
so good, but
go by some movie theaters that were fucking empty and open, and I did go to Vegas, which is pretty open right now, but there's no international travel, and it's a fucking bizarre place to see like pure America, and I mean like America, and at Vegas it was surreal.
Well, if you live in a small town, where I live, it's been wide open and there's not a single business has some holy
Moyo.
shit, George.
Moyo.
That was a big one.
Oh, Moyo.
Why? Yeah.
Big baller over here. Shot caller.
Shot caller, yeah.
That's why it was, Jeremy, it was shocking to get out of California and see how, differently the rest of the country is acting compared to where I'm.
Yeah,
can't
I
wait.
imagine.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Oh, dude, it's so nice to get the fuck out. I was so happy. I hope all of you can do that very soon. My illustrious governor announced that I think 18 million vaccines went out to about, I think, 2 million Californians.
But what about the trans people?
What about the trans
They
people?
took care of California's poor, but what about their trans community?
What about the people with no legs?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you all have to
Screw
stay
those
inside
people.
and wear your mask anyway. I mean, vaccine or not, you're staying inside. It's California.
There'll be
What about
masks.
all the
There'll be
homeless
masks
trans
forever.
people, the homeless
Yeah.
trans community? Shockingly, a very high number of homeless people are transgender. Also, completely unrelated, there's a very high mental illness rate among the homeless. So you got to worry about you got to worry about getting everyone
Easy with the hate
vaccinated.
facts. Easy.
Yeah,
Easy.
completely
That
unrelated.
doesn't make sense. I don't think your numbers are.
Ryan,
Hate
yeah.
facts.
Taking into consideration being California sober either.
Yeah.
I learned
Math
from
and statistics. man.
Oh, Demi Lovato's Californian, so you're fuck off.
California sober.
Also pan.
They're trying to get me
Pansexual.
fucking hooked on Demi Lovato because every time I pull up my fucking YouTube page,
I
it's like
know.
fucking 6 goddamn Demi Lovato. I don't care about fat Demi Lovato, okay? I don't care about her. Stop
I don't
making me
have
try to
that
watch
problem.
his videos, you two.
I
Like,
don't
I'm
even-
I'm pansexual. I'm pansexual. Okay.
Please pay attention to me.
Pay attention to me.
Nobody
Yeah.
cares.
Oh god. Oh, fuck.
Rum is a bag of hammers. That one. Bag
The
of hammers.
chat keeps asking where Az is. That's not Henry Cavill, folks. That's his body double. That's
That
Az
is
in
Henry
the job.
Cavill. Stop it. That is Henry Cavill.
Wait,
George, I'll get to you in
that's
just a
ass.
minute.
That's not
That's-
ass.
That's
Okay.
Henry Cavill. Shh.
Fine.
I have to read a super chat from last Friday. Got an email. So hey, I answer my emails. I take care of stuff. I also have an Xray girl now who can look it up. This
Did you just say?
email-
Did you
I'm
say?
sorry.
It sounded like you said lick, didn't it?
Yeah. Did you say lick?
I might have. I don't know.
it up.
Freudian.
Lick. Yeah.
I meant to say look. Apologies,
Mm.
Mrs. Nerdrotic, and
Not a good look.
Well, it's only right now.
Sorry, Mark.
Not a good lick.
Yeah,
It's not a good. Speaking of that, lick that like button.
yeah.
Hey,
don't forget-
We need to get those numbers
Check,
up.
check the private chat.
oh, geez, what do I do now? Hang on.
Oh no!
I think
Again?
Did he do it all, Jeremy?
The channel's there, but his content's gone.
I think he did it. If you look at his Twitter,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So I saw him tweeting about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. We should. Why the
I'm
fuck
looking it
not?
up.
But so this is from Xray Girl. Could you put in? I'm sorry, I forgot the guy's name. I read this email 4 days ago, and I apologize. But he wanted, he really wanted us to hear the super chat, and I don't know how much it was for. I will go back and check, and I'll read it again on the Square Up. But we'll ask the question because he wanted. He says, please watch the new movie Lucky on Shudder. I would love to hear all of your takes on it. And does anybody have Shudder?
I used to.
But
No, yeah.
does anybody currently have Shudder?
I might.
No.
Anybody?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
The
you do?
coordinator, who only has cable. He has it.
Yeah.
Well, I like the idea. Shudder was cool at first. I liked
Your
it. Was
favorite
just,
movie, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my wife likes horror movies, so she has it. Yeah.
That
So
was Brian Ward. Brian Ward said that.
Brian Ward, thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate it. He wanted us to. Has anybody seen Lucky or heard of Lucky? I don't feel like it.
That's a negative.
No. Okay, but
There's a three-legged dog in my neighborhood called Lucky. I'm not sure why he had that name, but
I feel lucky. That's me trying to watch something on Netflix.
or Pornhub. George Moyle for $500. Moyo. Duvernay.
Just
right?
Moyo Duvernay.
I'm really glad that you guys drew my name for the super chats tonight. This is going to be real popular. This is great.
Wait, you guys draw names? What's going on?
Hey,
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, we
publicly.
did before you arrived, though.
Oh,
Keith.
I was backstage.
Again. I miss it every time.
Yeah,
Every
don't
name
tell-
in the hat's Gary.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's hey Gary.
13
Okay,
times in a row. Something's up.
Your
I know,
luck's
it's
just gonna
crazy.
change one
Lucky
week.
man.
I'm feeling lucky today. I am. I changed my mind. Tom King and Duvernay are prime example of Hollywood's progression from hiring once in a lifetime talent to your accountant's cousin just to square a debt. These hacks are bots for 24-hour news cycles, slogans to push a dying brand into the coffin and get invited to a cocktail party. Wishing you all the best from Tejas. Hail GNC. Hail Nerdrotic. Hail. And yeah,
George is the man.
Didn't Tom talk? I think I was talking to somebody about that. I think that's pretty much true. That's why these directors, they don't really have any real power. They're just there for a headline, and everything else is handled behind the scenes. At least with Marvel and these big studios.
Jack Schaefer came out and reaffirmed something that there was a female director who did not take the Captain Marvel job. An article came out 2 years ago, and she said, "Hey, I don't want the job because I'm not directing anything."
Didn't Patty Jenkins have the same issue with
Wonder Woman.
Thor?
Or
Thor
Thor.
2, but she was fired. Yeah, because she wanted to direct like the fight scenes, and they don't touch that. They just direct the actors, and the director for Captain Marvel needed another guy to come in. So Jack Schaefer came out and said in an article, this you can find it in Bounding in the Comics, she's like, yeah, I didn't even come up with the sitcom idea for WandaVision, and I didn't like it very much, quite
That's
frankly.
actually kind of based that they came out and said that, though.
Yeah. Oh, I really appreciate her honesty, and she didn't know who Mephisto was until she did.
She was probably so dumb she didn't fucking realize the implications of what she was saying. So I'm not gonna give her too much credit.
There's no way she had a clue.
No. And when she comes out and says, like, I'm not going to adhere to any canon that I feel is going to be, this or white supremacy, which she thinks everything is. So she's not going to adhere to any canon. Look forward to that Black Widow movie, which is going to be garbage.
Does anybody give a shit about that movie anymore?
No.
Fuck no.
Not
I believe,
really.
No.
I believe that's why
No.
Scarlett Johansson is suddenly saying, "Yeah, people should really, stay out of politics and just stick to acting." When she was one of the people
He
on
was
the
doing the exact opposite like a year ago.
Yeah, maybe you
I'm
should
pretty
shut
sure
up.
she spoke at a Clinton event, and she was on the Avengers for Biden thing when that got everybody up in arms because Chris Pratt wasn't there.
And something about the Women's March too. She did that.
I'm sure she's got a pussy hat.
It's all playing the game now that the election's over. She's playing the game to appease both sides. ScarJo, darling,
You done played yourself.
But it's not going to work. You filmed 7 years too late. It's probably just going to be fucking shit. Why do we care? You're dead. So what's the fucking point in the movie in the first place?
It should have came out before Endgame.
Oh yeah, and we all know
Easy,
So get Drew Goddard, who conceived Daredevil season 1, make it a hard rated R, fucking violent as hell. Everybody would love it.
Have her show
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't think she's dead. That's part of the reason.
This should be the Budapest story with her and Hawkeye. That's what her movie should have been.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that was so far ago, like nobody knows what that is.
But they didn't want to. It wasn't in the plans because they didn't want to do a female movie until Wonder Woman.
It was,
and then when they saw Wonder Woman
incident, it was the Budapest incident. I want to see
the Budapest. Oh my god!
And then they saw DC make almost $1 billion with Wonder Woman, and then they came out and decided they were going to do Captain Marvel. That's what I think happened.
They freaked out. I was just that's going to be in my video, Ryan. I went back and looked up some articles and some Reddit threads and some questions that were asked of Kevin Feige right after Wonder Woman came out, and it was constant. It was, when is Marvel going to come out with a female solo, movie? And Kevin's like, well, we have a strong set of characters that we don't own half of. No, they were scrambling, and that's what they've been doing.
Had to get rid of Perlmutter.
Captain Marvel was on the plan since like 2014 when they announced Black Panther. I remember seeing that on the board.
If you read Bob Iger's book, he flat out tells you how Captain Marvel came to be. Bob Iger saw the character in the Marvel Bible or whatever, went to Kevin Feige about it. Feige said, "Oh, that's great. I've been wanting to do Black Panther for years too, but Perlmutter says black people and girls don't sell toy figures." So he said no. So then they got rid of Perlmutter, and that's how that all happened. And he says that straight up.
They still don't buy toys. Just to be honest with you.
And I will say that I don't buy that entire story.
Oh no, of course it's the political version.
To throw Perlmutter, who is
just call him a racist.
They flat out call him a racist in the book. Yes.
Kevin Feige came, and he's a board member at fucking Disney. So Kevin Feige, a producer, defeated a board member who was a famous recluse. So he knows the guy won't give interviews. He doesn't even like having his picture.
Can't defend himself.
So he won't defend himself, but he's incredibly weird and powerful, and he kind of let Marvel do what they want. But no, he wasn't wrong.
Look at the dollar store. If you go, we have these stores out here called like 413 North or something. It's like a dollar store. It's all, honestly, it's all Captain Marvel and Black Panther figures.
Liquidation is what it is.
It's all, not to say I'm sure there are other like Star Wars characters that didn't sell too. But I mean, like, yeah.
Hey,
but like,
there is a female character that does sell. There is a female character.
There you go.
It's true.
But
that's
think about
$75
thick ass
right
woman.
Look at Captain Marvel. Her costume is a lot like Wonder Woman, so that's probably why they gravitated towards her mainly. Yeah,
she did get, and in Bree's defense here, she got boned on those figures. They all look terrible.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, they're really bad. I don't know if kids care about that or not, but like certainly collectors would.
I wish I took a picture.
I cared when I was a kid.
I saw
one a kid with the googly eyes and stuff.
They can't.
I don't think there's a single child that wants
They've
that.
never been able to make female action figures, and it's because I'm sure it's pure sexism, or that they just don't have the practice, or I don't know, but they've never been able to do it. It's some of the Marvel fucking Toy Biz, like the Toy Biz Electra that's got
toy in it,
going fucking like practically to her ears, is with 90 points of articulation. Yeah, see,
well, if you're dealing with unless you're dealing with hot toys, like your basic toys, your basic action figures today are fucking, for the past 10, 15 years, they've been terrible. I mean, growing up with the 3 3/4 G.I. Joe figures, you look at those female characters, they're great. But these
Having
are
kids trying to buy toys, I'm like, I don't want to spend $20 on
sadly-
a toy that looks like that. It looks like crap.
Yeah,
The
price
quickest
is
way to-
probably a thing too, because I feel like
Yeah,
GI
they're
Joes
so
were like
expensive.
$3 when I was a kid, maybe $2
Yeah.
or $3.
yeah.
They were
Now they're like,
They were
what,
solid.
14, 15?
They're
were
10 at
Like,
least.
they're like
Yeah,
$5
8
from what I
10.
remember.
the average
Yeah.
figure is like $10 now. Yeah.
State the
Yeah.
obvious. Wonder Woman succeeded because she had been around for decades. She was.
She should have had a movie 30, 40 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
This was the first time she was live action. She is the fucking female Captain America and Superman. She's part of the DC Holy Trinity, and Marvel doesn't have that and never will.
And they
Uh,
blew it with the second film. They,
Gary,
they-
they do have the Holy Trinity. Thank you very much. Monica Rambeau, Scarlet Witch,
Crazy.
Captain Marvel.
There you go, Az.
All women of
Henry Cavill, sorry.
undisclosed power, unknown power, but they are the bestest ever.
And vaguely villainous, but
Yeah.
never talked
I-
about
can
that.
they actually
Yeah.
inherited. They inherited a lot of
you're
strong
right.
female,
Yeah.
a lot of strong females from the X-Men universe.
I was just gonna
Yeah.
But
say
they're
yeah.
years away from like Jean Grey. You know,
Jean Grey, Storm,
Storm,
Rogue.
The
Yep.
most popular
Yep.
female
Yep.
characters in Marvel are on the X-Men.
Yeah, they're all
Yes.
couldn't use.
yeah.
And
But now
where
they're
was all
years
the
away.
outrage? Where was all the outrage at the Bryan Singer X-Men movies about these characters? There wasn't, because they were great.
Yeah.
They were
Well,
great
I also-
characters. They're well written and well done.
for the most part. Yeah.
But it's been done. So you're right. It's years away before you can reestablish these characters.
Yeah.
They've done Dark Phoenix twice now, and they fucked it up both times.
They're gonna do it again. You know they're gonna do it again.
Yeah, but like,
Don't do it
the
again. But
Normies are not. They're going to go. We've seen this already, and
Yep.
yeah, don't get Sophie Turner. I mean, Sophie Turner is
Woof. Woof. That was bad.
very good actress.
Dude, she's pregnant. It's okay. She's pregnant.
Don't talk about it.
She found herself a man to take care of her the rest of her career. Because
Joe Jonas, right?
Jonas brother.
Yeah, he's a Jonas brother. The mouse finally
She
let
pretty
him.
though. She
locked
cute.
it down.
Not bad.
He was a good Sansa Stark, I guess.
Yeah.
Nobody was
She
particularly
plays
good on
stupid
that.
girl very well.
No,
Yeah. Yeah.
not really. But yeah, no, Marvel's screwed. I would say the most it's hard to say what who the most popular female Marvel character is. It's not Jean Grey. I don't think
I'd argue it's probably Storm.
I think I would say Storm or Rogue.
Storm,
I always
I'd
thought
say
Rogue.
Rogue.
Rogue always came off as the most popular to me. Rogue.
Probably
I
between
always
from
Rogue
the
like
and
Rogue.
cartoon.
She's hot.
Yeah,
Cartoon,
yeah.
she's initially
She got
hot,
that
yeah.
gray in her hair, like
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
and that like leather jacket.
She's great in
Oh,
that era. That '90s cartoon was one of the best.
The
best.
Like,
Totally
X-Men.
was. Yeah.
Like,
The best.
Opening
still-
theme is still the most iconic theme ever.
Yeah, and they had
Yeah.
that chick who's like playing it on the cello and like all that. You ever see that video that went viral of like she's like a musician and she records all the parts of the song,
That
like
was great.
that, and
Oh,
that
yeah,
show doesn't get that video doesn't go viral if people didn't love that
Ooh,
show.
yeah. She-Hulk.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Mystique.
Yeah.
I'm reading
Mystique's
chat.
one.
She-Hulk.
Mystique.
Well, yeah, not now. Not the
Classic
new She-Hulk.
She-Hulk, not the new
Classic.
one.
Bombshell She-Hulk.
Ben-
We're talking about.
Ben
Go
She-
for
I
it.
mean,
She-Hulk,
if you just
yeah.
if
The
you just go
green
back and
legs.
look, and I think we've made this point before, but like you hear this whole nonsense about diversity and representation. That's what the X-Men were in the '90s.
Yeah.
That is the definition of your diversity and representation. And now you're trying to move away from that, and
Well,
that's
they
what's so
they were
frustrating
like
about it.
they were like the standard picture inside of a photo frame that you buy at the store. Like they were perfectly diverse in an unironic, unforced
That
way.
was the 90s.
Yeah,
yeah.
The 90s was all the same stuff. Just we're doing all of the 90s things again as if the 90s
worse.
never happened. But way,
but
way
worse.
worse.
We're pretending the 90s didn't
Right.
happen, right?
Pretending it
this
never
is the
happened.
first time anyone's ever done this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Fresh
Like,
Prince of Bel-Air never happened. Family
Right, Black
Matters didn't
Panther.
happen.
Black Panther was the first, superhero movie ever with a black person. Blade,
Right,
didn't
yeah,
exist.
Blade never happened.
Yeah.
Right.
Meteor
Hey,
Man was still there. What about Meteor Man?
Meteor Man,
What
Blank
about
Man.
Shaq and Steel?
That's what I was gonna say.
Steel.
Come on, Shaq.
Shaq
You
and
know what it's all
Spawn.
about.
Everybody forgets
Iron Steel.
That's why they haven't done
Henry
it.
Irons.
That's why they haven't done a Steel movie, because Shaq is just, there's just no one that can step into the role like that.
And the thing about the Blade movies were really beloved as well. People
Fucking
forget
great.
about it.
Absolutely.
Not so much, but the
Fantastic.
first two,
Except for the
yeah.
third
Yeah, the
one.
first
but
two.
hey,
Yeah.
first two.
Hey, Gary, Jeremy, got to dip, got to bounce.
Are you
Oh,
talking about yourself in the third person again?
Yeah. Thanks for having me on, everyone. I gotta go eat some dinner. You guys obviously keep up the great work.
So I will try.
And fuck drunk 3PO.
That was good.
That is going to shatter him. That is
going to be in the chat.
A video. Yeah.
He's probably going to message me right now.
Going
what?
To destroy him.
I heard y'all were talking about me.
You know what I love is when they say like, "Oh, all your guys."
3PS.
Go ahead, Garrett. Go ahead.
No, screw you.
No, I love it.
No, I'm just kidding. I love you, Tom.
I love you.
Oh, that was good. I'm waiting for Sam to open the chat.
Here.
Oh, that was good. Man, I want to watch old school X-Men now. That's all I want to do.
I know. I got the theme song stuck in my head.
Thinking
that
about it right now.
cartoon, along with Batman and Justice League, like kept comic books going maybe longer than they should have. The cartoon made more X-Men fans than the actual fucking comic book did. It was. I got an echo, by the way, folks. I don't know which one it is, but I'm getting a strong echo. So I love the cartoon, and I wish they would just go back to that, to like loosely adapt. It wasn't even loose. They just did the best they could to adapt storylines from the actual comics, and then they tried to draw it as close as possible to the actual comics, and it just captured an entire generation of kids. And I made a ton of money off it at comic shops. And then, of course, you know, when Marvel gets a hold of the X-Men, and I promise you this is going to happen, this isn't a surprise, and I'm not the only one who said it, they're not going to look at all like the X-Men. They might not even be called the fucking X-Men.
They're not going to be called the X-Men. They're not.
I've been telling people this for a while now. They were told, what was it, like almost a year and a half, a year ago, that they could only refer to the X-Men around the office as the mutants.
The mutants.
The X-Men was too
Xavier's going to be a woman. I'm calling it. Xavier is going to be a woman.
When is somebody just going to walk in, right? Fucking slap a bitch across the face and just go, "Stop it!"
Like a dog. No.
Stop it. Yeah.
No.
When
bad
it's over.
Stories.
I mean,
bad stories.
We're heading into an era that's going to be not unlike what it was like when we were kids. It's like, man,
I think it's good for us.
Silver Surfer in a movie. Oh, that'll never happen, but it would be nice because we're never going to see it ever fucking again. Henry Cavill was probably in his last Superman movie, unless somebody grows a brain at Warner Brothers or fucking AT&T.
No, AT&T, that's where it's got to happen, not Warner. Warner's fucked.
He's got a little bit of hope.
I think it is good for us. It's like in a forest. It's like when a forest has a forest fire because they didn't do the proper like stamping down. They got to do pre-lights and burn the stuff away. Right now in the Hollywood area, we've got too much clutter, and it needs to get burned away, or else we're gonna have a forest fire, and then we can flourish. So we need it all burned down, and then 10, 15 years later, exactly. We just got to keep that forest fire going. Just keep it going.
There's a lot of rumors and rumblings going on right now with DC. Well, not DC, but with AT&T and Warner Media specifically. Warner Brothers already came out. They were ready to just shit on the Snyderverse, be like, all right, hey, we're done with it. Bye-bye. Literally, they gave an interview. I think the interview was recorded on the Saturday after the Thursday that it was released with Ann Sarnoff, where she said, yeah, we're done with that shit. We're just over it. That was ready to come out on a Monday when they should have been building up hype, but they don't want to do that. Warner Media, however, does. Dwayne Johnson, a lot of people are saying and reporting that he really wants to have his Black Adam universe.
Did you see his tweet today? Did you see his tweet today?
No, I didn't. What he put up today?
Pretty sure Rock sent a tweet out earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
Well, as Ryan was probably about to say, him and certain somebody share the same agent.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Like he's wanted Henry Cavill forever. I didn't see anything that stood out to me.
I could have swore he said something else that restore the Snyderverse.
The Rock is fucking. He's full testosterone. This guy.
My bad.
This guy fucking loves his action films. This guy is the guy that went to Hollywood, went and said, I'm going to play the Hollywood game. Lost all his muscle mass pretty much, so he could fit in and become an actor and get regular roles and all that kind of stuff. And then went, you know what? Fuck it. That's not me. I fucking love my gym rat. I love being fucking huge. And then he just got himself massive again. And now he's the biggest fucking superstar on the planet. And everyone wants a piece of The Rock. And if you want to turn The Rock down from saying, I want Henry Cavill, I want Black Adam versus Superman, or I want, Black Adam and all others in Justice League versus the Justice League, and you want to turn that fucking down, you are mental. Absolutely fucking mental. Yeah. This guy is box office money. Even a shitty movie that he's in will make money. Big money.
Yeah,
Jeez,
and reportedly in the next week or so, there is supposed to be a very big meeting with the important people at AT&T and Warner Media and Warner Brothers, and Snyder and his camp are going to make their pitch. Reportedly, Justice League would be a series potentially on HBO Max, and they're looking at restoring the Snyderverse. They have all the analytics and all these things to back them up, and they're going to make their pitch. And it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter what fucks like Walter Hamada say or the fucking Toby Emmerich. It's going to be the people who are actually in charge of the money and that control HBO Max.
Yeah,
so we'll see what happens.
That's similar to what I've been hearing.
These legacy people at Warner, I think it's fucking obvious. I think Warner Brothers, AT&T has made it absolutely clear that like your shit needs to succeed or you're gone. So they're going to give them enough rope to hang themselves. Like, all right, you want to stop this Snyder Cut thing? Your next movie better be a fucking hit. And I think they're pretty confident with Batman, right? I wouldn't be, but they are, and that's fine. It doesn't look like it's the worst of it. Believe me, it's no ton of
Warner is confident with, and I don't know about AT&T.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay,
so
yeah.
The Flash movie, Michael Keaton's like, I don't know about this. I haven't really read the script.
I don't think there is a script yet, Ryan. I think that's the problem.
No, he said that he has.
They went back to rewrites, though. Remember, they had to because Ray Fisher's gone.
Well, I'm saying Michael Keaton says that he has a script that they sent him that he hasn't even looked at because he doesn't know if he wants to do it.
Oh, okay.
That's what he said in an interview
like
2 weeks ago. These are the people who at DC Fandom, they put out this stuff. They're like, hey, Flash is going to meet Keaton's Batman. They've been talking about it like it's for sure going to happen. And Keaton's like, I'd be lying if I told you I was committed. It's like, what the fuck is going on over there?
If you want to do the multiverse, right? If Keaton doesn't want to appear in that film, fine. But approach the man and say, will you reprise your role as Bruce Wayne and get Terry McGinnis in the fucking Batcave with him and make Batman Beyond? Because
that would be fantastic.
That's what I heard they want to do.
He's scared of the coof. He gave his reason. He's like, I'm afraid to get the coof. That was his right. I mean, it's like he's on his 18-acre estate, right, Ryan? Wrong, but he's on his 18-acre estate or some size, saying, "I'm afraid of the coof."
He's just hanging out at Wayne Manor.
That ain't
DC.
Bruce. That ain't
DC is such a complete disaster. I mean, you've got like I've watched the first 2 episodes of Superman and Lois, and I loved both of them. I hear it was still good, but I'm worried because I'm scared to death. It's gonna be like I haven't seen any elements of that show that make me feel like they're gonna go in that direction. But I do know the CW, and so I'm just worried. But go ahead.
They fucked it by putting Supergirl in its time slot.
Yeah,
but it went down. Half a million viewers got lost.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. I mean, you've got different visions just within the CW DC element where you've got like this amazing Superman, and then you've got like a woke Batwoman, this terrible Supergirl, and then you've got this whole thing with the Snyder Cut. Then you've got the Robert Pattinson stuff. You got Joaquin Phoenix's Joker out there.
It's like, so confusing.
It's so fucking crazy. It's absolutely insane. And at the end of the day, like, again, I personally, like I said, I don't want more Snyderverse personally, but for the fan standpoint, I think it deserves it. I think the fans have shown that it deserves it. The fan support, the fan reaction, it deserves it. And whether it's going to happen, I don't know. I don't follow it closely enough. Ryan has more knowledge on that than me, but I support it moving forward because the fans have proven that they want it. And but we'll see. But it's just DC's a fucking mess.
I think that like all you really need to know, if you don't know anything about this fucking corporation, and all you know is that they've been struggling for a little while. Their past few movies really have not had any critical or audience success
outside of Joker.
Right, yeah. Outside of Joker, which they
That
were
was,
basically
like-
not involved
Which
in.
was an
Yeah, they
accident.
didn't want to make happen either.
Exactly. That the
And
Snyder
Joker
Cut comes
wasn't
out.
actually a Joker movie. It was a script turned into a Joker movie.
Yeah.
The Snyder Cut comes out. Critics are okay on it, especially in regards to a Zack Snyder movie. Audiences, far and away, really enjoyed it. Even if they're not in love with it, even if they weren't fans before, they looked at that movie, they're like, I like this. Fans are asking and begging for more. You've got these massive trend events, breaking Avengers Endgame records, and literally days after it releases. You don't even have to say anything. You just say, like, oh, I don't know. We'll see what happens in the future. No, they say, we're fucking done with it. It's like, how
it's
fucking dumb can you be?
I mean, yeah, there's two things. You're right, Ryan. I think there's actually two things you can define them by. That decision, which is equally as dumb as giving Jar Jar Abrams $500 million. Everybody should be fired.
Yikes.
Associated with that.
We've seen his first decision, so yeah.
Yeah, well,
easy fucking code.
You're right. That's the first public decision. I
Yeah.
fully believe that his plan has already been part of Wonder Woman 1984. Maybe even some of the Justice League. Who knows? Definitely, for sure, for Xray. This plan, according to Ann Snoroff, is in place, and she felt confident enough to show it to Zack Snyder. Listen, you can fuck Zack Snyder for what he said, but I still, his movie has made a lot of people happy, and it's one of the few things out there for that. What Ryan just brought up that people are clamoring for. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of entertainment, but the last thing people were clamoring for was fucking Luke Skywalker's digital face at the end of a TV show. There's been no excitement from Hollywood at all, and the Snyder Cut provided that excitement, and to fucking put water on it immediately is just so Warner Brothers. It's so Warner Brothers.
It's so bitter. Casting announcements. Oh, hey, by the way, just days after, we're going to announce a Flash casting announcement. No one gave a fuck. Oh, so then we're going to announce just hours later. They never do this shit. Just hours later, they leaked the Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate casting announcement to try to get people hyped. Then they released the Suicide Squad trailer. Keep in mind, the Suicide Squad trailer in 24 hours on Warner Brothers YouTube channel, which has like over 10 million subscribers, got like 450,000 views.
That's it.
The Snyder Cut trailer. Yeah, the Snyder Cut trailer, first 24 hours on HBO Max, which had 50,000 subscribers or something at the time. Something stupid because no one cared. 10 million.
Yeah.
Come the fuck on,
Nice.
man.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but you talk about Star Wars and Luke's digital face, and you were talking about the positive response to Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then Warner Brothers coming out and saying we're done with it. And what's the thing that both of those have in common? Massive fan positivity reactions to them. And the companies who are meant to be producing content for these people couldn't get a stronger signal about what they want. And they turn around and Pablo Hidalgo turns around, starts taking the piss out of people. Then Gina Carano gets absolutely fucking just played and got rid of. Then we're back to alt-right fucking rewind Ripley fucking shite that's going on. And Warner Brothers, who are desperate for a hit, have got the biggest indication about what people want. And then they turn around and go, well, we don't want it. So you can't fucking blame fans. You can't blame your audience when you're the people who are getting the signal saying this is what we want. And you turn around and go, we're going to do something else.
It's because we're wanting the wrong thing as you don't get it.
Exactly. That's how they can blame the fans.
That's what that whole THR article is about. That's what all that stuff is the fact that AT&T made sure that we got the Snyder Cut was the wrong move. It empowered the toxic fandom.
Yep.
They've been running with that narrative for so long. And it's like, no, you've given the fans what they want. They're going to show up. They're going to give you their money.
Yeah, change the word toxic to paying.
Exactly.
And change the word fan to customer, because that's what we are, paying customers. And your customers are telling you what you want, and you, in your obstinance and stupidity, are saying, no, we're going to give you racist Superman. We're going to give you racist Superman. We're going to give you woke fucking lecturing, matriarchal, browbeating, new gods. Oh, wait, now fuck, it's all over anyway.
All I gotta say is good. Let them. I want them to waste the fucking money.
That woman, I couldn't be happier now, comics, that it got a third season. I am ecstatic it's got a third season.
It's like on one hand it sucks, and on the other hand it's like, oh,
You want some
entertainment, I guess.
insight as to what Ta-Nehisi Coates' Superman is going to look like. Watchmen on HBO. Just think of Watchmen.
Oh yeah,
Fucking
exactly.
thing. It'll be it'll just be a PG version. Vigilante Renegade for $100. Thank you. Hail to many of my favorite folks on YouTube: Gary, Jeremy, Az, Quarter Black, Quartering, Jeremy, Ryan, quartering Jeremy. Sorry, not Jeremy. Ryan Comics. Hail from us small-time YouTubers, up and coming. Stop self-labeling with small. That is small think. Okay. Up and coming. To our amazing YouTube heroes, God bless and all my best this Easter weekend. Oh yeah, happy Easter, everyone.
Yeah.
Keep all the inspirational work and the good fight. And thank you. We will keep it up. Valiant. I said Vigilante, right? Sorry. Valiant Renegade. My apologies. Keep also
Vigilante Williamson mixed up.
Well, you know, I'm kicked out of 3 high schools, dude. It's legit.
Only 3?
Only 3. San Diego, Sunset, and Carlsbad. So that's not a joke. I was forcibly
pretty impressive, actually.
I was taken out of 1 in handcuffs. So
dude, you like making
after I punched the fucking long story. So yes, we'll keep this up, and you keep it up. Keep making the content. Keep weaving your way through the maze that is the ever-changing rules of fucking YouTube. And keep bringing that common sense, because we fucking need it, dude. And common sense breaks false narratives. That's what it does. That's why Gina was dangerous. Gina is extremely dangerous to Disney, because she is a stigma on their brand now. They are completely fucked. That will be a stain on their brand forever, right along with the concentration camps, right along with shrinking Finn on the poster. Can't erase this shit. Yep. This is what people think of.
Black Panther.
Yeah, I mean, when you go down the identity politics rabbit hole and you want to start calling people racist and sexist, and then there's actually evidence of you, shrinking Finn down on a poster to keep your overlords happy.
The skeletons in your closet.
Yeah, those are the things that will be used against you.
John Boyega got racist attacks, you guys.
Yeah.
According to the Hollywood Reporter, you are incorrect.
From Disney. It's called
from Disney? China, maybe?
I know, right?
Yeah. Disney.
And did you know Falcon and Winter Soldier was the watch premiere on Disney Plus, according to Disney?
They're lying their ass off too.
I'm sure it was,
because WandaVision did better.
Anything according to Disney is bullshit.
Bullshit.
Well, I mean, if you go back to the Force Awakens, the movie broke every record known to the box office. It did all of these things, and then the narrative they pushed this narrative that there was racist and sexist attacks. There was like 3 people on Twitter that said something, and they turned that into like this narrative of like the racism. Fans rejected it because it had a female lead. No, motherfucker, it made $2 billion. It made $2 billion. It made $1 billion in the United States alone. And you found a couple of tweets from a couple of people that said something horrible, and you spun that into a narrative. It's like facts are irrelevant with these people. They're just irrelevant.
There's like a study. Somebody did an actual study and like submitted it, and that breaks down where all of that came from. And it finds that there's literally like 3 people that were actually tweeting racist shit about John Boyega, had effectively no interaction, got fucking ratioed, the ones that did have interaction. And nearly all of it was from people that were extremely ignorant about stormtroopers. That's where all of the attention about Black Stormtrooper got put in there, because people are like, how is there a black clone? This doesn't make any sense. Just people that are too dumb to fucking understand that they weren't all clones. They weren't even clones.
Well, the clones aren't even white.
Yeah.
The clones are like...
And you're forgetting one group, though,
Samoan.
Ryan. You're forgetting the one group of people who did actually attack Boyega. Raylos.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking Raylos.
Yeah.
Raylos are weird.
That's
true.
Raylos are weird.
Money.
Solo did lose money. You guys see Chris? You guys see Krista troll me yesterday on Twitter with that, where she said, guys, I'm back on Twitter. And she's like, Solo made money. Raylos are not weird. I love Lucasfilm. I love Naughty Dog. And she changed her profile picture to me and everything. And everybody's like, what the?
my
fantastic.
God.
As proud as I was of my April Fool's tweets, fucking Gina Carano.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Boss level.
I
The
love you,
fucking
Gina.
day. And yeah, she leveled
good.
up as a celebrity. I'm sorry, I wanted to bring this up while Jeremy from the quartering was here. She is the new celebrity. She is the new rock star. This is what you need to be. You don't need to act in very much. You need to have a following. So you need to be an amalgamation of somebody who's in a TV show or a film, or someone who is a internet celebrity with actual followers on Instagram, maybe multiple platforms. This is it. This is your new celebrity, and she is killing fucking everybody. She's fucking Elvis right now to a lot of people, including me, for this fucking tweet. If you didn't see it, and I'm trying to pull it up, and
Baller,
holy
dude.
shit, this needs to be a shirt. No, this is absolute balls. This is like, I don't give a fuck. This is the most
Yep.
punk rock thing ever.
Hell
Everybody
yeah.
in Hollywood is a fucking kneeler compared to Gina Carano. You're just weak little kneelers until you fucking stand
Sheep.
up and do something. She is sheep. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Rockstar Gina.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It's
So good.
awesome. That is so good.
Thanks, Bob.
It is so weird that there is actually a picture of Bob Iger with just a plain black shirt on out there. It's like, what the fuck? Is motherfucker wake up like and just walk out the door with a name tag? Like, I don't understand why he was wearing a plain black shirt.
You know what he's
I
thinking?
do not encourage anybody look that picture up and create your own Bob Iger Disney memes. I wholeheartedly do not
Yeah.
endorse
My
that
question
at
is,
all.
where the fuck was he at that he needed a goddamn name tag? That's my question.
What the weatherman was thinking right at this moment. I love lamp.
Oh,
I love Lamp.
Lamp.
Well, Tom,
Jared.
he needed that name tag, you see, because he didn't know based off the stock
I'm
whether or not he was the
Bob
CEO that
Iger.
week or his passing
He's like, oh yeah, I'm still Bob Iger.
Are we doing bad? I passed it over to the other Bob.
Yes, exactly. The
has
in
the
and
company
out,
gone under yet?
JPEGs
Is it
in
safe to
chat.
come out?
not in the good way. I just fucking lost what I needed to go. So somebody vamp for a second while I bring this all the
He's
way
just
back
like
up.
waiting and waiting for it to
Odin's
go
not
under.
here.
I can't find it.
yeah.
I can't find it.
Yeah. We have no
I've
Odin.
lost
Odin's
it.
not here
Well,
because of
I-
Easter.
I don't know what I'm doing here. Where am I? Where am I in Texas? I don't know.
If you're gonna play in Texas,
And Antonio, is that in Mexico? Am I in
well, I
Mexico?
have a
Right?
fiddle.
That
and a
sounds
band.
Spanish.
By the way, I hope you're enjoying our pollen season.
I'm waiting
yeah,
for
just
Twitter. I'm waiting for
soak it in.
Twitter to put. I'm waiting for Twitter to put the warning on this tweet. Remember how they've done that with
This
memes
tweet
in the
is
past?
disputed.
Yeah.
Fact checkers.
They've actually done that with memes in the past. It's like, oh my god.
This is a doctored photo.
I love when the
No
left
shit.
wing lunatics get out there and they go, I can't believe they've doctored this photo. They've turned memes into some horrible thing. They're like, this is obviously fake. We're like, we know.
No shit.
Not half
Yeah.
as fake as
Yeah.
your outrage, darling. Not half as fake as
I've
that.
been on the internet for almost 20 years. I've learned to question every picture I see before I believe it is true.
Well, you saw the tweet. You saw the tweet that I put for responding to what's his name, right? The Red Letter Media guy. It's a picture of Abraham Lincoln, and it says the problem with quotes found on the internet is that they are often not true. Abraham Lincoln.
That's the best response.
That is the
that
best
was-
before, but I didn't see your response.
That was more professional than mine, Jeremy. I wrote, you have to be a room temperature IQ, Velcro shoe wearing, dense motherfucker to think that this pile of dog shit equates to proper citation and statistical analysis. I guess
That's
that makes you their target
But when-
audience.
But when you
That's
but Ryan, when you go in already wanting to believe, that's
Yeah.
the battle already
Well,
lost. They're wanting
the
to hear
event-
these things. They're wanting to believe that it's all a big alt-right conspiracy. These people are fucking mental. Right, and we've said time and again, right? This isn't the left and the right. This isn't how we should view it. We should always view it as a circle. And that's the alt-right, and that's the alt-fucking left right now. And they are the same. That is the face, not a fucking line. It's a circle. And they've gone so fucking crazy. And they're now there. One is full of hatred, and the other is full of virtue. Inverted commas. But they're both doing exactly the same thing. They're both racist. They're both bigoted, and that's all they want to see. They want to see everything through the lens of those ideologies. Whereas the lefts and the rights, who are moderate lefts, moderate rights, and centrists, we've all fallen down to the bottom.
Now here's the difference.
Down to the bottom of the ring,
difference is the far alt right are like some weirdos that nobody talks to and nobody even really knows anything that they're talking about. The alt left are fucking everybody in fucking Hollywood.
Ava DuVernay, yes.
Fucking Ta-Nehisi Coates, people that are in powerful areas. They're on the left. They're far left on the far hateful spectrum, and they're in positions of power. That's
why it's amplified, and that's the only reason why it's amplified. Because if they weren't, if it was a neutral playing ground where there were plenty of people on the left and plenty of people on the right, centrists, libertarians, egalitarians, whatever, then you would have a very broad spectrum, and you would get a small voice that would come out, a small minority of the far left. But because they're all in these positions of power now, and they run everything, then their silly voice, their stupid ideas are so amplified because it's going out through media, papers, news, film, TV, everything. And then you see what I mean, sorry, Scarlett, I love you and all that, but you're a dumb bitch. That's when you get the actors now playing the game, because when it suits them politically to align so that they can keep working, so that they can keep their jobs, so they can keep getting a fucking paycheck. And when that's over, after they've vilified half of the voting public in America, now it's all, let's all be friends.
People are saying that shit. Then they say that, but then under their breath, they're still calling us racist. And that's the problem with that circle that you're talking about. Is that's a glory hole, and we're all getting fucked.
Oh,
that's the problem. Like, I mean,
it's true. I mean, we've mentioned it before, but it's just like, again, the situation is there are people on the right that are extremists, and then people on the left. But the problem is these people on the left control all of the entertainment. They control sports. They control the media. That they have this megaphone, and they're holding our entertainment hostage due to their political nonsense.
Well, they're trying to make their agenda reality. They're like forcing everybody and strangling them into being like, no, the reality is what I believe it is.
It's right. It's the reason why they're trying to indoctrinate children these days, is so they can spread their ideology.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Hamill has no problem taking a stand against Georgia, but there's no stand against China, though. Yeah, exactly. Because that's just how they operate, and I'm so tired of them. Go ahead, Tom.
I was just gonna say, the big question we all get all the time from the chat is, how does this stuff make money? It doesn't. But what they're doing is what comics talks about all the time, and that is the shift of wealth in the nation. That's how they're covering this shit. Just like how they uncovered all this money all of a sudden that they didn't realize they had, stashed away for advertising.
Didn't realize
we had, because we hadn't released a movie in a fucking year.
Oh, look at this! There's a bank account with a lot of money in it.
Yeah, right after the bailout. Yep,
came out of nowhere.
Oh, look at that! There's $6 billion just laying over here.
The bailout? You mean after that bailout they got?
Exactly. Right after the bailout. Right after the bailout. Like 2-3 days after that.
The government should have said, get that fucking money back.
Yeah. We should have.
Quarter Black was talking about, a third of the theaters are going to be gone. The other third will be gone after that year, after this bubble bursts. And Jeremy was talking about, from the Quartering, was talking about, people who are afraid to go. You're already seeing it. Yeah, I mean, again, I was in Vegas, and it's pretty open, right? You can go into a pool. They're still practicing some social distancing, but it's pretty open, and it's going to take a while for people to warm up to it.
It's the media, though.
Well, of course, it's the media.
Yeah.
A lot of people,
because they're scaring you now. They're like, if you even have the shot, you still can't go out.
Well, yeah,
you see that girl on that lady. I'm sorry,
on
that lady on CNN.
Yeah.
Where she was like, we our time's closing. We need to tie reopening to getting vaccinated.
That was incredibly telling. Holy
insane!
Fuck.
Like, listen,
they think they own our freedom. Like, they don't own our freedom.
Like these
Yeah.
governors that are just opening up their states, there's going to be no incentive for us to vaccinate people. They really need to close it down because if you give these people their freedom, there will be no incentive to take the vaccine so that we can then give that back to them.
That's literally what they do. It's just like they. It's
What's
like
the carrot going to be?
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to bring the sports ball stuff into it, but what they did in Georgia is exactly what they're trying to do with the entertainment. They're trying to hold fandom hostage. And if you don't conform to their politics, they're going to take your, the thing that you're into away. It's what they're doing with movies. It's what they've done with video games. It's absolutely
exactly what they're doing.
insane.
I think what happened in Georgia with sports ball.
They canceled the All-Star game.
Well, they've been doing that every time
what-
Georgia does something.
Not
they
canceled.
pull out.
They're go ahead, Ryan. Go ahead.
What they're doing, it's not even like about the fans. Like it's about like holding a state. It's pressuring a state
The
to
economy.
change the
The
law.
economy. Yeah.
Right? Because it's saying what happened in Georgia. We all know the law that people are saying, oh, it's voter suppression. Yes, having hours in which you're open and showing an ID, that equates to voter suppression for some people. But regardless of any of that bullshit, there's been a lot of
we
pressure.
can't say their reasons for that, by the way, because that is actually racist, and we would sound racist for saying their reasoning for why that would be racist.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to say
it's pretty funny.
So, anyways,
Yeah.
Sorry, Ryan. Go ahead.
That's right. So that's what they've been pushing, and the politician Joe Biden himself requested that Major League Baseball move the All-Star game, and they did it today. They moved the All-Star game in hopes that by moving the All-Star game, that they are going to force Georgia to change their law. We saw them do this in 2017, I believe, with the baseball. The NBA All-Star game got moved from Charlotte after the North Carolina bathroom bill happened. Like they're trying to use these huge corporate entities as pawns in a political system. They are putting politics.
Well, that's how they're going to enforce
sport.
this nonsense that the government can't do. They're going to be using companies to do it. It's how we'll get social credit.
Hollywood will do it next because Georgia. There's a lot of
look,
shooting films and stuff in Georgia.
Yeah, and again, this is to me, it's just what they have hijacked Star Wars. Because Star Wars is the biggest of all of these, geek properties, and they've just hijacked it to push their politics into it. And they have decided that if you're going to reject it, you're going to be labeled this, that, or the other. And you have dumbass people like Jack from, Jack Packard, who's just, retweeting this nonsensical article without doing any research whatsoever, and then continuing the lie. This was an account that had 200 followers, Ryan, when it first when we were first aware of that rewriting Ripley, like 200 followers at the time. And then suddenly you're getting Lucasfilm employees that are retweeting this and just and the way that they're presenting it, it's like, oh, wow, this is very scary. It's like that they're adding to it. It's clearly something that within Lucasfilm, these people have discussed, and they want to give it a signal boost, and they're just holding fandom hostage for their politics.
Well, Gina even told us this, that there's people from the inside.
Jeremy, I don't think that's correct. I think they are just, that is fucking disgusting. That is fucking, I said I do not want to see people do that.
Such fucking low tier.
Jeremy, I don't necessarily think it's because of their politics. I'm sure it's because of the rejection of their politics. And there's a slightly different twinge on it, because people aren't going to watch The Last Jedi saying to themselves, I really want to know what current day political ideology is in my Space Wizard movie. No, they want to sit down and be entertained. So when those people want to sit down and be entertained, and then they get the trash that was something like The Last Jedi, they're rejecting it, not on political ideology. They're rejecting it because it was a shitty movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a shitty fucking movie that somebody who didn't give a shit about Star Wars, didn't give a shit about the lore, the continuity, the characters, the history, or anything like that. And that's what made them mad, because then they turned it into a political issue. Then they started to bring race into it with John Boyega, Rose Tico, and all of that. They were the ones who injected their ideology and their politics into it. Nobody who disliked it did.
No, I know that.
Moving.
I'm saying they're using the Hollywood people and the left are using their politics to hijack our entertainment, is what I'm saying. And then when the entertainment gets rejected, because yes, as I've said, The Last Jedi was rejected to be a bad movie, and then what happened after that was that they accused the fans of being racist and sexist for not liking their movie. And that's where the hijacking comes into place, where it's like, if you're going to reject our shitty movie, we're going to use political talking points to try to paint you this way because we're trying to push this new diversity quota into something that was already diverse. It was already diverse.
Kurtzman's already said that. Kurtzman has said that flat out right. There's some little bit of breaking news, I guess, about the Batman.
Oh.
In as much as it does kind of open the door for other things.
Oh man, I thought we were going to find out where the other drugs were going.
So I just shared that with you.
I just want to be cussed out by Christian Bale. That's all I ask.
Oh, good for you.
It's going to be set on Earth too, so this is not going to be the prime Batman.
Yeah, that's like not even fucking news.
Not really.
Like that's been out for
news.
No, that's been out for a while now. I'm surprised they're just running with that. At least,
what's
at least
Earth
that's
One? Snyderverse?
That is, unless it's being emphasized by somebody behind the scenes.
Snyderverse is considered the prime.
I bet this is a headline because they put that specifically in the article that Gary was reading earlier from Hollywood Reporter about New Gods getting canceled. I'm pretty sure they dropped like, hey, this Batman's set on Earth 2, but because maybe it's just been assumed, but I've been hearing that a long time. That it's kind of an Elseworlds tale, that it is Earth 2 Batman.
No, you're right, Ryan, but I'm just curious if maybe somebody from behind the scenes didn't push this out there.
Maybe.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, because yeah, you're right. As far as I know, too, like the same thing. It was supposed to be a Elseworlds kind of thing, but I'm curious, Gary. You never said what you heard.
I wasn't aware that this was meant to be Elseworlds. So this was meant to be Batman going forward, though. So if it's Batman going forward, it becomes
that's what Warner's wants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well,
my understanding, this was Batman going forward as well.
Yeah.
It is, but it's not set in it's not set with the Snyderverse. Yeah. Like that's the best way to rephrase it. But like with Wonder Woman and Aquaman and all these people, it was not set in that. It was a different.
Yeah, but when the latest iteration of a major character comes around, that then becomes the prime, because everything else behind it is now in the past. And with them saying that the Snyderverse was over, and this was going to be the Batman going forward, with Jar Jar, of course, doing his Ta-Nehisi Coates racist Superman to come. This was going to be, the prime universe going forward. But it does. But it opens, if they're going to have it on Earth too, then it opens up for alternative Batmans to run. So could we get a Bat flick at last?
That's what remember the Walter Hamada article for Vanity Fair that came out a long time ago mentioned that was when he dropped that Ben Affleck we're gonna have two iterations of Batman at the same time because they dropped Affleck in the Flash movie and this movie.
And Sarah repeated that recently when talking about her plan. She said they're gonna start basically doing one-offs that aren't part of a larger universe that could be. And Hamada said that, like you said in that article, over a year ago, and that's probably the plan they're sticking with. And it would make sense if they had, I don't know, a Henry Cavill Superman in production. It doesn't make sense after that. They're going to be doing a lot what Marvel's doing, but I think it's a good sign. Yes, Ava DuVernay, that I think it's a good sign that she got fired. This get woke, go broke shit is starting to affect them now.
God,
Marvel,
I hope so. I really do.
It's not affecting Marvel because, let's be real, the MCU's got a strong brand and it can ride on this shit for a little while. But Captain Marvel 2 is not making $1 billion at the box office. Not
not even close. not with the whole thing with the coup and the fact that it's not sandwiched between the two most biggest movies ever.
So
they will hide it on Disney Plus anyway.
Yeah, they will.
Everything, and they can hide a bunch of shit. You're right. They can hide a ton of shit on the streaming service for the time being. Even Amazon cancels TV shows, and they're $1 trillion company. They never came out with a Good Omens season 2, and they've axed a ton of projects. They put a limit on The Expanse, so they have limitless money in there. So this can only go for like another year. I think Jeremy from the Quartering is absolutely right.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Streaming service bubble is about to pop, and it's never going to be a bubble in the fucking first place. And it's a bunch of
more like a wet fart, probably.
As we've always been saying, it's going to come down to Netflix, Amazon, and then whoever wins between Disney and HBO Max.
Yeah.
That's what we've been saying for a while. The only one that's kind of a sleeper in this whole thing is Peacock. And that's because they've kind of come out and said, you know what? We're going to go with the old Hulu kind of thing. We're going to give people shit for free. Fuck it. You don't have to pay for it. You got to watch commercials, but you can watch it for free.
That's smart.
And they've done gangbusters on that. So, and they don't have a shit ton to offer, but you know what? I can't fault them for that. At least they give the free option, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's check out the NBC Universal stock. I wasn't.
Now you don't get everything on the free one, mind you, but you do get a good taste of what they have. So
if everybody who watched The Office every day on Netflix bought Peacock, they'd be fine. They'd be good to go for the rest of eternity.
Well, that's what they're hoping. They've got SNL there.
That's why everybody had Netflix in the first place.
Certain other things there that they're hoping that people will pick up on. Yeah.
Parks and Rec and Netflix. I probably watched through those 20 fucking times over the course of 8 years, wherever they were on Netflix for.
But it's going to turn into white noise. Even if you offer something for free, and if they're having to offer something for free now, that you can also look at that as a sign of absolute desperation because your streaming service fucking ate shit to begin with. Their stock looks steady. It's like what, 54.
They don't need to be a huge success though. They got Comcast. Their films are strong. They've got plenty of franchises. They're not out there buying up a bunch of shit like everybody else is. I mean, everybody forgets that about Comcast is they're huge.
Mm-hmm.
I figured they're
just
huge.
like AT&T. Yeah, just like AT&T, to where that unlike Disney, who was reliant on the parks for a constant stream of revenue.
All of these companies are huge. That's why there's fewer companies. But they still need to make money, and they're not going to be making it in the theater. And I don't think, Hollywood, of course, hasn't been upfront about how bad this is going to affect them. And I know, I hear you, audience. Nobody get good. Let it die. I get it. I get it. Thing is, it could get replaced by something worse, or hopefully we just get new forms of entertainment. I think I forgot who brought this up, and I want to give them credit, but they were right. Things are going to splinter, right? It's going to be
conservative Hollywood.
Yeah, it's going to be specialized entertainment a la carte. That's what people are going to go to. You're not going to see big franchises anymore. Disney could have never they never would have been able to create an MCU. Ever. You're seeing them systematically dismantle it. And the same goes for Star Wars. They bought these properties. They don't know what the fucking do with it because they won't understand fandom, and they keep bending the knee to the Access Media, which they partially own. So it's the same fucking company. And you see where the problem lies is they get the Access Media to go after fans to try to protect their material instead of maybe going, wait a minute, this isn't working. Maybe we should retool it like Sonic did, which was the simplest answer to absolutely everything. Is just.
But we know why they won't, because agenda is everything to them at this point.
Yes,
they use Sonic as an example too.
Yeah,
toxic.
Because that looked weak. It looked like you're kowtowing to the toxic fandoms that said a bunch of stuff on Twitter. You look weak. You can't look weak.
No, but you also had another.
It's the right thing to do.
That happened this week.
Just don't reply to them.
Exactly. Don't read Twitter. Get off of Twitter.
Just use it to say this movie's coming out on this date. And fucking leave it like that. That's all you have to do.
Don't have to respond. Exactly.
Yeah. Don't use it for analytics. Don't use it for your algorithms to figure out what type of franchise you want to make. Don't use Twitter for that. It's not reality. It's not real box office. It's not going to translate to box office numbers. It's not real. That's what we need.
Whoever told him that's a great
bullshit
bullshit artist, that's for sure.
Well, something else happened with the Snyderverse this week too, and I'm sure Ryan knows what I'm talking about. And that was Subway spoke up again, just like they did during the whole campaign. And that's another thing that makes a difference. That's a company getting behind this shit. That's somebody saying, look, we're more than willing to advertise if you give the fans what they want. You know, I'm sure that Subway would get behind some stuff like that. You could have the Snyderverse on HBO Max, brought to you in part by Subway. Like, how hard is that? I mean, come on.
Subway just, they were wishing that they were.
We've sucked all the pedos.
Yeah, that's right.
Subway's wishing that like they were one of those fucking buildings in Smallville that got crushed by like a Lex Luthor fucking truck or something.
Yeah. The IHOP,
7-Eleven paid more.
That could be us.
The 7-Eleven and the IHOP getting absolutely
paid more.
Smashed to pieces. Yeah. Yay! We got blowed up.
Yeah.
That's what we need is more of that. We need more of these companies to get behind the movements, though.
I'm so fascinated by like advertising and how much money people spend on ads. Obviously, we're on YouTube where ads are a huge part of everything. But I'm always shocked by like how much these companies just seeing a 7-Eleven in the background of Man of Steel, does that make me want, like, what does it do to my fucking brain? Because to me, I watch these Super Bowl commercials. Most of them want me to, like, never use that company ever fucking again. Like, because Super Bowl commercials are so fucking bad. And the idea that you spent $50 million on that blows
Well, it's like
my
back
mind.
in the day, they knew how to do it. It's like whenever Marty McFly picks up a Pepsi, you go, oh, I want to be cool like Marty McFly. Now they're like, fuck you, you're a fucking racist, you sexist piece of shit. Drink Coke.
Better.
Hey,
Drink Coke.
Ryan,
No, I'm not.
Did you catch the Dr. Pepper in Justice
In
League?
Suicide Squad? Or in
Justice League.
Oh, yeah. It was Mr. Pibb in Pibb in Suicide Squad.
In Suicide Squad, yep.
Yeah, but it's in Justice League Snyder Cut. There's a big, there's a Dr. Pepper branding moment.
You know, it's dumb.
Dr. Pepper? The Mercedes one was there, but
That's Suicide.
When he's putting his Cyborg's dad's putting him together, there's a big bottle of Dr. Pepper on the side.
Let me ask you.
Fucking lab.
You're like,
Let me ask you guys something. The guys that liked Justice League outside of Ryan, because I know his opinion on this, but did it make you like Man of Steel and BVS more after you liked Justice League? Did it change your opinions on those?
I hate it. I hate BVS.
I like them the same. I think they're
same. It didn't change.
I watch it at the same way I watch Ghost Rider: Spirit of Vengeance. I like seeing superheroes in action. I'm going to turn my brain off. But I think it's clearly the best thing Zack Snyder has done in the DCEU.
Yeah,
clearly.
Agreed.
And I think it shows that he was being, clipped at the knee every fucking time he went out there. And he got, I know him and Nolan are buds now, but he got throttled by Nolan initially because Nolan, made him, or somebody made him use people he wasn't normally working with.
Warner mandated that the movie had to be like Batman Begins. That's why they wanted Nolan on board. And then Nolan was basically there just running interference with John Peters.
Well, Nolan took the idea to them to start, though.
Yeah,
Nolan and what's his name are the reason that the idea even
his bro. Nolan wanted his brother to direct it.
No, it's what's his? I always forget his fucking name. The guy that did
Goyer.
David Goyer. David Goyer and Nolan
David
are the ones.
Goyer.
David Goyer and Nolan are the ones that came up with the whole concept, and Nolan took the idea to Warner Brothers. From there, I don't know what happened.
Nolan does get an executive producer credit on Justice League as well,
Does.
Yeah. We got one on Justice League too.
Justice League.
Well, that was part of the deal, just so they could attach his name to it and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, it's like I think that if the long form, the fact that it releases a 4-hour movie, I think it just does so much. It makes the movie is so. It's like a comic book that is broken up into those 6 parts. And it literally does feel like you're just taking your time stepping through this and letting these characters breathe. And with the mandates that you have to introduce all these characters to give us Avengers in the 3rd movie, there's no other way you can do it, like other than take your time with it like they did in this one.
It made me wish that the earlier movies were made like this movie was made. Like I wish the other movies had the time to flesh out their storylines like
they
this
had.
one did.
5 hours of footage and he was given complete creative freedom, and that could work a lot of times, especially with a Zack Snyder film, because he's an acquired taste for some in Hollywood, right? Because he's pretty fucking rock and roll. That's what his thing is. I think he's a much better Michael Bay. That's the way I see him, and I think he's an artist. I like how he does stuff, and I'd love to see his take on other DC stuff other than Superman. But I think he, because he's an eccentric guy, he's probably a little tough to deal with.
Yeah. 300 is like a perfect movie for him. That was really good. I liked the movie a lot.
Yeah.
Watchmen also.
300 stuff like that is perfect for his aesthetic.
Yeah.
Aesthetic. Yeah.
Yeah. I would just say, I'd rather I look at him just like Michael Bay. Like if they're touching pre-existing properties, I fucking hate it. And if they're doing their own thing, I can enjoy it. That's kind of how I look at it. So,
unless they're just following the blueprint like 300 or Watchmen.
Sucker Punch. It's pretty shit.
Yeah, it's kind of shit.
I think that like to me, like Warner Brothers obviously chased for so long that Marvel feeling to be like Marvel, and DC isn't like Marvel. They've never been necessarily like Marvel. There's been times where the companies tried to emulate each other for sure, but I think the idea of these people being fucking gods and having that godlike power. And like how they deal with that, I think it's interesting. That goes from Superman to Wonder Woman to Cyborg, even, and like the way that they're able to deal with those. I think it's interesting. I enjoy the takes and the way the stories are told. I hope that we get to see more of it, and we'll see. I think that
perfect cast.
Yeah,
got the perfect cast.
And I think that even despite everything, like the way you might feel about like Ray Fisher and everything that's been going on with that. Like Cyborg in this movie was pretty fucking good.
Oh yeah. You could see why he was mad his story got cut.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, so again, and
it improved all of the characters.
I feel like I'm gonna have to always qualify myself every time I talk about this movie. Just because I have to always qualify.
There's nothing wrong with
no.
that.
I did like it. I do like it. But it was after. Yeah, I did enjoy. Look, I don't like Ezra Miller. I think he's a little bitch. I think Ray Fisher is a bitch. I think he's an opportunist. But I enjoyed them in this movie. Like I did. I enjoyed those characters in the movie. Strangely enough,
much better versions. That's for sure. Yeah.
I mean, to an extent. I mean, look, I liked Justice League more than Man of Steel or BVS simply because Superman was actually recognizable in that movie.
I agree with
so I don't know if I think Zack Snyder is better at telling Zack Snyder's vision than Joss Whedon.
Of course. That's the other thing I got to give Zack credit for this movie is the leadership changed 3 times during the making of this film. He was in charge, then Ben Affleck was in charge, then came Jeff Johns and what's his face Berg.
Yeah.
So like that was 3 times during the making of this film they changed leadership.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And I think that, like, listen, I don't have the warmest feelings towards Zack Snyder as a person over the past few weeks for obvious fucking reasons.
Fair.
But and for some of the things he said. But when you look at his movies, I think Gary mentioned it earlier about identity politics. Like, there's no fucking like Avengers female team up. Like there's none of that shit in this movie, regardless of all the things happening behind the scenes with Ray Fisher and these characters and people of color being cut out. Like it's just a movie. Like that's all it is. That's all I see in it. And I think that's very refreshing to be
Zack
honest.
Snyder is woke. He's absolutely woke, like everyone else in Hollywood, but he's able to keep a lot of it, or sometimes, out of his movies. But let me look at fucking Sucker Punch. Come on. But which I watched.
I'd rather not.
Oh, dude.
I'd rather not.
But you're right, Ryan. Like Wonder Woman was one of the guys, and she had her best fucking scenes in that movie when she was fucking blocking the bullets in the bank. And I know the bank scene was like meaningless to the fucking story, but it was one of the best scenes because it actually looked like she was blocking the fucking bullets. That was fucking cool. And then when she was kicking people, it looked like a superhero kicking some people. And then he put a little blood splat. You know, that's
fucking head. Yeah.
I appreciated that. I did. I'm like, listen, it's a Zack Snyder DC movie. And if somebody asked me, you know, is this Batman from the comics? No, of course not. Or it's a Frank Miller-ish Batman. And I don't like the order. He brought, like, Batman's pretty much at the end and Superman's just at the beginning. I'm not a big fan of that. But compared to what we've got, it's the same thing with the fucking Star Wars prequels, dude. A lot of that love from a lot of people comes from, oh, it actually can get worse. Holy shit.
Yeah.
So,
well, and I think too, you see in this movie, Like the whole point of BVS with Batman is that Batman shouldn't be doing some of those things that he's doing. That's the point of the fucking movie. And in this one, you see like a Bruce Wayne who's like inspired and like weighed down by his guilt and is realizing he needs to change. And to the point at the end where he's faith, Alfred, faith.
Yeah,
but he's still badass in it.
And I get it. But
and he was a pussy in Justice League.
The one thing they didn't sell, that Zach didn't sell hard enough, was why Superman was inspirational. They didn't have enough lines.
That's my biggest gripe.
Scenes, and I think he could have done a much better job selling that. And maybe that was the studio fucking it up. Not really sure. The studio has made it very clear that they don't like Superman. Otherwise, there would be one in production right now because Henry Cavill's probably one of the world's biggest stars right now.
Yeah.
But like what you guys,
those little things. I agree with you, Gary. Those little things about Superman that's why. Look, you can complain about Henry Cavill's fucked up face in Justice League all you want, but that opening scene with the cell phone thing, that's super fucking man right there. Like that's Superman. Yeah. That's who I fucking want to see in these movies, and that's the problem I have with Superman and Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman is. There's not there. Ryan's right in terms of a lot of his ideas. The ideas in BVS, I appreciate. It's the lack of execution of those ideas with the characters is my problem. Superman barely fucking talks. He's not inspirational. And I want to see that aspect of him. Henry Cavill is a perfect cast Superman. He's perfect. And this is coming from someone who thinks that Christopher Reeve will always be the definitive casting of any superhero. Nothing will ever come close. But where we are, Henry Cavill is the perfect cast. But I didn't like how the characterization of him and the execution of him and the writing of him was done. I thought the ideas surrounding him being in this world were good, and I understood those ideas, but the context of it was the problem. And that's why when people are like, "Oh, Jeremy, you like," I didn't say I liked Justice League. I said I liked better Man of Steel and BVS. And they're like, "Well, it's a piece of shit." Well, those movies are a piece of shit too, in my opinion. And Justice League was just a little bit better piece of shit because I recognized Superman in that movie. But that was my thing. But again, taking all that into account, I still did enjoy Zack Snyder's Justice League for what it was. I did enjoy it.
You could see where he was going. And I'm interested in seeing more. Yeah, what makes Superman and Spider-Man, different from Batman, what makes them heroes, that's why I have a big, huge problem with WandaVision, is they've had a lot of tragedy in their lives. They've seen a lot of death. They have lost a lot of loved ones, and it doesn't change them. They're still the same fucking heroes. They go through it, they grieve, but they don't get darker. They have moments, but it doesn't affect them. And then you see WandaVision loses a boyfriend, her vibrator breaks after 2 weeks. He enslaves thousands of people in a town.
Yeah.
And
somehow it's justified.
And it's justified. That's the thing that pisses me off about it. And people are like, it's fine. It's okay. It's not a big deal.
That's a Smallville ending.
I think that Superman's interesting because Superman and Batman are so interesting because Batman went through all this trauma and it's fucking change. And where Superman, all this stuff happened to him and he doesn't really quite understand it. And then later on, he's processing it, but he's already been grown up on the farm with Ma and Pa Kent. And that's who he is. You know what I mean? So it's so interesting to see these characters and how, if the roles had been reversed, what would it end up being?
The problem is you can't tell that story. You can't tell the story of a white male rural kid that grows up in the middle of
you can tell that story.
You can, but
as long as he apologizes for his whiteness.
Yeah, pretty much.
You can't, not somebody with morals, Christian morals, I'm sorry, Christian morals. You can't tell a story with that kind of person. So you got to kind of go around it and go, oh, he's just a good guy, and I don't know. You can't say why.
That's why Nightwing to me has always been a really one of my favorite characters because he's somebody that I feel more his attitude, a little more jokey, I guess, than Superman typically is. But to me, he's always kind of that brighter, more hopeful person rather than the Batman character. And it's almost like Batman, the last thing Batman fucking wants is for Dick to turn into him. You know what I mean? That is his.
Batman is the enduring grumpy old man. That's what he is.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. Nightwing is a Kryptonian hero.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where Dick Grayson took it from. He took his Nightwing from Superman, not from Batman.
Yeah. Right.
Gary, check the
Sorry,
link
Gary.
I just dropped right there.
So yeah, the reason you like Batman is the determination and what, you know, like he's always prepared for fucking anything, and nobody gets anything over on him. And when it does happen, it's like whoa, you know, and that's
It means
why
something.
we're attracted to him. Yeah, and also he's the allegory for hard work and determination will pay off. And yes, he's got all the money in the world, but he uses it wisely.
Batman's
what am I
a
looking
dude
at?
who's Batman's a dude who's
You
like
have to scroll
fucking,
down a little bit to see it.
Batman's a dude who's like 1 centimeter away from being one of his fucking villains.
He
He
is.
literally suffered
Yeah.
childhood trauma. He's fucking completely obsessed with fucking bringing justice to Gotham. He dresses up as a fucking bat. Like he has an alter ego. Like he is so close to being one of his villains. But it just so happens that his obsession, we all consider mostly a good thing. So
He practices constraint, right? So he knows how to get to that line and not pass it, right?
Didn't Joker say it once? Like he's just one bad day away, from being one of us.
Well,
Or
yeah,
something like
that was
that.
the
I don't
whole
remember the
point of the
exact
Killing
quote,
Joke.
but yeah,
Exactly.
But Batman always looks into the precipice and doesn't fall.
Yeah.
And Gordon, he wanted to show Batman anyone can fall by turning Gordon, not Batman turning Gordon. But Gordon didn't fall either.
the fuck is that?
I think I just had a
Inception.
fucking
He's
migraine.
Whoa, bro.
Inception.
It's Inception, all right.
Whoa.
I appreciate it, Bob.
No, but it's funny because the stuff that Ryan's talking about, I think there's a really great documentary on, I think it's Dark Knight Blu-ray, if I'm not mistaken, where they get into all the psyche of all the bad guys in Batman. It's really cool. I'd recommend it.
Is it Under the Cowl? Is that what it's called?
I think it's something like that.
Under the Cowl. Yeah, that's a good
I think
one.
I have it on the DC Warner Brothers
It
YouTube
might
channel.
be.
You can go
We got
watch
a
it.
super chat here from Super Nate for $20. So if the Batman takes place on Earth 2, then I could imagine that they'll do the same with Black Superman and eventually, well, yes, it is actually.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
Maybe even
Earth 2
Joker.
or-
They might
and
even do that.
eventually they'll do Earth 2 Justice League. So just make the Snyder Earth 1 and stop acting stupid, Warner Brothers. And that's something they can certainly do. But there's brand confusion, and what Warner Brothers is doing is copying Marvel again. They're just trying to copy Marvel, which is you can't succeed doing that. For one, Marvel is copying Marvel. To make sense of that, they bought the MCU, which was already in place. Kevin Feige didn't take full control of the MCU until Captain America Civil War. And quite frankly, since then, it's gone a little downhill. It's had some hits. It's had
Just a
some
tad.
misses, and Endgame was kind of a mess. And they have a huge problem with the 5-year blip that they'll probably have to fix with Doctor Strange. That's what I imagine they're going to do, is reset the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, it's a problem.
But what Disney wants isn't what they're going to get. What they want is the ability to replace Captain America and Iron Man with their characters, and that will not work. But by all means, go ahead and try it. What the fuck do I know? I haven't seen those characters get replaced a few times within the comics and damn near fail every single time, or not stick. And the sales erode. But again, don't listen to comic shop owners. They don't know shit. They really don't.
Fucking old white man. Shut the fuck up.
What, you own a comic shop?
Hey, I got some proud.
That shirt's so stupid looking.
It's off center. That's what's bothering me.
Oh yeah. Now
That's on
that
purpose.
you say it,
Like
I really-
the idea that I'm wearing him is like the one that's getting me.
You radicalized Bob. Good job.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Now, I'm
Bob.
curious,
That's
Gary,
good.
what did you hear from your little birdie? Because the whole thing with JJ, I kind of been hearing is that he's getting a little pocket universe, and that kind of goes along with this whole Earth 1, Earth 2 nonsense. Like I heard his whole thing, he's going to get his own little 25% different DC universe.
Oh God.
Like, I'm for that too. Like
Yeah.
I'm all about them
I couldn't give a
doing like by what I mean by that is like I'm all about them doing the multiverse. Like we've seen the animated movies have taken a little bit of a hit recently as far as DC goes, but they're always telling fucking different stories in that shit. And I think they should just go all in on if they're gonna fucking do it.
Yeah,
Let
do
JJ
it.
do his
Marvel's
shit.
not
do
doing.
connected.
Let the
Yeah,
Snyderverse
exactly.
do
Do
their
the
shit.
opposite.
Yeah.
I couldn't give a shit about Black Superman. I really couldn't. Earth 2 Superman, it doesn't interest me in the slightest. There's nothing interesting about him.
He's black.
Well, it's like
exactly. Color's not something to get excited about.
it's exactly like
It is to them
creating
though.
Captain
They love it.
Marvel and thinking you're going to get Wonder Woman results as far as response from the audience, and they got the critical acclaim, but they didn't get the Captain Marvel was a divisive movie. Some people said they liked it because it was a Marvel movie. Some people didn't like it because it was just a shitty movie. And then people, looked into why they didn't like it and realized it was a shitty movie. And that's why Marvel wasn't in a big fucking hurry to make Captain Marvel or Black Panther 2, because they both, listen, they have access to their own fucking data. They know what's up. You cannot repeat Black Panther. For one, Black Panther was an established character, been around for decades. Same with Wonder Woman, beloved, member of the Avengers. Comic book fans knew about this character. You can't just take a black Superman that showed up in a few comic books and think you're going to have a success, especially when you hire somebody who can't even write a comic book. But go ahead, waste the money, and we'll
do it.
Gary, what did DC do? What did DC do immediately with Future Slate? They optioned Hispanic fucking America Chavez Wonder Woman to, I think it was the CW, and even the fucking W turned that down.
Are you serious? That's hilarious.
They're like, even for us, that's too
when
much.
the CW turns that down, holy fucking, because it's just race baiting shite. There's nothing to the character. I'm fucking Hispanic Wonder Woman.
No, it's the Amazon from the Amazon.
Yeah. That's as bad as Netflix and them turning down Lower Decks in the middle of all this shit. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Garrett.
If you want to do something Amazonian, why don't you do Artemis? Why don't you do Hippolyta? Tell the story of a different character
Create a new fucking
create a new one. Yeah. But you could take Artemis has got an interesting story.
They know what's going to happen. They know what's going to happen when they create a new character. It's going to fail.
Yeah.
Because they don't know what they're doing. They don't have any interest in these things, and they don't know how to tell a good story. They're trying to capture that pre-existing audience.
Exactly.
And then they want to have enough of that pre-existing audience to be interested, that don't watch, YouTube videos and just kind of eat this stuff up from a general audience perspective. And then they can still call all the other people racist and sexist that actually do watch it and go, yeah, this is really shitty. You shouldn't do it. That's why they do it. They're not interested in creating new characters. They never have ever been interested in that. They never will.
No, and they like to lie about everything, obviously, as we say. But the one I love to point out to them is they're like, oh, but we're trying to make this kind of stuff diverse and safe for everybody. It's
inclusive
and stuff. It's like, look at a photo of the cast of the Revenge of the Nerds. That's pretty accurate for what nerds have always been like. Guess what? They're not all white, and they're not all straight, and they're not all men either. So give me another.
I said it the other day in my video. I did a video on my channel. Hey, plug.
Hey.
You got a channel?
The problem is like these SJW woke people. They come into a space like nerddom where there's already women, there's already black people, there's already any race you can think of. It's already inclusive, and then they say it's not inclusive enough. Like, no,
there's too many white people here.
There's so many white people. It needs to get more black in here.
And
they don't think about people like Eric July that's been in this shit far longer than they are. There's like I said, there's no way that this person on TikTok that was talking about that it's not inclusive enough read a comic book before Eric July. I refuse to believe
the thing I always say is that the comic shop is as diverse as the population that surrounds it.
Yeah.
True. So I mean, this is the reality, man. It's like the shop I go to. There's a lot of Hispanic people in there because I live in a city that's predominantly Hispanic.
It's because we have blue-haired women in their 20s on TikTok telling us how comics have always been.
Right. Right.
And then they get called out for it, and then they're like, oops.
Step into a room where there's already diversity and go, it's not diverse enough.
Whiteness.
Yeah, because it will never be enough. That's why.
White girl itis. I'm telling you.
But she didn't apologize for being a complete twat. She apologized for drowning out those
oops.
voices.
I appreciate it when people call me out for things. Oh, you're welcome.
It's all my whiteness's fault.
Who the fuck did this?
You didn't see
some rando girl.
No, I didn't.
Woke girl.
Somebody can find it.
Mentalist.
We'll
Didn't you do a video on it?
I did.
Or something?
I did a
Black
video.
did.
Quarter Black did. Yeah,
on
that's
my
right.
channel.
I think I
Motor
just
Black
Do you have a channel?
Jason for $9.99. Wolfwood will get bailed out by former VP Hayden. I think his name is Biden, Jason. I think you misspelled it by saying Hayden.
He's hiding in the basement.
Yeah.
Hayden sounds a bit German, sounds a bit Nazi.
Hayden?
Yeah.
Dog whistle.
Heidi Heitkamp.
Hayden!
Jason, it will happen again. What I just looked at Twitter, and monthly stimulus is trending with
I
5,000.
saw that.
Oh, monthly stip. Where the
Fenrir,
money coming from?
oh, we just make it. We just make
Month-
all the money, and then
It's magic.
yeah, it's
I
magic.
know. I 1 year and 2 weeks to slow the spread. So
Wonder Bread Woman and Aquafina Man says Fenrir Fire for $2. That's next. That's next. We got to talk about the JLQ as well. I just wanted to get well into the stream before we did that, though. TJS Swan for $5, but you all still give them your money going to their theme parks. Well, I think Drunk gets into some theme parks for free. I'm not going to. I don't know. Has anybody gone to Disneyland?
No, well,
I'm a well-known theme park enthusiast.
Yeah,
Never
we yes,
Never
we
will.
cover theme parks at Geeks and Gamers, and we will continue to cover theme parks because if you don't have voices that are willing to be critical of this shit and hold them accountable, then you're simply going to continue to get that shit. So our job is to be there and tell people how we feel about what we see in those parks, and we'll continue to do that because that's the that's the way we've chosen to create Geeks and Gamers, and people wanted us. A lot of the people that follow the channel requested us to do this, and we'll continue to do it. Just like our sports channel, we're going to bitch about sports when they're doing their stupid shit. Either you have that or you have no voices in the fight. Do you want people just to continue to go there and tell you what the overlords want you to hear, or do you want people like us to say, hey, fuck you, Disney, I don't like what you did to Splash Mountain, this is bullshit? We needed to have it like this. So that is the entire thing. If we all walk away from it, then they're just going to continue to have the echo chamber
They win.
and everything like that. So yeah, we'll continue to do that. And you don't have to, you don't have to go to the theme parks. They're not telling you to. I don't think you should ever go to a theme park if you're not interested. I have no desire for anybody to do that. But we think that we got to continue to keep our voices in that battle for sure, and criticize them when we feel it's necessary. And fuck what they are doing. Fuck what they're doing to a lot of these rides.
With Universal, I don't. I don't have a real problem with Universal. So I'll
Universal's Universal's doing a great job. And historically, I've not really liked their parks as much as the Disney parks, but in the last 5 or 6 years, yeah, absolutely.
Who sent that
Universal's
super chat?
never. Who sent it? Hey, Swan.
TJ Swan, that thing's a fucking retard.
God,
he fucking hates us. You hate us, and you're
does.
sending money to criticize.
Wait, that was
about
the
spending
guy?
money on people that hate you. TJ Swan, you dumb retard. That's you.
No, that dude has super chatted us hate so much. It's
I know.
hilarious.
Dude, keep it going.
Oh
That's
my
fine.
god.
I think he just likes to stir it up. Maybe he's
There you go.
I didn't know it was him.
No, I know the narrative. Okay, so here's reality. They are the institutions. They own YouTube, Disney. They own the infrastructure. They are in charge. So we could just walk away forever and nothing will ever fucking change, except it will get much, much worse because it's not just about Hollywood, and try to create our own stuff. Or we could try to create our own stuff if we are a creative and try to change what's existing. Because I don't think what we're asking for is very much. I'm not asking for anybody to go on the right, and I don't think anybody here is. I think we're asking for them to come back to the middle. That's all.
Agreed.
They are practicing divisiveness in this country and making it much fucking worse by pushing false narratives. And we cannot let anybody paint half of this country as a Yahtzee. And what we were talking about earlier, you hear the word conservative, you hear the word Republican, that's now assumed to be a white supremacist.
Pretty much, man. And it's so ridiculous that we're at this point, too.
Yeah.
Well, again, we kind of go back to the whole what Disney has done to fandom, which is kind of like the Christian Harloff quote. I've been busting my ass as a Star Wars fan for 5 years and I didn't get any access to the theme park. And you're just like, and again, I know Christian Harloff is a legitimate Star Wars fan. I mean, the guy I've been following for a long time. The dude loves his Star Wars. Okay. But you that quote right there, it was a peek inside what this access world feels, where they feel that they have to work for Disney to appreciate them enough to give them the access. And they can't. And that's something, and that's something we'll never fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck about having access to these theme parks or having special treatment. Now, with that said, there are fans of Geeks and Gamers that quietly support us at the theme parks, and we appreciate that. And I've heard from a lot of them. But it's just that whole element of like people feeling like they have to work hard to be a fan. And that just kind of tells you like they have to be aware of their opinions. Like, I can't give this opinion or Disney's not going to give me the access. That is absolutely insane.
When we were at Disneyland, the last time I was at Disneyland, which might be my last trip ever, how much did we pay to get in? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then how many of us were there? I think there
a lot.
Like
a lot.
16 of us.
And did we praise them or did we bitch like hell about Galaxy's Edge?
Bitch like hell. I don't think any of us even bought any food. Maybe a couple of us did. I
did from Galaxy's Edge.
And that's probably because we're fucking hungry and we were walking around empty Galaxy's Edge, and the most exciting thing was the swarm of bees I saw.
I think the funny part is that Harloff's been buzzing his ass for 5 years as a Star Wars fan. He couldn't get into Galaxy's Edge, and I've been bitching about Lucasfilm for 5 years, and I got it for free.
I just do want to say it's been my stance for a long time. I disassociate from park hopping. I do not like theme parks. I've been very adamant about that, so I'm on your side.
Drunk put him on a thumbnail the other day.
Fuck you. You know what? And until he put fucking Anna in the thumbnail, it's like the highest viewed video in fucking a couple weeks there.
Ryan Kinnell, hater of sunsets and theme parks. Next thing you know, puppies and fun. And
I do think
you think about the good things when you think about theme parks. What you don't think about is sitting next to all these fat, sweaty motherfuckers in line. It's fucking waiting 2 hours to ride a fucking 2-minute ride. It's sitting there waiting for soggy ass French fries and a fucking flat beer that costs $25. Fuck
Ryan Kinnell, that shaming confirmed.
Ryan,
come on,
shrooms. You take shrimp onto that fucking park.
But what you get, some of the content you get from park hopping, which is much different than most Geeks and Gamers stuff, but you do get drunk 3PO going to the park wearing a Cara Dune shirt, going to a Disney park wearing a Cara Dune shirt. Okay. That's how we roll. I remember I wore the Suelo shirt to Disneyland. I think you did. It's great. And you see people like giving you like, like, bro, good job. You know, real quiet nods, you know.
I do also just want to say I forgot about one thing that I do get a ton of enjoyment out at theme parks is when you're sitting there waiting in line for forever, it's taking forever, and you finally get up to the thing where they have to fit the fat people in, and the dude who thought he could fit and he doesn't. Yeah, that kind of makes me happy.
Sam Urai for $5. Funny how I like this, by the way, Samurai. Thank you for this very kind $5 super chat. Funny how Brett Weinstein and Jordan Peterson, two scientists, say the same thing you dropouts say about the wokes. Yeah.
It's not that hard to figure out, to be honest.
It's pretty simple.
Or you just say thank you and take the compliment comics division. How did Henry Cavill get sexier? From Tony Rotondaro for $5. I don't know, but he is.
Pause. What?
Yes, fucking.
Listen, I'll fully admit I've kind of seen all this Henry Cavill stuff on Twitter, and I've kind of just been like, I don't see what the big deal is. After today, I'm pretty convinced. I totally see it now. I totally see it. I am sold.
Oh,
I
my job will on his OnlyFans.
Toss a coin.
Just toss.
Toss to the Witcher.
What happened?
What I love is that Comic Sans.
It is Comic Sans.
Comic Sans.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
The worst font ever.
that and the one that all the massage or fucking hippie places use, you know, the desert sands.
Oh, the one's like,
yeah,
it's like fantasy.
Yeah. God.
Then there's the one that's the Avatar font too, and I can't remember the name of it. They always use that one too.
Every time I go to a UFO convention, it's all that fucking font. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
God, I miss going to
UFO
the
font
conventions.
Virus, yeah.
But yeah, that's it. All right. The deliberate destruction of mythology's heroes, gods, and masculinity is all part of the Great Reset. In the long term, the agenda is more important than the bottom line. American dollars. You're absolutely right. Comics has been covering that. And we have to keep in mind that they have a lot of money invested into this. It's been in the works for a long time. So they can't just pull the plug and turn things around. Corporations aren't set up to do that anymore. What they need is massive failures and things will change. Disney can cover up a fucking Disney Star Wars movie that made $1 million less, and then another one that made $1 billion less. They can excuse that, but you saw them fucking reeling. That's why they released The Mandalorian at the same time. It makes no business sense to release a TV show at the time you're ending the Skywalker saga, unless you know it's a piece of shit and you need something to roll into. You release that afterwards, like directly afterwards. There's no reason to delay The Mandalorian, your most popular thing, for 2 fucking years, unless there's a fucking problem. So there's fucking problems all over the place. We just need to continue doing what we're doing. I think it's being very effective.
Yeah, got to keep the pressure on, man.
Yep, definitely. I got to bounce. So you guys have a good night. Appreciate all of you. I don't want to derail the conversation, so you guys keep reading through these super chats. Thank you, chat. Everybody's awesome. Thank you for the support. Huge turnout tonight, and I will see you all later. As you are I'm sorry, Henry, you are a sexy mofo. And
sexy motherfucker.
Yes, have a good night, everybody. See you. Bye.
Bye.
Good night, dude.
Yeah, fucking finally.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
we got rid of that last Jeremy.
$10 membership. Jesus fuck. So what are Geode's pronouns? Asked Seahawk Scott for $5.
Granite and rock.
Granite and rock, yeah.
Dwayne Johnson.
Granite and bedrock.
Limestone. Basalt, maybe.
Basalt.
Rock and rock self. I don't know.
Quite unimaginative.
Oh, you know what's bizarre about Texas, man? Because I drove through it for an entire fucking day. So
we don't know how to drive here. I mean, yeah, that's definitely a thing.
That.
No, yeah, you guys suck. But no, it wasn't too bad. There was nice open roads, but I guess I got bored. So I was like going through the geology of Texas, and it's like the basin of a giant fucking sea, right? It was called Delaware Sea, and it's all limestone. Like the whole fucking state is limestone.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of limestone here.
Jesus, that's all.
You can't have basements and stuff because it'll just erode away. So.
Oh, is that okay?
There's a lot of aquifers here too, which is kind of neat because that's basically where San Antonio gets their water from, and probably the majority of the cities in Texas get their water from. So it's kind of cool because of all the limestone, it acts as a filter and it basically refills the aquifer whenever it rains and whatnot.
There's a giant aquifer under the Sahara Desert that's 20,000 years old that they're still pumping water out of. That's as big as any sea that there is on the planet, and that's what happens when you watch YouTube in the middle of the night. You watch Robert Levito for $20. All right, Gary, you've won. You've done what decades-long friendships couldn't do. You've broken me. I read a comic for the first time and liked it. You did this to me. I will have my revenge.
What a sacrifice.
What was it?
Brave.
That'd be my question. Was like,
hopefully it was a good one.
It's by
Gabby Rivera's
American.
Like,
I love this.
It's a Miss Marvel comic or something.
2 women like this, I am just thinking they're so stunning and brave.
I wonder if when Monica Rambeau and Captain Marvel and WandaVision team up, they can do a fighting move that's like the triangle scissor, and create like this giant pink triangle of death that just kills.
Death triangle of pink.
Yeah,
triangle of virtue.
In 5 minutes, they destroyed Thanos. In less. How long was the conversation in WandaVision? 30 seconds, maybe?
That was fast.
It was fast. Just completely cut Thanos, ripped his balls right off. And that's after what they did to
purple balls.
I didn't even think about it. Nick Fury wasn't in Avengers Infinity War and Endgame. Like
yeah, he was. He was in the post-credit scene in Infinity War, and he was at the funeral at the end in Endgame.
Yeah. But like he wasn't in.
He was irrelevant.
Yeah, he was a major player. That's what we're getting at.
Well, he had a beeper.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
shit.
and it actually all is Samuel L. Jackson's fault that we had to see Captain Marvel. So.
It really is.
I was thinking back to his first appearance at the end of fucking Iron Man and all the that set up, and they delivered on a lot of it. But dude, that like I remember I freaked out when I saw it. I was like, and it's all gone now because somebody thought it would be really cute to have a kitty cat scratch out Nick Fury's eye. I wonder if Jack Schaefer had anything to do with that because she was involved in Captain Marvel. I don't like this person. Not when it comes to making comic book films. Good evening, gentlemen. YouTube.
Would it be funny if he scratched his eye?
Yeah, wouldn't it be so cute?
Scratch him.
And our plucky, diverse characters from WandaVision. It's almost like a Hollywood writer's room was in charge of a military organization.
Yes.
You're right.
And do our own.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Kind of like invade these.
Oh my god! I know this super science person who can like super design me the vehicle I exactly need.
Just put quantum in front of it.
Yep.
They just know the science. Oh, okay. Right. I got it. Right. So we got the first part of the triangle
Demonetized.
Then we get the second interlocking triangle.
I'm getting there.
And then we get
second position.
Then we get the third going over the top.
Oh my god.
Triangle scissor.
That's the trifecta.
Scissor. Fucking scissor. Oh, I'm scissoring Thanos out of existence.
What I love is one's got a knife and a gun.
Oh my god!
Vampirella looks happy.
I will eat your ass.
Well, it's more like eating that.
Oh yeah.
Oh god, yeah. Wait. Oh.
Where's the trigger?
Remix.
Hi, by the way. Hi. How you doing?
Henry, you look beautiful.
Are you done? Were you wrapping things up there? Sorry, buddy.
Yes, no, I was just getting them back in the.
I thought you were gonna bring it back up.
Hail to all 7,284 brothers and sisters. That was the count earlier. That's fucking awesome. That's 3 shows in a row over 7,000. You guys are beautiful.
Yeah.
Watching. Hail Bad As panel. Praisey be the sorry, I gotta get that right. I said praisey because I'm freaking dumb. Praise be to Allah for all of you. Why, thank you, your Muslim uncle. We appreciate you for $5. Hey,
thank you, Muslim uncle.
Thanks,
man.
bro. He was in my chat the other day.
He's a great dude. Great dude.
Yeah, thanks everyone for your patience, and again to the people who are kindly asking for videos, which I greatly appreciate because no one wants to be forgotten. Going on vacation as a YouTuber, which I've done before. I did it 2 years ago to Italy, but it was a lot different because I think at the time I had maybe just hit 100,000, maybe a little less. And I don't know. I decided I had a trip to Italy planned. And so to tell the story, I recorded 2 videos in Italy. I didn't show my face. I got a lot of complaints about that, but somebody drew a picture of me and I just threw it up kind of like a Just Some Guy thing. Cause I was in a castle, so I couldn't record a video and I had to record something.
When you do record a video, you're in a castle, bro.
I recorded live streams, but so there's a video, you can find it. It's on the channel. It got 100,000 views. It's about a top 10 list from Star Trek. And it's one I agreed with. It was the top 10 reasons people love Star Trek Discovery, but I called it the top 10 reasons why people hate it. I agreed with all the 10 reasons. I recorded that video in a cupboard, a wooden cupboard with pillows. So I lined it with pillows on the top, with towels, and wrapped around, soundproofed the cover, and sat in that thing like this for 4 hours with a little lav mic recording on a laptop. And I can't believe I didn't get a picture of how fucking ridiculous that is.
You should have, man.
We've done that before on road trips. When we record something, we'll be like in a closet with the same thing, like a towel over the door. We're doing like a VO, like intro to a Change My Mind or something. Yeah. Been there before.
It looks like you got a pretty good setup so you can record videos where you're at.
I do now. So this house, this Airbnb is fucking awesome. So I don't know how Melissa found it, but it's a gamer nerd fucking Airbnb. So there's a full theater in the back. It's a separate house that's a theater with a 100-inch screen and couches, 4K projector. It's soundproof. It's got Dolby Atmos. And then in here, there's every game system you can possibly imagine, including vintage games. There's a TV in every single room. And it's, and dude, they gave us food. There's food everywhere in this place. And then there's a courtyard where you can play shuffleboard, basketball, have a fire. There's a pull down screen where you can like kick back and eat food and watch what's on.
Fox Vegas. Let's go to your place.
Yeah, let's go to this Airbnb. This is nice.
If there is an Airbnb like this in Vegas, that's where we'll have our meetup.
Shit, right?
Already on it. That's what we'll do, and I'm sure there is. Even if it's like a sports themed one, that's good enough, right? So it's fucking awesome. So yeah, and I'll be home either it depends. If I can get my videos done, I'm gonna stay here another 4 days. If I don't, then I gotta go home. I gotta fucking go home. And I've barely done anything yet. So I went to Vegas a little bit. We're gonna go look at houses. We're mainly here checking out neighborhoods because the houses are going like that. Like
they are. There's another house for sale actually on my street. There was two, but one already sold. So you might want to check that out.
Yeah, no, we're not going to be able to pull the trigger this week.
Yeah.
In like a couple weeks we could, but there's just right now it's just recon. But they're going so fast. We're gonna have to. We can't even.
They're only up for a fucking day or two, and they're going right back down.
Thankfully, it's the same in San Francisco. I cannot tell you why. I wouldn't live there if you fucking paid me anymore. But it's like that in San Francisco too. So at least we have that going for us. But hopefully
that's good.
Here in 6 months, we checked out Scottsdale too. And I like Scottsdale, Arizona. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice, but I like it here. So I'll report. That's the Cal exit. You know, it's really boring. Again, I wish I was Joe Rogan and can have somebody build my studio for me to my exact specifications, and I could just turn shit on when I get there. That would be brilliant. And I don't
do a video about your whole trip. You should do like a little documentary. I'd watch that.
Oh, thanks.
Cal exit, bro.
Yeah, I kind of should have kept my mouth shut about going on the road when you're a YouTuber. It's probably not very smart, but
true.
I didn't. I talked too much, and my undisclosed location in San Diego is pretty tough to find, so I'm okay with that. As far as the San Francisco house, you'd have to deal with my 6'5" son, which I wouldn't want to do. Penny Wisdom for $20. Good evening, gentlemen. Oh, did I read this one? Oh my God, I'm so old. This really sucks. Good evening, gentlemen. You too, Kennel. Gary, congrats on escaping California. I am burned out on DC Marvel movies, comics, all of it. Recommend badass 80s and 90s action movies you have rediscovered lately. Cheers. Oh, fuck. Big Trouble in Little China and Tango and Cash. Is that 80s or 90s?
No, it was the last movie of the 80s, believe it or not.
Yeah, Tango and Cash. Next of Kin, Patrick Swayze, love that fucking movie. A horror movie, Return of the Living Dead. When I was just talking to my son about that one, fucking
Beverly Hills Cop.
Beverly Hills Cop. All the big hits, but then And then Real Genius, who
love that movie.
Anything by Carol Co.
So
or
good.
Cannon or De Laurentiis, you're probably good to go.
Dreamscape with that one.
That was a good one.
Yeah, I like that. But yeah, if I think a lot of people are over. Well, the Marvel movies have gotten homogenous now. They're just so fucking boring. I mean, Winter Soldier and Falcon should be filled with espionage, but instead it's got Infest Nest, Flag Smasher, Freckle Girl.
Did you
Police
see today's
Academy?
episode?
No, I have not.
It's kind of boring.
It's so like it's really dumb. It just. I mean, should I just spoil it? Doesn't mean
Spoil it.
there.
Yeah, spoil
So
it.
literally, the beginning of it is they just decide they're gonna break Zemo out of jail, and it's like, fucking Bucky's like, we don't have any leads, we don't have any choice, but it's like you guys haven't even fucking done anything yet. What do you mean you don't have any? Like they literally tried nothing, and all of a sudden they just break this motherfucker out of jail, and the series is half over. It's boring as fuck. It's stupid. It's racially based. It's just who the fuck wants this?
This one wasn't so bad. I didn't really catch anything because I was like paying attention 100%. But for the most part, it was just boring. And there's like a lot of things that they're doing is like that just didn't make any sense. Like Zemo goes and kills this guy, and you're like, don't do that again. There's like no fucking repercussions whatsoever. There's all these things that are going on that just don't make any sense.
Whoa. He killed somebody, and who said don't do it again?
Yeah, I think it was either Falcon.
Well, he killed a bad. They were trying to get information from this dude.
He's a scientist.
He's like, hey, that's not good.
Who's a bad dude? And then they were about to get like ambushed, and as the ambush happened, Zemo killed them.
So the villain is Flag Smasher, and it's little Freckle Girl. My God, just really wants her to be fucking famous, doesn't?
Bro, they blew up. She blew up
really
a fucking like building with a bunch of people
full of people, and the guy's like, there were people in there. She's like, that's the only way to get to these people.
We have to do these to get their attention.
Yeah.
So who is she? I mean, I know she was in
Nobody.
Solo, but like, where did she come from before that? Like,
or Solo?
Yeah.
Nowhere.
They're just trying to make her happen. Like,
I thought she was a model of some kind, but I might be.
There's no way she's a model for anything.
No. Ryan, what's happening to the beauty industry is same thing that's happened in Hollywood. But I agree.
Like, she's a model. She's a model for a very specific type of hair.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Fucking I'll watch it. I'm gonna do a quick review because I need to make fucking some kind of video. But it's Disney Plus is a ripoff, ladies and gentlemen. It's a complete fucking ripoff. These for one, these shows were never meant to be impactful. They were never meant to be anything other than little side stories that acted as a commercial and a holdover to the next big MCU movie. They're never going to put anything that changes canon, that's pivotal, nothing in these TV shows because they're saving that for the films. It's like a limited series in comic books. It's rare when something impactful happens. Usually that story doesn't affect
side story.
Just a little fucking meaningless side story.
Spin-off.
That's all Disney Plus was ever meant to be.
It's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. all over again.
Oh God. Well, I don't want to speak to Marvel or Star Wars, but I will say this. I am very happy to see Martin Sheen getting work again in that Mighty Ducks show. I was very happy to see that.
Was that Martin?
No, but it looks like Martin. Amelia looks and sounds
Martin.
just like his fucking dad now.
Amelia Estevez?
Yeah, Estevez.
Didn't they try to? Now I heard that they made the Ducks the bad guys or something.
Yes, they did.
They're trying to Cobra Kai the Mighty
Yes,
Ducks.
No.
they are.
Fuck
Stop.
off.
And they're failing.
Stop it. Stop.
Disney just copy shit. They can't innovate.
it.
That's why Warner Brothers
Can't
should
do
be
anything
fucking killing
creative.
them. Warner Brothers has a library that can compete with Disney. All right. All they have to do is innovate something. And they did. They're able to tell stories that Marvel can't. They can do a Joker. They can do a Wonder Woman and pull it off. They can do a Snyder Cut and pull it off. Marvel can't do these things. And they're so fucking stupid. They don't. I mean,
HBO actually has a Disney-owned film right now that you cannot buy.
What's that?
Revenge of the Nerds.
Huh.
Can you get it on eBay? Like a boot?
Well, you could probably get it
Question about
on.
that.
Yeah, it's been out of
You can
print
get a
since
physical
Disney
or
bought
something.
it, but you cannot
You can
buy it on
pirate
digital
it?
right now. They're like
Pirate?
they're like quietly canceling it.
Oh, I wonder why.
Yeah.
like they
That's
did
weird.
the 60s Batman, 1966 Batman was unavailable forever because of the rights issues.
Fox and Warner,
Yeah.
52 movies a year for $4.99. DC movies, movie business model, okay movie, shit movie, great movie, shit movie, back to okay movie. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that you're
pretty
not
much.
wrong. But they'll actually take that. You know, studios plan for movies to be shit. They just don't know which one because they have no idea, and it's worse than it's ever been, what the audience likes. In my next, if I got a video coming out, and I'll just say what I'm stating the obvious here, but I say it in the video as well. The fucking Disney, all these people, they hold all the cards. They are in control. They could end us as far as, speaking our opinion, whenever the fuck they want. But the one thing they can never, ever control, the one thing they can't afford to have come and go is the audience. And the audience knows what they like before Disney does, before Warner Brothers does. You guys know what you like before they do. And they used to try to understand that. But now they're trying to force you to like what they give them. That's the biggest difference now, is like, you're gonna fucking like this shit. We're gonna continue it. And
If you don't like this shit, you're a sexist, racist,
We're gonna call you racist.
homophobe, like
Yeah.
this whole list. Dude,
but when and if the box office comes back, that can be the great equalizer again for a
Yeah.
little. And there has been no industry. There's only been a couple of them, but we do have data. I brought this up before. Every industry, every entertainment industry that went to digital, there's only one that succeeded, and that's gaming.
Yeah.
And that's because they're the biggest industry right now. That's because people love gaming, and gaming hasn't been torn apart. People don't universally love movies and TV shows anymore. They just don't. Some people live without them completely. It's crazy.
Well, not only that, there's 100 years of entertainment already to live off of.
Yep.
Before all this
True.
woke shit.
Mhm.
tons of stuff. Yep.
That's why they gotta cancel it.
So when you don't like something and you're done, they have no fucking clue. They don't know that, that's why they continued. That's why they kept making disco movies after disco was dead for 2 years, and then those movies had to come out and fail. Like, what was it? Roller Town USA,
Staying Alive and shit.
Yeah.
All that other stuff.
I remember
You
those.
can tell by the way I use my watch. I'm a woman's man.
No
No time to talk.
Time to talk. Yeah.
You can tell by the way.
No.
Oh, sing it, Ryan.
I was waiting for somebody to do it.
The Bee Gees must die.
He's a woman's man, but he sings it like a woman.
You come like the other way.
He doesn't even know the word.
Even as a kid, I hated the Bee Gees.
I'm gonna go aside now.
You just broke Az's heart.
Yeah. That's-
Where were the other two?
Roger H. Thank you for the thumbs up for $1.99. What was that, baby boy?
I say there's a lot of unsubbed in the, in the chat. Yeah.
Hey, unsub from their channels.
You can find nothing but
I didn't sing it.
BG's
I wasn't saying it,
renditions
man. I was
I
agreeing
wasn't
that it's
singing
bad.
it for once.
Unliked, unfriended, unsubbed. Hey, do you know something? I just brought up Janelle's YouTube channel. Remember Janelle?
Janelle
Janelle.
from ESPN.
Janelle, the black girl in a van that they basically
Oh yeah.
modeled
Artificial bullshit.
Division Leslie off.
Okay.
Now she made like a little spurt of videos, and in the last year, she has made 12 videos in the last 12 months.
Wow.
Is a contract with YouTube running out? I mean, this perfectly organically created YouTuber that obviously has nothing to do with being artificially injected as the perfect YouTuber that YouTube want and they never took on, really. It's just like it's kind of interesting.
I forgot about
What do you guys think about Catch Me Outside girl. What's her name?
Catch me outside, guy.
Catch us. How about
I
that?
don't know her
You
name.
start-
That's all I know her
How about
as.
that?
Bad Baby or something like that. She started an OnlyFans 6 days after she turned 18. She made $1 million in 6 hours.
Oh,
Dude,
aw,
Sam,
man.
stop.
We're
Man, have
doing
a
the wrong
dignity,
stuff. I'm taking my
please.
shirt off.
$1 million in 6 hours for the
That's
Catch
it.
Me Outside girl.
I get my fucking
guys,
tits
I'm just
out
giving
right
you
now.
Yeah.
I get
I'm
my-
with the guys.
Do it. If I ever hit 1 million subs, I'll do a Nick Rekieta Twitch fucking spot.
don't do it.
You guys, I'm gonna open my OnlyFans pretty soon. I'm just
Come
giving
on,
you a taste.
guys.
Preserve your dignity, Gary.
Taking all the
Take
stuff.
it off.
Dignity.
Take it
You guys,
off.
as long as you
Take
guys
it
gotta
off.
pay though, you
Take
guys,
it off.
gotta pay.
How crazy, like literally like a few days after she hits 18, she does this. Think of how many people
Crazy?
That's
were
fucking
waiting.
gross.
Think of how many people were waiting for
That's
that.
so gross.
That's so weird.
I tell you what, it's okay if you're under 17. It's completely fine. You're a normal growing lad or lass, whatever you're into.
Yeah.
It's not okay beyond that.
No.
Just not to me anyway. You know,
She
Wasn't
just
there-
followed
who-
the playbook. That's all she
Wasn't
did.
there like a countdown for Miley Cyrus turning 18?
oh, there was
I remember
And then
once
there was
for
like
Mary Kate and Ashley.
Mary
back in
Kate
the
and
day.
Ashley. That was gross.
Natalie Portman. There was a
Yeah.
clock for Natalie Portman that was on there for a long time.
It
too
started
early.
at like fucking 6 years or something.
Professional. Yeah, it's,
God.
Sick
Oh,
Hey.
it's a
Jesus
mad
fucking
world.
Christ.
Mad world. It's a mad world.
It
I
was
like
actually just Jake Lloyd's on Jake Lloyd's computer. So
Oh shit!
Ooh, hey.
Oh,
That's-
well,
that's a deep
he's
cut
younger
there.
than her, though, isn't he? So-
yeah,
that was
that's
okay.
all right.
So there you
Yeah.
go.
would be great to see Snyder get a couple of seasons of Justice League just to see if Henry Cavill says F you to The Witcher and leaves. LOL. Henry, I thank you for the $24.99, Sir Pete, New York. I think Henry, for one, they tried to paint the guy as an asshole on the set. I think
they
he's professional. I think he's loyal. I think he'll stay to see things through. I mean, he did fucking that Sherlock Holmes thing which was a big bait and switch, and the only thing that came out
Keeps
of that
getting
was
screwed over. It pisses me off.
It's probably because he's
Yeah.
a nice guy.
They
By the
better
way-
probably
sign him
too
up
nice.
before they make him Bond. I know that much because then he'll be completely unattainable.
Guest for next week, Critical Drinker, by the way.
Nice.
Thank you,
Nice.
Friday Night Tights, for the best evening of entertainment currently being produced. Your efforts are appreciated. Thank you, M Tax Shark, for $10. I apologize for the on my part. The guys did great tonight, as always.
I'll
For
take my shirt off. You want to?
Go ahead.
Okay. No, it's okay.
I can certainly, just lose a
Take
couple-
it off.
It's okay.
Take it off.
Hey.
Take-
Yeah, quarter black.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it here where I don't get paid. Please.
You've had
open my OnlyFans.
you don't get paid. No, neither do I. So I'm just kidding.
Wait a minute. If we let him undress, though, are we fetishizing him because he's a quarter black?
Yeah, you it's a dog whistle. You
Just
sick
25%.
racist.
25%. Okay.
It's 5%.
And you can't see that part.
Super Mastermind for $5. DC sold off almost all the rights to the profits of the Joker movie. They have no guts, no moxie, no taste. They made almost nothing on that movie. Is this true? Super
Yes, it's very true.
Yeah,
who-
it was like 2 other studios that like fronted almost all the money and got almost all the, like they did not think it was going to be a big deal. Like that is
Wow,
how
that
fucking
was
dumb Warner
dumb.
Brothers is.
I think
Like,
the only
they're
reason
dumb,
Warner
so
signed on was
stupid.
because Scorsese was behind it at first until he backed out. I think that's the only reason they showed any interest. What do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, and I think that's why it happened the way it did, because they weren't very involved with it. They had like nothing wrapped up in it. So they thought it was make a couple $1,000,000 or whatever. So they weren't involved. The studio fucking didn't mandate all this bullshit. And we ended up getting the Joker.
And Scorsese was just there to get people to invest. He was
That's
never,
really all it was. Yes.
never fucking do anything. And it turned out to be a great fucking movie. So Warner Brothers is America's dumbest fucking company. That's why they,
Well, and
Truly,
Scorsese
yeah.
couldn't stick around after his comments on Marvel movies either. You know damn well. Like,
Yeah.
even though Joker is like totally different than anything Marvel has ever done or will ever do, he still would look hypocritical as shit.
fucking, I personally don't give a shit what he said about
I
the
don't either.
No, I agree with him,
I think
actually.
he was right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really listen to what he's saying, he is correct.
No, absolutely correct.
You know, and Robert De Niro has actually come out and said worse. And then he ended up in the Joker movie, which is funny. But he said worse. And you know, Robert De Niro, every time he goes off script, sounds like the fucking tard that he is.
Yeah, he's not a smart man.
Dude, he is a dumbass. And yeah, but he said much worse, and it's because they see their end in sight and they're bitter because the only thing that's been keeping the theaters going has been the superhero movie and an occasional hit here and there. But it's been fucking bleak for movies.
Well, there's a lot of producers who would love to see the superhero movies just go away.
Yeah. Bruce
Because
Campbell.
they're expensive and they're a gamble. But you're right; they pay the bills, unfortunately, right now. But
they can make it less of a gamble by not dumping a bunch of fucking money into it and doing a little bit low level like Joker. Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, you guys keep talking about the death of theaters, and I think the theater chains may be dead, but I think the mom and pop theaters are making a big comeback, and what they're doing is they're showing that Hollywood, they don't need their bullshit. They don't need all the new stuff to keep going. Like, look at how much money all the classics made last year, and they made on concerts. Like, they had like 3 concerts playing out at my drive-in that hasn't been open in like 5 years, and now it's open again. And they're showing Kong this weekend.
I just don't see how theaters are sustainable.
It's not going to be enough.
It's too much land.
Got to stress again, Joker wasn't a Joker movie.
No, it wasn't.
It was a movie that fortunately for them fit the Joker narrative. And yeah, you're not going to get Marvel create a Joker movie at all. They're going to create the same safe stuff that they've been doing, which just makes it vanilla at the end of the day. But look, superhero movies are paying the bills, and because they're paying the bills, studios are unwilling to change from that because this is kind of surefire money. But if you want to take risks and do more characters like the Joker, then you got to have a plan, because we got Eternals coming out. Who could possibly give a fuck? And
if it comes out,
who even knows who they are? I ain't even fucking know these people.
Yeah,
the Eternals could work absolutely if you got the right person, and you did something different, not just making another Guardians of the.
They lied to us. They said it was supposed to be Kirby-esque, and it looks like shit.
Yeah. At least Ragnarok did
look like Kirby.
Did Kirby crackle, and it most definitely did, and that it proved it could work. But I think one of the biggest complaints, I think DC fans sometimes use this to poke at Marvel, but I think it's legit. I think there's some legitimacy to it, which is pretty much here's a joke, here's a punch, here's a joke, here's the punch, and it's because Disney can't let any emotion resonate for any amount of time. I was furious at the, pretty much the death of Odin, and it was just like done, over with. What the fuck?
You're wrong. You can throw a tantrum as long as you're a woman and hold people hostage and get away with it.
Yeah,
but only if you're a woman.
That's fine.
But they're not taking it seriously. I don't think they Jack Schaefer, just listen to her, and she doesn't approach this stuff. It's still silly comic booky stuff.
It's nerd stuff, like
because they're hiring people
You
that
actually
don't give
put
a shit about the
pathos
source
into it if you
material.
wanted to.
Bring people back who actually give a fuck about the source material. If you speak to Sam Raimi, if you speak to Tim Burton,
he's coming back.
They fucking love this shit, and that's why the movies have got so much heart and fucking soul into them. And that's why some piece of fucking shit like Birds of Prey is a piece of fucking shit. Sorry, go on.
It's soulless.
Otherwise, I'm just going to start ranting.
No, it's okay. You can rant. I was just going to say my favorite fucking scene in Iron Man, to your point, is when the MCU started. There was a bunch of people there who gave a fuck, and it was started genuinely. Yeah, they wanted money, but they were they were under the gun. Plus, there was a bunch of people going, "We know this can work." And they had the right people together. And my favorite fucking scene in Iron Man is when Robert Downey Jr. is sitting there stewing over what his weapons did, and he's got his gun on, and you got the music kind of, you feel the tension rising, and he's like he sees his reflection, he blasts his reflection out, and then he goes and kills a bunch of fucking terrorists. It was fucking awesome.
He fucking killed them.
It was such a good movie.
You know what it is? It's all about this. It's this fucking like analytical fuck. It's this computer they feed everything into, and it's like, how do we capture the most amount of people for the longest amount of time? And you know what? We might lose some people here. We might lose some people here because these people actually want to experience some emotion, but we're gonna get this fucking part of the bell curve,
Safe.
and we're just gonna do it over and over and over again. And until the diminishing returns are low enough that, listen, Endgame made fucking billions of dollars. So, we can sit here and talk about all we want, but at the end of the day, that's all that they're going to look at from the terms of, are they going to shift their narrative? And I think, like you said, I feel like DC's plan's a fucking mess. They would like to be Marvel, but what we just got is something that, isn't for everybody. It's something that does sit there and you have to sit back and you think a little more about it, that type of thing. It's not for everybody. And even the people that do like that shit, sometimes that's just not their flavor either. So we are not the fucking target audience, unfortunately. Nope. We're just not. We're the ones that buy the most other shit, but we're not the target audience when they're talking about getting butts in seats or butts streaming or whatever the fuck it is now.
And you know how insane that sounds? Because, maybe a couple people listening who don't come to the show often, they might be, Ryan isn't just talking about himself, right? He's not just talking about us five here. We are the fucking audience you want, by the way. We're fucking loyal. We buy a lot of shit. Look at how much money I spends on Hot Toys. Look at how many action figures I have in my background. Everybody's got their shit on display. And then everybody in this chat. Yeah. Well, it's varying degrees of how much they collect, but we are loyal fans, loyal enough that we would come back again and again, and we still love this shit. And you're putting us aside for a mythical audience that doesn't exist. And you're
like on Twitter.
God, this argument sounds so much like what happened with Comics Gate.
Yep. Hate Funko Pops, but look what's behind me here. Why? Because I love He-Man. Why? Because I love Superman. Why? Because I love the Ninja Turtles. That's why.
Yeah.
I fucking hate Funko Pops. Everything they stand for. Fucking hate them.
If you like a Gina Carano.
But I saw one of those, I'd buy one right now.
If you like a Gina Carano.
I own one. It's a TARDIS. Somebody sent it.
If you like another Gina Carano.
Yeah, I only want one too, and it's of Stan Lee, and I got it because of the Stan Lee experience I went to at my local Comic-Con, and it was given to me for free.
I only have a few, and they're because they made Star Wars Expanded Universe characters, Revan and Malak. So there you go. That you're right. Like that shit, even though I fucking hate Funko Pops, yeah, I bought them because of that.
Thanks, Quarter Black Garrett. I lost my hometown to a forest fire and I'm still homeless. It wasn't good or healthy. Haha.
It's a good analogy.
Love you, says Drew Nitpicker for $4.99. And he's
good
not,
analogy.
Drew Nitpicker is not joking on that one, by the way.
I was I was already laughing at it. Lost my home to forest fire.
No. I know, but yeah, he actually did lose his house.
That sucks, man.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody's laughing, huh?
No, I think Drew Nitpicker can laugh along with the rest of them. What are you gonna do?
He laughed. I saw it.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? King,
toss a coin to your witcher. Oh, finally you're planting. Oh, finally you're planting. Oh.
King Joff. Is this from? What's the king? I can't pronounce his name.
It's the guy from Coming to America, King Joffrey Jobber or something.
Joffrey
Joffer.
Joffer,
okay.
Yes.
Ruler of Zamunda. He says, have you seen Invincible on Prime? Are you a cat kind of guy, Gary, or a dog kind of guy? And that's $2.79 Canadian and $6.99 Canadian. The pesos. I have not seen Invincible. I'm planning on seeing it tonight.
First episode's good.
I kind of like the comic. I didn't love it as much as everybody else did, but I'm not the biggest Robert Kirkman fan. And I am a dog person. I've owned cats. I loved my cats to death. And I buried my last cat in my backyard of my house in San Francisco. And yes, I plan to exhume him and bury him somewhere else when I leave. But dogs, I'm a dog guy.
Dogs are badass.
Yep.
Is it just me, or does Az look more and more like old Bilbo the longer the night goes on?
You might be on something there.
I don't know.
I want to go on another adventure.
Come on.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that Bilbo scene where he fucking like lunges for the ring. When I watched Lord of the Rings, that scared the fuck out of me the first time I watched that movie. Like legitimately.
How old were you when you saw it?
I mean, did it come out what 99 or
First one came out in 01.
01. So I was like, I don't know, 12 or 13 or like not super young, but it just like fucking caught
It's
like
sudden.
it really.
You're like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Bilbo.
Theater
like
jumped. No, that was
movie
awesome.
rocked, man. That was like Star Wars all over again, man.
I know, so good, so good.
Waited so long for those movies.
Don't worry, you're gonna get intersectional. Lord of the Rings.
Oh, Lord of the Rings.
Fantastic.
Barely legal Smeagol. Can't wait.
A non-binary Galadriel and a
Are they actually doing that?
Elrond and yeah, they are. And a transitioning Golem. No, Golem's not going to be in it.
Barely legal Smeagol.
Barely legal Smeagol. Disney.
I saw a porn. Okay, nice.
Oh,
Garrett's got to get going, by the way.
Yeah, I do have to go.
Dude.
So, thanks for having me on. I had a lot of fun.
I love you, Garrett.
It was nice being. I love you too. It was nice being on a channel that had money again. Felt nice. And
how does it feel? How does it feel to be making more money on your YouTube channel than Crowder can make on his?
Ouch. That's rough. I'm gonna tell him about that. Speaking of that, I do have a channel. It's over on Quarter Black Garrett, spelled just like it is down here on my nameplate. So thanks again, Gary. Thanks again, guys. I love you. I love chat. Peace.
Lawyers, dude.
And, well, he just took off. Hopefully, I'll be able to get to see him for a minute on the way on to Texas. So
Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to go by and visit. I'm going to see a comics division this weekend too.
Nice.
Absolutely.
That's right. Maybe we should go to
Our video.
We should go to a comic store. Do you have any?
We could definitely do that. We can definitely hit up my my shop. There's a couple in town that are still open.
Let's fucking do that.
Yeah.
Vampirella's titty popped out when I
Oh,
said
shit.
I put it back.
Who's Vampirella's? Her titty pops out all the time. Like that's a normal thing, especially when I take them out and feel them up all the time.
I thought you were going to talk about that on stream.
Is this a bad time to bring in Xray girl? No.
It might be a little sexist.
After you talk about titties popping out, you may bring an extra girl.
A little sexist? A lot.
A lot of sexist.
Let's read some more.
What's wrong with being sexist?
How you guys doing? How's everybody doing? Is everybody okay?
Doing good.
Okay, good. Yeah. Getting a little hungry, but I got to go. We're gonna super chat here.
You got to hit some Taco Cabana while you're here.
because I've had daylight saving, I'm now an hour above when I'm normally out again. So it's like 2:30 in the morning here now.
Gary, did you see the Jon Stewart concept art?
No.
You didn't? You want to see it?
Yes, I do. Of course I do.
All right. I'm sharing it.
Didn't they drop the extended version of the end scene too, Ryan? Of the
They did. They dropped the Venus. It was really an alternate take. But,
was it? Okay.
Yeah. So this got dropped today. This was filmed. Jon Stewart. It was supposed to be Jon Stewart and Martian Manhunter at the end of the movie. Warner Brothers saw it. They said, "Fucking take that out. When did you put that in there?" He's like, "I filmed in my backyard," and they made him take it out.
Why?
Because they have plans for Jon Stewart in the HBO Max series.
Okay. You can say it's a different John. They have two.
I know
right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
that was probably Warner. Yeah.
And I'll tell you, Doom Patrol is probably one of the best things they've fucking done. It's not perfect. It gets really fucking woke.
It's weird, yeah.
But yeah, some of it's really good. You know, it's in the spirit of Grant Morrison's fucking Doom Patrol. But yeah,
and that's what's his face playing him. That's
they don't know. There's no one. There's nothing been confirmed about this actor.
That looks like
LeVar Burton,
kind of. But no, it's the other guy I'm trying to think of.
The guy that everybody has right now out there is actually, it would have been his film debut. He's a theater actor.
Okay.
So that would have been this character. But that's just everyone's best guess.
Looks pretty badass though. I can't believe they cut it.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they got cut out. So that is
I thought it
there's
was meant to
footage.
be Kilowog. I thought it was meant to be John Stewart and Kilowog that turned up at the end.
Ended up being, well, they filmed this and Martian Manhunter. So Jon Stewart and Martian Manhunter talking to Ben Affleck. So they had to, like, months later, they actually brought Affleck back and they brought Manhunter back to reshoot what they had already reshot or shot.
And Affleck looks better at the end of that movie than he did even in the beginning of fucking Justice League. He fucking, damn it.
Yeah,
well, you can definitely tell. You know, you can definitely tell he lost some weight in that one. And he's like darker because he gets more sun now. Basically, like it's definitely different. But dude could still fucking play. He was in the mask. He was under the cowl when he did the lines with Joker with Jared Leto.
Yeah.
But they did release that "We Live in a Society" alternate take.
Oh, they did. Good.
Yeah, yeah.
There's something odd. Oh, I wish they would have used that because Affleck's like, and I will fucking kill you. And I'm gonna honor that promise. He says that, and then Joker goes, "We live in a society where honor is a distant memory." And then he says, "But let me ask you, Bruce, who do you think screamed louder, the girl or the boy?"
Yeah.
Talking about Harley when she died or Robin when Joker killed her. So, like, it was pretty fucking good, man. I wish I would have used that.
Yeah, did he mean that, or did he mean the other Robin that was a chick? What's her name?
Nah, I don't think he meant Carrie. I think Zach even clarified he meant because they were talking about Harley Quinn.
Right. Steel, right? Isn't she supposed to be in Man of Steel? Or
a lot of people like think that that's Carrie in the Nightmare sequence.
That's what I thought.
I don't know if there's ever been confirmation of that, but that's like been a theory for a long time.
Well, Zach said that. Okay, but yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Oh wow, Phantom Mercenary canceled my Patreon to Red Letter Media over Jack's tweet where he promotes the Rewriting Ripley article defaming you guys. Much love. Yeah, thank you. I made a video about the YouTube dislikes, felt like the news was a bit old, wasn't going to release it. Then that thing came out, and I've been building on this video for a couple of days, so I'm going to release it tomorrow and say my piece about it. Do I have to be careful? No, I'm not going to be careful. I like what Ryan said. I don't think Jack represents all of Red Letter Media, but I think that was a stupid fucking tweet. I think he was narrative. And then the fucking moron says he read the article, which makes him sound even dumber and perpetuates it. And no, I'm not going to be soft on this one just because it's fucking Red Letter Media. I don't give a fuck. You know what? They cover a lot of good stuff. They get millions of views. They have very similar Star Trek takes to other Star Trek channels that cover Star Trek, I've noticed. But that being said, they know their Star Trek, and that's great. And I always thought they were kind of silently allies, you know, to comments. Apparently,
I'd actually heard rumors that like Rich even watches like you, us, and Doomcock and stuff.
I would say probably the main three would be secret allies. I don't know about the other guy. I know that he randomly pops up on like certain reviews, but
yeah, like I don't think you can indict Red Letter Media off of the actions of that dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I've been watching like Jay, Mike, and Rich. I think we all probably have.
Yes.
Been big on YouTube for a long time, but they have different takes. They have different takes from each other. They have different takes from us. Like their shit varies. I was shocked that they liked the Snyder Cut, honestly. But you know, I the same thing. Like now that's a big thing. That dude being a fucking asshole. That's not going to turn me off from Red Letter Media when those guys are on there. But if he's on there, you're damn right it will. Damn right it will.
Personally, when the guy came on, like I said earlier, he's a weak link. I don't watch the shit. It's his takes are kind of boring, and so I watched like 5 minutes of them, and I think it's way more interesting when what's his face shows up. Home Alone. Why am I blanking?
Oh, Macaulay Culkin.
Macaulay Culkin. Yeah, I think it's more interesting when he shows up. But
he's become the new what's his name? The
new
American fuck. Stupid son of Twilight Zone.
Son of Twilight Zone. Max Landis?
Max Landis, yeah. Because they've
can't believe
unlisted all the Max Landis stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, they did. And I tell you what, I'm subscribed up to my knees. I have been for a long time. Like, they tried to cancel Max Landis. He's back doing his thing. He's fucking cancer for a lot of these Hollywood types right now. But he's pitching this like Kryptonian epic that he's going to turn into an animated series. The ideas are out there. His ideas about DC are out there, like the way he creates these stories. But I have a great time fucking listening to his pitches and his like other takes on like his stories. Pretty fucking cool.
Dude, Bright was I love Bright. I'd love to
Bright.
see a lot more of that fucking world. I would.
They're supposed to be until we got canceled.
You know what's funny is Macaulay hasn't done shit on his YouTube channel for like a year.
He does his podcast.
Is he? Okay, because like I didn't see any videos for a while. Yeah, on his one channel.
Hopefully, somebody from Red Letter Media, they don't have to do this, but clarifies it or roast the fuck out of Jack. That's what YouTube is all about. Everything that guy's on, speak your piece, whether you like him or dislike him.
Well, I don't.
While you still can.
I don't know who runs the
well, you
main
still
one.
can.
Jay's online once in a while, but I don't even know if Mike has a Twitter.
Yeah,
and Jay very rarely says anything.
Well, Mike does have a Twitter, but it hasn't been used since like 2014.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so I'm assuming Jay probably runs both the RLM and his own. Obviously,
I think Rich and Jay do.
Right, probably do. Yeah. Does Rich have one?
No,
I didn't think so.
Like from what I've heard and what I've seen, a lot of people say is he's like barely on anymore, and some people even think he might have stepped away for a while or something. I don't know.
I honestly haven't seen him on anything in a while. I know mainly he did like the review stuff with Jay.
Yeah. Just Jay. Yeah. But yeah, I think he's not a member of Red Letter Media. I think he's like just a guest, like we have guests on. But he's a friend of theirs. Obviously, he's been a friend of theirs, a personal friend of theirs for donkey's years. So, they know him, they like him. I wouldn't expect Red Letter Media to make any comment about it. Wouldn't expect them to, if they did, to say anything negative about him, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's a dumb take. I think it's really stupid, and I think it doesn't help anything. But we got to practice what we preach, and he's allowed to say what he wants, even though it's
for sure.
He absolutely is, and I'm allowed to respond. And I think a lot.
We're also allowed to roast him too.
Yeah.
It's a fucking dangerous take, and he's a fucking moron. He has every right to tweet it, though. By all means, tweet it.
Yeah, but he's got to say he gets what he deserves because of it.
All he did was show his hand in the end, really.
And it's not going to help their channel at all. I mean, it'll hurt it, but they share a lot of audience with us, and I mean all of our channels from up and coming to big. They share a lot with Mahler, with Critical Drinker. You know what? Mahler is mentioned in that shit too. So according to, I'm pretty sure Writing Ripley would consider Red Letter Media to be a part of it.
Absolutely. Of course they would. They would call them one of the original sources because of the original videos they did on the Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones and all that shit.
Yeah, the Plinker reviews. Yeah.
Yes.
Plinker reviews were great.
Well, that was one of the reasons I found YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he did the Star Trek Plinkett reviews before he did the Star Wars, and they're just as good. Obviously, Mike was finding his Plinkett voice in them.
God, I wish they would do more Plinkett reviews. That stuff was
Star
wonderful.
Wars
bring Max Landis back and get rid of fucking Jack, and we're all good.
Landis is one of those. He says one smart thing and then he says two stupid things. With Max.
Max Landis he's probably on opiates, a pretty consistent. He dose of opiates all the time. He's a fucking director's son in Hollywood. He's on. Right. Yeah.
His dad's John Landis. So what do you expect?
Right? He's very fidgety and euphoric. Let's just say I recognize the behavior. Okay.
Yeah.
He's been pretty open about that as well.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Jeremy, what do you think about Cyberfrog? 1.2 million. What did you say it would raise? Busting balls, love you. Says Bree guy for $5. I don't know what Jeremy said it would raise, but I always thought he was supportive of that for the most part.
Jeremy said it wouldn't even do half as well as the first one. I think he said it.
Okay, well that's
something along those lines. It won't even make $500,000 or half as much as the last one. I think he said.
I think it made twice as much. But you know what? We're all wrong about shit once in a while, and hopefully things keep growing over there. Being a California sober is like being a Las Vegas virgin, says Dan Vask for 40
Hey, Dan.
in pesos. What's up, Dan? Voice of an angel. Voice of an like that. I mean, you sang just like him, dude. That was fucking
For like 2 seconds you did, yeah.
until you died. Being California sober is like being Las Vegas virgin. Absolutely. We're gonna go to the donation side real quick here. Wait, no.
Sorry. I take it California sober means you do it once in a while.
Oh, okay. The super chat will slide into that. So Demi Lovato is fluid, dudes, says Jason. Yeah, she's fluid. So she's into her fluidity. She was on Joe Rogan, and they did a Joe Rogan clip on her California sober, which is essentially you get to smoke weed, and you call that sober.
Okay.
That
You don't do heroin and cocaine. You just smoke weed and drink.
Smoke weed and drink. I'm sorry, and drink.
So Demi Lovato, I'm not ragging on anyone that smokes dope. You do you. So Demi Lovato, that has a history of mental illness, takes weed, smokes weed, which is absolutely proven to have an effect on your mental state.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, it's probably not the smartest thing for her to do.
People get upset when you start disparaging the sticky icky, the weed. So we all preface, by all means, it should be legal. It should be legal in every state. You should be able to decide what you put in your body. There should be no government entity ever fucking telling you not to. By all means, 420 all fucking day and night if that's what you want to do. But when it comes to sobriety, it's more when I take a drug, I gotta use I can hear my sponsor in my head. Use your fucking eye statements, dude. When I use, it is a symptom of a much, much deeper problem that has nothing to do with the actual thing I'm taking. So it's a disease mixed with possible, trauma from abuse. It's just way too much to talk about. That's why when Joe Rogan talks about sobriety, I tweeted like he would be the last person on earth I would take sobriety advice from. Like on planet fucking earth. Demi Lovato and Joe Rogan. I love Joe Rogan. I think he's the best podcaster. He's the Johnny Carson of our time. He's a fucking legend. Absolute love him. But he's just fucking wrong on this shit. And I would debate him any fucking day. Joe likes his drugs. He likes his drugs and he's trying to rationalize. Dude, just say you like your drugs. You don't need to rationalize it. I'm not judging him for liking his drugs, but you like your drugs. Being able to quit for a month, any addict can do that as long as they know they're going to get back to it, because it's a deeper problem. The 12-step program isn't an answer for everybody. I understand that. But through my experience, which is extensive with drugs, I find for me, it's the only one that works. We have a good friend, Will Gentry, out there who did something I could never, ever do. He walked in under his own fruition to a rehab. I could never do that. I tried, failed every single time. I had to be dragged in by cops every fucking time.
Yeah, my brother couldn't do that either.
And what happened to your brother?
He drank himself to death.
Yep. Which sucks. And I was well on my way there. So when we hear Demi Lovato saying California sober, I mean, I shake my head. She could do whatever she wants. She has a team of people like if I had a team of people keeping me sober, I'd be much better at it. I managed to survive without my team, but I have my team every time I go to a meeting. But she has a team of people like Robert Downey Jr. does, but Robert Downey Jr. has good people around him, and Demi Lovato has a bunch of yes men idiots. You're not sober if you're smoking pot. You are under the influence of marijuana. It's fine. It's okay. It's legal. You're not fucking sober. Same goes for booze. And that is Hollywood bullshit speak by adult pretenders who are fucking morons.
That Downey Joe Rogan podcast is fucking amazing.
Isn't it?
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
I love
I've
it.
listened to it multiple times. Like the last one, Scientology. I've listened to her one with Joe Rogan multiple times.
So, when Joe,
Oh yeah. The Leah Remini.
Yeah. That's really good. But that Robert Downey Jr. one is, I love to listen to that every now and again. It's so good.
because he's fucking. I mean, the guy's just pure charm. He's just fucking pure charm and charisma. The guy's,
And he has been there and done that.
Yep.
He's legitimately has been there and done that, and you know, turned his life around. And fuck,
he's been to prison. He was wearing the same shit I was.
yeah.
So, yeah.
I remember the video of him in court and everything. Like that's the thing is all of us are old enough for the most part. Other than I don't know if you are, Ryan.
I don't remember. I just remember seeing it now when people are like, "What a redemption story." I'm like, I didn't know. I didn't know this shit.
Dude fucking broke into a house and fell asleep in a kid's bed for fuck's sake.
Jesus.
And luckily it was just him, and they knew who he was. Then because like I remember like the 911 caller, and it's like the guy's like, "Oh yeah, Robert Downey Jr. is sleeping in my kid's bed."
No such thing as fucking sober. Okay, you're either sober. It's like being California pregnant. You know what I mean? It's you either are or you aren't. And it's okay if you're not. If you're not an addict and you're, there might be a California pregnant. I don't fucking. If you're not an addict, so what? Get high all day long. Wish I could do that, but I can't.
California pregnant is only if you've made it past the 4-month period where they'll no longer take you at the clinic. That's California. That's California pregnant.
Ryan goes right to that place.
Can't save your career anymore. You're saying?
You guys for 100 Canadian pesos. Oh shit! I did it again.
Hey, it works though.
Wrong thing.
I know Canadian money's funny money, but come on, Gary, that is just not.
That's mean, right? 100 Canadian pesos. You guys are awesome. I always love it when you have 1/3 black and the guys on. Great commentary as always. Are you? I mean, well, because you're practicing the metric system up there in Canada. I mean, is it different? Is quarter black?
Thought of that.
Up there? Is he
quarter black would be like 250 centimeter. I don't know how that would work. I don't know.
I think percentiles are still the same, guys.
2.5 millimeter. I don't know.
I think percentiles would still be the same, but
I would imagine
Ryan's 2.5 millimeter something account just got created.
Oh shit!
Gary, I don't think you even got there was before the stream even started. There were 2 super chats from Ryan accounts.
From Ryan accounts,
they love you.
I'll go down and check. But there's
one of them was pretty big too. I think.
I think they're both $50.
I would say both of them are. Yeah.
Yep. And I'm going to go down right now. I just wanted to say, Tom,
ladies,
downtown, ladies downtown.
I see
now you're showing your age there, Gary.
I see brightest day in the chat for Snyder's John Stewart was Wayne T. Carr. That's the name that I've seen thrown around, but I haven't seen. I mean, unless something happened in the past 7 hours, I haven't seen confirmation of that. But that's what a lot of people are speculating.
What was the name?
Wayne T. Carr.
Cisco Kid. I love this. We need to let there be tights for $5. I think that's great. Thank you very much. Dermy Wormy for $5. Thank you. What did you all think of Godzilla versus King Kong? Didn't see it.
I haven't seen it yet.
I watched it. It's Transformers. That's what it is.
I enjoyed it.
It's the human parts are just fucking forget about it. The CGI and the monster fights are fucking cool, and that's what it is, man. It's a turn your brain off there and watch big things punch each other. So as long as you understand that expectation going in, it's good. As far as the human shit is fucking bad. I'm just gonna say it is like all 3 of these movies, or I guess at least 2 out of the 3 have been like, oh, there's a girl who's the key to everything with this monster.
See, I didn't mind her
and now there's 2 of them. Millie Bobby Brown's a fucking waste of space. Fuck her. They got a new deaf chick in this one who's the key to King Kong now that Brie Larson died because she's too old, probably. The human parts are bad and dumb. The monster parts are fucking good.
I didn't mind the little girl because that is kind of very Godzilla-esque. But you're right. Millie Bobby Brown's whole part could have been cut out of this movie and you wouldn't even have noticed.
I know. The
And
only
it's a
reason she was
waste of
still in there is
space.
because of her name, I think. Who the fuck is this? Look at who's featured.
Oh shit!
That's their featured channel. They don't have any content.
Oh, geeks and grifters.
But basically, what I said about Kong and Godzilla is, if you like the last Godzilla movie, if you like the Kong movie, you'll probably like this. But yeah, Ryan's right. For the most part, the people are stupid in it, just like the last Godzilla movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
The monsters were fun. The last Godzilla movie.
Ryan,
Oh yeah.
Snyder Cut again or Godzilla versus King Kong?
What would I watch again? Snyder Cut.
I think that's easy for him.
I mean, I don't know who made that. No one who made Godzilla vs. Kong is ever just associated with me. But as far as like that one, that just engages me when I watch that. Whereas Godzilla vs. it's literally just, and there's nothing wrong with that. We kind of need more things like Godzilla vs. Kong that are just fucking action, fucking watch big things explode and shit. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that in the next few years in Hollywood as people try to trim their budgets down.
Yeah.
But things like this are fine. Like there's always been movies like this. But it is like
hold over a bygone era. Yeah.
The guy who directed Godzilla versus Kong, I guess, signed up for a Thundercats movie. So
I did hear that.
Yeah.
So we got a couple of 50 British pound super chat, a $50 super chat. We got Ryan's girl who cooks and gets fucked for 50 pounds. Recently got some cheddar and thought I'd share the wealth. I know this is an opportunity every Ryan account would want. Ryan, your mama so ugly that when you were born, the nurse held you up and slapped your mother. P.S. Nina's broad tweet was epic. That was terrible.
The problem was Jeremy slapped back.
Yeah. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it.
Hey, thank you for the money. Thank you.
Hey, I love Ryan unconditionally. Even when I mispronounce his name. Mikey Gussler for $50 saw 2.5 hour long video recently, had a little chat about it with my boy Ryan Kinnell, and if I were to describe this video in one word, it would be disingenuous. Other than that, have a happy Easter, everyone. You must be talking about Mahler's video.
Yeah, that's probably what he's talking about. Yeah.
We can have different opinions, Mikey. I know you love it. You love the DC universe unconditionally. Mahler is Mahler, and he will be Mahler. He will like stuff and he will dislike stuff. And he and I chatted, and I seriously, we don't need to agree with each other all the time. And
he likes Joss Whedon movies. That's what he likes. So I mean, that's fine. And it's definitively Justice League was a Joss Whedon movie. It was chopped up and stuff like that, but it was had Joss Whedon's mark all over it. So if that's what he wants to like, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't I like the Snyder Cut, and I like Jeff Johns as a comic book writer. I like some of Joss Whedon's work from the 90s. I don't like. Usually, I don't let their being assholes is not enough. Now, when you're assholes to the fans, that's something else. That's a whole different thing. Like Ava DuVernay or DuVarnay or DuVarnish, whatever her name is.
I like DuVarnish. That's great.
And that's where it draws the line. But yeah, it's cool. Mahler's fucking awesome. That's all. I disagree with him more on fucking Spider-Man. He loves Spider-Man.
We all disagree on shit all the time.
Yeah, that's his life.
That's what I love when people say we're an echo chamber.
He thinks Spider-Man Homecoming is like the best Spider-Man movie ever.
Yeah. And
I liked it, but I don't know about that. But yeah.
Spider-Man 2 was probably the best Spider-Man movie.
The best Spider-Man movie.
He likes Civil War more than he likes Winter Soldier, which I disagree.
Yeah.
Winter Soldier is the best. That is the best Marvel movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
I disagree.
Just because somebody like has a take on something that you really fucking 100% agree with, like his Last Jedi take, or like maybe if you agree with my takes on like Man of Steel or BVS, right? We might fucking disagree completely about other shit. That's how all of us on this panel operate. And if we didn't, it'd be pretty fucking boring conversation. To be honest.
Oh yeah.
We all had different feelings about shit. And even though you might agree with me wholeheartedly on one point, you might completely disagree with me on another, and that's okay.
Like I just said, I actually like the little girl aspect of the King Kong. I like that story. I wish they would expanded it more. It was the Millie Bobby Brown shit that was boring and stupid and pointless. Like she served no purpose in the story whatsoever.
It's not her fault, but I'm starting to really get sick of her.
I've heard some shit about her that she's not the easiest to deal with either. So again, the rumors, grain of salt, but yeah.
I'll go back and watch like the first half hour of Suicide Squad because I like it.
I don't mind Suicide Squad.
Yeah, I like the Batman scene. Think it's really good.
It's colorful.
How am I supposed to say this?
Olatization.
It's olatization for £5 Ever since I first saw Ryan on Datelines To Catch a Predator, I knew he was destined for greatness.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
Ryan was the bait, though. That's
if you don't fucking talk to him, if you know Chris Hansen in there, you just fucking walk out. The cops aren't going to touch you. Fucking, There's a little secret for you. Also, Chris Hansen is a bitch. Fuck Chris Hansen.
Why would you know this, Ryan?
I'm just making that part up. Not the Chris Hansen's a bitch part. That's about something completely different. Chris Hansen is a piece of shit. Go look at some YouTube documentaries on Chris Hansen.
Yeah, didn't he get in massive debt? And
massive debt, and he's very full of himself. He ended up in a sex scandal of his own while working at NBC. He tries to lie about it. He's literally trying to just like lie and stir up drama with content creators to try to pretend to still like live in the heyday of
that's where he's at.
Like it's really cringe. Chris Hansen's a bitch. He had lightning in a bottle with "Why don't you take a seat?" And that's all that he has in his life. That's all he'll ever have in his life.
Yep. Dad Matt talking 55 for $10. Hail all. Gary, have some ice cream on me. And no, not literally. Oh, don't worry. I won't take it. Stay safe on your travel, and may the internet connection hold up. 2 Jeremys in one stream. Have to specify if we say F Jeremy tonight. Yes, you do. Or they both got the fuck out of here because they've got 5 videos to make. It's been, oh my God, I'm looking at my phone and it makes my heart sink a little bit. How many days has it been since I made a video? Hang on just a moment.
A few.
It's been 9 days and 4 hours.
Ouch.
Damn.
I got to put out something tomorrow.
I thought you just put one out like a week ago almost, but I guess not.
I've got 2 in the they're kind of old news, but
you might as well just release them just to make sure you have content.
Oh, the Picard review. Nice.
Don't get nobody's hopes up. He'll get a ton of hate mail.
Yeah. Don't. Chat. What's?
I'll just say real quick, Gary. The news about Witcher season 2 filming just wrapped. It would be a perfect time to drop that Witcher video about Henry Cavill.
Yeah, it did just wrap today. He just put a tweet out.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that one quick.
Who fucking cares?
Oh yeah.
You wrapped a TV show. Every fucking TV show wraps. Just fuck off and get fucking doing the CGI.
Well, you don't need the CGI that much woke. That's the thing. So, chat Jeremy's pick. What was this? Chat. Ryan's dry cereal bowl, which has changed. The name is changed to Chat Jeremy picked a fight with something or other.
The fuck?
Changed for $50. Ryan leaves his woman the way the way he eats his cereal, dry. Not me the dessert Ryan leaves me in. I never seen a splash of milk, but have heard tales from the drop of a strong coffee that fell from his weak chin into my rim.
God
wow.
Damn. So that is about my hot take about cereal, because Lady Gravemaster put out a tweet yesterday. It was like, how do you eat your cereal? Do you put the milk in first, then the cereal, or do you put the cereal first, then the milk? And I listen, I'm gonna admit it's weird how I do it, but I've always done it this way. I fucking hate soggy cereal. I just don't like it. So I have a bowl of cereal and a glass of milk. and I fucking eat the dry cereal, then I take a drink of milk. I think it makes fucking sense. I think it's ingenious.
Or you can just eat it faster before it gets soggy.
Yeah, it's like dipping your salad into the fucking dressing instead of pouring your dressing all over it. I get that. That makes sense. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but
and everyone treats me like I'm a fucking serial killer when they learn that.
You are.
You are.
Serial killer.
I'm inhuman.
I hate fucking milk. Like fuck milk. Like ugh.
But you can't have cereal without it.
Well, I
I
have
can already see that in a Perry Chan video.
with almond milk. I don't drink soy fucking milk because it's fucking soy, but I drink almond milk.
I drink almond milk. I drink almond milk with like protein shakes and shit. I'd put actual cow's milk.
Yeah, I don't put cow shit in my body.
Almond milk is fine in cereal. You really can't tell the difference.
Disgusts me. It always has. So
I drink it separately so I can tell comics.
Talk about what's in the cereal, but yeah, you get your point.
I love fucking cereal though. I like the kind, the sugary kind. Captain Crunch, peanut butter crunch is my all-time favorite. All-time favorite. The
peanut butter crunch, is that what you said? Peanut butter crunch?
Peanut butter crunch.
I fucking love peanut butter crunch. Peanut butter crunch, Fruit Loops, and just plain ass fucking corn flakes.
Yep.
Those are like my top 3 cereals of all time.
That's my
I
boy.
love them, but why? What is it with Captain Crunch and only Captain Crunch with ripping the shit out of the top of your mouth? Is it
Yeah,
just
you
me?
gotta, no, it did.
Y'all got weak ass mouths.
There's a shop that does some American like sweets, and they do a couple of cereals, and I got a box. It cost me $10 for a box of Reese's cereal.
Ooh.
And that
is it the one that's the chocolate and the peanut butter, right?
Yeah, it's got the separate. It's got 2 different flavors in this. Yeah,
pounds.
That is so good.
10 pounds. So that's like $14.
We don't. Because we don't get it over here. So I get it like once a blue moon.
Wow.
Melissa was gonna send you something anyway, so hang on.
Oh, put some Reese's cereal down.
I was just gonna say, I heard is it true you guys can't really get your hands on Reese's very often over there, but you love it?
Well, things like Reese's cups, like the chocolate cup, you can get those pretty easily.
Oh, okay.
But stuff like your cereals, like we don't get stuff like Captain
What
Crunch.
about Reese's Pieces though?
Like Canada,
it's quite specialized.
Yeah, like I feel like America's just this like we don't quite understand it because I went to the store one time. I bought a bunch of different Oreos for Krista Nova, because in Canada all they have is like regular fucking Oreos. And so we have got the lemon Oreos, we got these like mint Oreos, we've got like literally if I go to Walmart right now, I can probably find at least 12 to 15 different types of Oreos, like ranging with a bunch of different flavors that I don't think people not from America understand.
No,
that.
we get the standard Oreo here in the UK, the chocolate with the white.
Wait, do you even have double stuff?
It's because everything's smaller. They can't have big cars. They can't have big grocery stores. And we're obscenely fucking like
obese.
Well, of course, look at me.
And everything's twice as big here.
But no,
I've
that's
been
what Andre said.
I've been eating double stuffed Oreos for like 20 years now. And the other day, I didn't realize it, but we got like regular Oreos. And I accidentally ate one, and I was like, "This is fucking disgusting." Like I am so used to double stuffed. I'm so spoiled with double stuffed Oreos. I put them on. I was like, "What the fuck is this? This is trash. Send it back."
I know Andre said the same kind of thing. Like when he come over here, he's like, he went to get a bag of chips and he got overwhelmed with how many choices there were. He's like, where I'm from, we have like a company will make like 1 or 2 flavors or 1 or 2 things. Like you guys over there, it's like you have one company making 22 flavors of everything. And he just didn't get it. Yep. He was just totally overwhelmed by it. It's just
I got to read this one. This is from dude, this was when the internet died in the fucking hotel room again. So this $300 from KBiz.
Wow.
As someone who moved from New York City to Florida, best decision I ever made. Good luck with everything. There's nothing better than being free of these incredibly poorly run states. And that's the bottom line. Thank you, K-Biz, for the $300. Oh shit, I did it again. $300. $300.
Yeah.
There's some shit that Mrs. Nerdrotic does not like about Texas. There's a couple of pieces of policy she's not fucking crazy about. But we balance it out with what are we not crazy about with California? Well,
Yeah.
everything. I can live with I'm not down with a couple of things they want to do, or she's not down with it. I personally don't have an opinion on it, but it's girl stuff. But there are California has shitty school systems. They have what police they have. They're hamstrung. They can't do anything. And believe me, not all the cops in California are good. We got some fucking lame ass fucking cops in California. And because they're people too. But more importantly, like San Diego was the last holdout. San Diego used to be a place where you get a Democrat once in a while, you get a Republican once in a while. It's pretty middle of the fucking road. Yeah. San Diego's lost now. And that's like your last refuge, unless you want to live practically near Oregon, which nothing to get like it, but it's just too fucking expensive here and it's fucking dumb. And they'll probably, Gavin Newsom will probably survive his recall and it'll just be same old. And then everybody here will bitch that what's going on? It's like, fuckers, you've had one party here in complete control in the Senate part, or at least for fucking 40 years. 40 fucking years. I don't care what party you are. If 40 fucking years of one party essentially controlling a state, and you got to stop wondering why things aren't changing, and you got to start maybe looking in the mirror. And I realized I couldn't change anything. I hate fucking running from a fight. I fucking hate it, but like, this is fucking stupid. So I'm so happy to be starting this process, and it's been a pain in the ass. It's been a total pain in the ass and inconvenient. But sometimes freedom is inconvenient. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Did I miss the Star Trek article covering? I don't remember mentioning it. Did we mention that? I might have mentioned it in passing and forgot. Sorry. There was a Star Trek article from a couple days ago that I've completely forgotten about. Fuck Star Trek. It's Tangent for $5.99. Thank you for the donation. He just says hi. Polaris sucks for $2.39. Hail Gary, I know you don't like video games, but the video game Disco is it Elysium is really good. It's like an old pen and paper RPG. I'll check it out. I don't hate video games. I'm just not good with them. They don't like me. Not Ginger for $6.50. What's up, Ginger? Can't believe I'm going to see the Suicide Squad, but all Peter Capaldi has to do is breathe in a movie for 5 minutes and I'll be there opening night. Yep.
Nice.
It was great seeing Peter Capaldi. I think that was awesome. Thank you for the $6.50, Ginger. See you in the member stream. Gesture of Roanoke for $1. Falcon and Winter Soldier is like a child with Tourette's. Every time I let my guard down, they scream at me and say that I'm awful. Such wildly uneven writing. Ruth Sanders for $20. Just here for fun. Thank you, Ruth, and hopefully you had fun tonight. Where the whole goal is to get you guys to laugh once in a while, and maybe I don't know. I don't want to be and maybe get you to think. I don't fucking
maybe shed a few tears.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I don't know. I need to think more. Hello, Gary, and the rest of Friday Night Nights. Just watched you guys and Gal and Jay playing Wheel of Fortune game on Twitch. I just clipped 2 scenes of Jay's awkward victory dances. Oh, well, there you go. Christopher Marcella when Wheel of Fortune. I wasn't playing.
Yeah, I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah. I played a game on EFAP with Az. What was the name of that game again? Az, do you remember?
Huh? Oh, I don't know what the name of it was, but it's hilarious.
It was fucking fun. We need to do that here.
Yeah.
Jeremy's
back, by the way.
Oh, fuck.
Not that one.
He can come
DJ Cobra.
He pleases. Yeah, I figured it was.
You still are sharing this random fucking screen, by the way, Gary.
Oh, well, fucking. I think it's funny. No, I didn't mean to share it that long.
I had to come back because Az said he doesn't know about double stuffed Oreos. What the fuck?
Yeah,
What
foreign,
kind
like
of terrible
foreigners don't
life
get
do you
that
live?
shit.
What kind of terrible life are you living where you don't know
Dude,
double
do you
stuffed
know how
Oreos? You
much
might
time-
be the sexiest man alive, but if you
Yeah.
don't know double stuffed Oreos, you have a bad existence.
Dude, it's not blame my fucking country, not me.
That's a terrible
Yeah,
life.
emphasis on cunt. Yeah.
Yeah.
X-Ray girl, have you never experienced double stuffed Oreos either?
I actually bought some on Amazon, so I haven't eaten it yet.
What a terrible life! You have to buy your double stuffed on.
Don't even tell them that they have like the
I
maximum
haven't-
or the most stuff or whatever they're called.
I haven't been to a grocery store
Right.
in
I
like
just
3
put
years,
double
3
stuff
months.
on the internet and I've just been.
Don't do
That is
that,
the
Az,
worst,
no!
that is the worst mistake I've ever made in my life. Don't put double stuffed into Google, folks.
Do it.
Especially with the was it non-safe?
Wow, how does she even fit it in? Right, Jeremy, I could buy some double stuffed Oreos from Amazon.
They'll change your life. They'll change your life.
I'm gonna buy
Because
some.
what Ryan said is extremely accurate. When
That's
most
too
stuff.
much.
Double
That's,
stuff?
that's
No,
those are most
no.
stuff.
No,
that's even that's what we'll be eating in 50 years.
Those
We'll
are
be
real,
Like, how
though.
could you
No.
ever eat double
want you to
stuff?
think
They
about
have
what
those.
you're
I
trying.
know.
You're trying to say you want double your white between the cracks.
That is true. Maybe that's why I like it more.
No, whenever you
That is
if you
so
eat
wrong.
if you eat double stuffed Oreos and then you go back to regular Oreos, it is a bad experience. You're like, who does this? What
You get completely what fucking pleb, what fucking peasant eats these regular Oreos? It's how you feel. Like
Someone
because
who doesn't want to gain
Might as well
500
have
pounds.
Decas or whatever the hell they're called.
if you don't
knock
really,
off
so-
Oreos.
yeah, so someone that doesn't want to gain 500 pounds, they don't eat double stuff Oreos. They just eat regular Oreos. Is that what you're saying, comic?
No, we eat Oreo thins. I love the Oreo thins. It's so nice.
No.
They're crunchy.
They're good.
gamer words right now for Oreo thin.
Wow.
Oreo, no. Oreo thins,
Wow.
Oreo thins,
Good.
but everything's thinner because the cookies part is thinner too. So like those are like okay because you understand what you're getting into. Regular Oreos, dog shit now, fucking straight up trash. You know what you use that for? Fucking crumble it up and put them on your ice cream. That's the only thing you get for anymore.
I gotta agree with
Why don't you
Ryan on this
crumple up
one.
and put on your cereal, Ryan?
As long as you don't put milk in it. Yeah.
They have Oreo cereal, by the way. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Like mini Oreos or like the cereal?
They're like
How's that work?
circles, but they have like the
Jesus
the
Christ, they've
frosting
already
all
made a
over.
meme about it, Jeremy. For fuck's sake. This is just how do they get it so quick?
Because our audience is fucking awesome. That's why.
Oh my god!
I'll retweet it right there.
I like how Odin is like probably there from a leftover meme. Like
Tastes the same.
Oh, Jeremy, come on, dude.
You got it. Okay.
yeah, like that's got to be a leftover meme. Like that fucking that they erased something.
Repurposing works. It does.
Nothing wrong with that.
It does. Yay.
Very good.
Dude,
That's just
yeah,
good, yeah.
Renee with the memes is a legend. Needs a bigger shout out.
Yeah, definitely.
Gonna need some soups.
Fucking Xray Gill just knocking back the vino.
Where did
Nice.
Rich, I am not affiliated with, and I denounce all of you, says Eric K.
Oh,
Thank you, Eric.
Eric, yeah. Eric. My camera's still off. It is. Okay. Michael L for $10, tossing a coin to my Witcher. Thank you, Mike.
hey. Oh, Valley of Plenty. Oh, Valley of Plenty. Oh.
We should totally end the show with some Dan Vask.
Oh, yeah.
Pine Barrens Legend for $5, just a donation.
Oh,
very
Gary,
much.
I played Dan Vask's Toss a Coin to Witcher on my channel, and it got copyright
It
claim.
did?
So I ended up cutting it out, unfortunately, Dan. Sorry.
Yeah.
But your company or whoever copyright claimed it.
Cross purposes for $5. We're starting a new 30-day full lockdown in Ontario, Canada. Can't do this much longer. TGIFNT. Is that true?
Yeah. Well, I know Xray Girl, you guys have
Yeah. It starts at midnight tonight.
Oh,
jeez, that's ridiculous.
I know, and they said specifically it's a shutdown, not a lockdown.
No,
but it's not that much difference.
Yeah, it's the same fucking thing.
I know.
Are you having trouble? I mean, did the numbers go up? Is there something legitimate?
The variant numbers have gone up, and it's actually younger people that are more affected, and our ICU beds are starting to fill up. So
Yeah,
I guess we will see.
And also, their prime minister wore blackface. So
yeah. So
No
why
comment on that.
why are younger? Is this a mutant strain?
Yeah, it's the strain from what is it? The British strain, the UK one.
It's called the
Hey,
Antifa.
we got
Antifa
ours from
strain.
Brazil. So Brazil have given it to us. We're passing it to Canada.
So
you
it's,
know,
it's the
Commonwealth and all that.
It's
so.
the Brazilian China virus.
Oh,
Hey, China says it came from here.
The Bachina, the Bachina violence, the Bachina syndrome.
I do want to
China
give.
virus?
I think Renee did it earlier. I saw it earlier. The best meme is the Silverhawks meme with Az. That shit is fucking gold.
That was good.
A lot of people don't know about Silverhawks. So the fact
Silverhawks
that like I
great.
see the Silverhawks meme was so good. I'm like, that's old.
Silverhawks kicked ass, man.
I'm curious as to why. I mean, like it's summer. The ICU beds like actually full or just filling up?
Filling up, and I know at my hospital we're trying to keep the ICU beds open because we want to still make money and do operations. So, I mean, we try our best. We'll see what happens.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's California will be locked down soon. I just count on it.
There's no money in treating for COVID unless someone dies from it. The hospitals, as far as hospitals go. So,
Our RML supporter, Red Letter Media supporter for 5 years for $5. Did you know when you cancel a Patreon membership, you can specify a reason, and that reason can be a link to a tweet? I think more people should know that. Oh, wow. Didn't know that.
I did not know that.
Did not know that.
There you go.
it's interesting.
Thank you. Hey, thank you for having our back, audience. Thank
Yeah.
you for having our back. We appreciate that. But you know,
Just as they like to say, it's consequence time.
consequence time. But you know, I think everyone said it earlier. I mean, absolutely do what you feel is right to send that message. I hope not everyone feels that way. Don't know though. Don't know that for sure. I didn't unsubscribe to Red Letter Media. I'm still subscribed to Red Letter Media. Gentlemen, I'm still waiting for their Star Trek Discovery season 3 review. I guess they're not going to come out.
Well, no, they did an Enterprise video, didn't they? And they said, and Discovery season 3 review, and Mike just went, no.
they said they're not, but you never know with them.
I think they really tapped out on season 3.
Gentleman Mad for $3. Last week I brought 42. This week I exposed Gary. Fun fact: San Fran hosts a yearly masturbate-a-thon.
Wow!
Champion Masanobu Sato went 9 hours and 33 minutes straight. So yes, as 42 does become a high number. How did you do, Gary, since you lived there? How did you do, Gary, since you lived there? How did I do? It's fucking no, that's me.
I have a lot of questions about this.
I have a lot of questions.
9 hours.
I don't think it was hard the whole time. I think you just have to be jerking it. That's what I think the rules are. So even if you're
9
soft,
hours?
even if you're soft, as long as you're jerking it, I think it counts. Like there's
9
no way.
hours?
There's no way. I mean, maybe you should have seen a doctor 2 times over.
You're switching
but-
hands at that point.
You
too.
gotta
would've
be,
fell off
you
by
gotta
then.
be like keeping that thing as lubed as possible. Otherwise, you're gonna
Shake
get
City.
day fingling. Yeah, you're gonna. Oh yeah.
I don't understand.
What's your take on it, Xray girl?
I don't have a male part, so I don't know.
The West Coast
women are
is
like
weird.
9 hours.
Yeah, we could go on forever. Just throw on some of that,
Why did you say a male part? You don't think women can have penises?
Oh, you
I don't
Oh my god!
I don't personally. I don't know
do you
what
not
it's
love
like
the
to have
female
to handle
penis?
that. Literally.
We're all
Oh.
supposed to love the female penis,
Penises are literally bigotry.
So, how did I do since I lived there? I kept my head down in San Francisco, kind of like prison. Minded my own business. Didn't mess with any things I shouldn't mess with. And
The difference, though, I don't think people shit on the floor in prison, though, do they really?
no, they don't. And if they did, they would get shanked as
That's
they
what I
should.
figured.
Um,
So I'm saying prisoners even have more
yeah.
have more decency. Anyway, sorry.
I'm gonna have to go back. I have to go back next month for the first time since I left.
No,
here.
prison. Don't go back to prison, Gary. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, don't go back there.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Gary.
He's talking about California. We all know it's a prison, but
Well, that's worse.
Yeah.
That is worse.
Go to prison, quick. Go to prison.
Yeah, if you're gonna do this shit, go to
Yeah.
prison instead. Don't go back to California.
Solitary gamer for $100. Went to the movies all the time in the early 2000s, had NFL Sunday ticket, bought collectibles, merch, etc. Now I have a girthy hand-etched mug and asbestos-laden tumbler and receipts for super chats and Streamlabs. My time and money have moved on. Great point. Like in the early 2000s, I had NFL Sunday ticket. I fucking went to the movies every Friday and Saturday night, like clockwork. Went to shows, bought all kinds of shit, and no, I watch YouTube all the fucking time now. That's pretty much all
that's
I do.
where I'm at, man.
Gary watches every channel.
Yep.
Seriously, every channel. He probably if that Ryan's girls that cook and get fucked account uploads, Gary will watch a video from him.
Oh yeah. What's going on? I like to know what's going on.
I hope it's topical.
I was watching Comics Division in between recording a video last night.
Oh, you were listening to me go off like an idiot?
Yeah, it was fine. Vasidius for $20. As Walt Disney wasn't in anti-Semite, those allegations came from the Daily Worker, a communist newspaper, after he went against a union front group. It spread over time. Check out Razor Fist's "Hollywood Was Always Red" rant. I've seen that one. Have you seen that, Az? It's pretty good.
I haven't seen that one, I don't think. Actually. No, I haven't seen that one.
But Walt Disney as an anti-Semite, I don't know.
I've heard some things against that, but yeah.
Yeah, I've always heard that it was kind of like a rumor and made up and not actually verified.
Like
So-
like Honest Abe said, don't believe everything on the internet that has a quote next to it.
There you go.
And Abraham Lincoln was
And Abraham Lincoln
Good old
was right
man.
about the internet.
You know, he invented the internet.
Yeah.
along
Wait,
with
that was Al Gore.
Gore
Sorry.
Al Gore and Abraham Lincoln
and
Yeah,
Abraham.
together.
and Demi Lovato. Borg, here's a coin for our listener. Oh, gamers of plenty. Thanks for being the highlight of our day, especially Gary and Az. Wow, thank you. We love Quarter Black and Odin, who isn't here because he's on a trip with his family, even though I'm on a trip with my family. But okay.
He did give me a heads
Of course, we have Xray Girl and Jeremy, and thank you again for Jeremy from the Quartering coming on. Tom from Midnight's Edge. We got Comics Division. We got Ryan Kennel, whatever you want to call him. Then we got Henry Cavill, and you can subscribe to all of these lovely people down below. Do it often.
Wait, does Anna know that we have Henry Cavill here?
I don't know.
So Quartering posted the tweet. Barbie revealed that she has, I don't know what a fucking name is.
Bad baby.
Oh.
Bad, okay.
Catch me outside, girl.
$1 million
She,
bucks.
she fucking spells like she sounds. Fucking retard. reveals that she has made over 1 million in 6 hours since launching her OnlyFans page 1 week after 18th birthday.
You know
and
what?
She posts the receipt.
Yeah.
$1,030,703 in 6 hours.
Good.
That's
for
what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I really think that we need to have equality in on OnlyFans. So I think I should be able to make $1 million in 6 hours too, right? Isn't that how it works?
At least above average.
Definitely.
as much as an 18-year-old on OnlyFans. That's right.
Yeah,
But
but
I'm sure
I mean,
she'll be very responsible with it.
yeah, I mean, look, I got nothing against the chick for making her money. Do what
Nope.
she wants. It's whatever.
It's the other thing that bothers me. It's not-
Yes, yes, yeah.
You know what? Yeah. Wrath of God for $75. Thank you very much. Thank you. You think just because you give us money, we owe you something you'll enjoy. You'll buy what we give you and like it, even if we just spit in your face. Most companies and celebrities today, by the way, that's a quote from them. Here's some cash for the move to greener pastures. Happy Easter. Happy Easter, everyone, by the way. Happy Easter. Thank you, Wrath of God. And yes, can't wait to get to those greener pastures. And they're getting more expensive by the day. So we got to move fast. But it's kind of balancing out though, because like on the sales end for us, it's doing the same thing. So, hopefully it's all relative.
So in a year from now, are we going to hear stories about Catch Me Out Back Girl getting caught by the IRS for not paying taxes? Or?
Well, didn't I just hear on a video from Jeremy from the Quartering yesterday about some politician wanting to tax them with some old law? Did you hear about that?
On like
see that video.
OnlyFans?
Yeah.
He uploads about 12 videos a day. I can only watch like
He
2.
uploaded a video that said, "Is this the end of OnlyFans?" Exactly the way you should title it. And there is a politician enacting some ancient law, not ancient, but like a couple hundred years old, and I guess it's for brothels or some shit.
Good God, are you serious?
Well,
That's funny.
He's not wrong. It takes the government. What Jeremy said is, it takes the government a couple of years to figure out how to tax shit when it's new. So like remember when Uber was and the taxi unions were trying to crush it. The government found a way to tax it. So they're like, it's totally fine. Remember Airbnb? San Francisco damn near got rid of it. But you know what? It's so funny when you actually go after San Franciscans' money, they want to keep it too. It's
funny how that works.
All these famous socialists got really pissed off when they threatened to take away their Airbnbs. But the government figured out a way to tax it. So now it's okay. Same thing will happen to OnlyFans. Those ladies are going to have to pay up. That's all.
Yep.
I can now-
Especially like with $1 million.
Yep. Tax the thoughts.
Uncle Sam's going to want it.
She doesn't. If she doesn't have a business and any write-offs, she's going to lose half of it at least.
Looks like they're restricting Gina Carano's Twitter account. Lady Gravemaster just sent a tweet out. Andy Signor actually sent the original tweet out.
I saw it hours ago that people had screenshotted that.
It's not showing up for me like that for her account.
All it says is like, I think what it said is like this profile may include sensitive content or something.
Yeah,
like,
I've got them here.
I think that's what it said. And like, again, I saw this morning. So like damn near 12 hours ago, I saw a couple people posting screenshots of that. So that is not something that necessarily broke in the last like minute or two. It's something that's been going on. But
I've got the tweets. I got the tweets.
Looks fine to me. So what? Do we have to click on one of her tweets? Here, let's
just
click.
go to.
It's like
if you're not following her, by the looks of it, if you're not following her, then maybe it shows that way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me check that out. Actually,
Go to Gina. Go to Lady Gravemaster's.
Yeah, I've got them linked there. I've got them already set up, Gary. Down below.
Yeah. Here it is.
There they are. Yeah.
Really? Now they're doing it on actual accounts, not just stories.
You got fuck all that's sensitive on there, you fucking bitches.
All right, I don't want to show that tweet. But okay. So the account might include sensitive content. I've seen that pop up before. So what was her tweet?
like,
Was
like
it
in the last couple of days, you know, she's been posting stuff that they obviously would deem
yes.
not what they want her to tweet. Obviously,
ballsiest
And-
tweet of April 1st. That was so fucking good.
yeah.
Damn, that was good.
Right,
So-
they
You're
put
the
on
boss.
saying this tweet might include sensitive content. To view it, you need to change your privacy and safety settings. Somebody has then shown the tweet that pertained to, and it's a tweet of like lots of different races holding hands
Oh, is it this one?
and the love hearts. Yeah, that's the tweet that they said it contains.
What?
Is
That doesn't
might
fit their
include
narrative.
sensitive
We-
content.
No, I would like to thank Twitter for its honesty. I really would at this moment, because that's exactly what they want, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Well,
And-
I'm confused as to why they think it's. I'm confused.
For fuck's sake.
What?
Fuck Twitter.
They are terrified of Gina Carano.
Yeah,
they really are.
They're gonna try to take her down. We all know. Come on.
Yeah. She
But they're
is
not canceling her.
she's their new target. I'll just say that much. She's their new target.
She's
This is-
been
this
their
is-
target.
This is pitchforks and tiki torches and storming to the windmill. This is
So some people in the chat are saying they're seeing the warning. So I'm not. I went to one of our other accounts that wasn't following her, and I didn't get the warning of.
I went to one of them. It's based on your settings. That's what it's based off. Like that's even what it says there. Like you change your settings or something to see potentially something content. So it probably depends on whatever warning. Because I went to one that I used to like look up all the fucking bitches who have blocked me. That literally don't follow. I don't never tweet from it. Just that account. And it did show me that because I never used that account. And then I went to Sports Wars, which isn't following her because we never used that account really either. And it didn't show up for me there. So it just all depends on your settings. You all right?
yeah, I'll live. I'll be fine. Don't worry, baby boy. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, but I think you're right, Ryan. So it's a step. It's one more fucking thing. It's little baby steps towards destruction. That's where we're.
Small censorship, small censorship, more censorship.
Yep.
More get rid of the voices that they don't want to hear. This is Twitter making no bones that they want an echo chamber.
Okay. Hopefully something comes up
Like
like
keep fucking squashing them.
that doesn't go so partisan and it starts bleeding at some point. You know, maybe it's time to think
It
about
already is, I think.
fucking A.
Oh shit! I do have a mind.
$5. Even though it is probably unpopular, I agree with Mahler and thought his Unbridled Rage video was great. If you like the movie, good for you, but I consider it like Batman and Robin 1997 or The Room, not well written or good, but enjoyable. I don't look at it like that.
I agree with everything, pretty much everything Mahler said, although I did like the movie, but I don't disagree with Mahler's takes at all. I mean, his point about how fucking Clark Kent literally is fucking Superman, just sitting there walking around, no glasses. He's got the cool swagger. They just like, it's literally Superman with a goddamn coat on. It's like there's no change in it. It's fucking stupid. It just drives me fucking crazy. Like Clark Kent is supposed to be clumsy and dumb and awkward, and you got Henry Cavill just like, hey, I'm sexy.
Well,
Hey,
that's-
I'm standing here. And it's like so fucking stupid.
That's
It's
actually
so dumb.
from Superman the movie. I mean, before
So
That is technically true.
Yeah,
He was-
it's literally right from it.
Oh,
So okay.
Technically, yes.
What?
But
Got it.
I don't disagree with you wholeheartedly though, Jeremy, because that was my
Yeah.
biggest issue with the Snyder Cut was when they showed Superman, it didn't show me why we had to go through all this death of Superman crap to get to this point.
No,
well, no, but even if you want to bring in the elements of the fact that he wearing the glasses, having his hair different, whatever you want to do, it's the fact is like
how lazy they did.
yeah,
I can
Henry Cavill literally is Superman in a goddamn jacket. like standing there. There's nothing to. There's not even an effort to try to change it.
Well, and people
It's
used to make
so
fun of the
annoying.
glasses and stuff like that. But let's look at it this way, more realistically. In a day and age when everybody has a high definition camera on their phone and they
Well-
can zoom in on his face.
Well,
It's
yeah,
not
but
like it
even the
was back in
glasses.
the
No,
day,
but
but
even
yeah.
something as simple as glasses is an effort. I
Right.
mean, Robin is wearing a fucking little mask over it. Like, just give me the glasses to make the effort.
It's easy. As we talked about this perception filter, just say there's a Kryptonian perception filter on my glasses, so people don't see Clark Kent. They just see it. Their mind they're still seeing, Henry Cavill's face, but their mind interprets it differently. It's all it takes. That's all you have to say.
Yeah.
It's like these glasses are made out of a Kryptonian metal. Blah, 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 blah. That's all.
Yeah.
You
You fall into all that stuff in like current day with like these with these fucking secret identities, because it would really be like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were creating in a more innocent time. Well, a less technologically advanced time, and these are the heroes that we've got, and these are the heroes that we're still adhering to. But a throwaway line about Kryptonian glasses or Kryptonian metal create some sort of perception filter. Fine. That's all it'd take, but ultimately it'd take, that's the 30-second thing in a film. The film would carry on as normal anyway.
I think there's a couple throwaway lines that would have like really brought the Snyder Cut up, in my opinion. I think I think they could have used a throwaway line about why exactly Darkseid fucking forgot where Earth was.
Yeah.
I think that's a great criticism. I think it's extremely valid. I think they should have basically said that the mother boxes acted as a navigation system. Like, I think that would have been all you really needed and to explain why
Makes
they couldn't
sense.
find their way back. And then when Flash reverses time at the end, he has a rule. Like, he has a rule for a reason. You got to break this rule, Barry. You got to do it. You got to do it just this one time. Like, the reason that you have a rule is because bad things happen if you break it. So if you can do that without any bad repercussions happening, why was there a rule in the first place, and why not do it anytime? He
literally went 3 seconds back in time. Or
I
maybe
agree.
less.
But there has to be a rule where there has to be. No, I agree with that.
Right, and I agree.
Yeah, but that's what's going to be experimented in the Flashpoint movie, because that's when he goes, I'm going to go further back and I'm going to save my mom. And that's what causes all the repercussions.
I 100% agree with you. And when this came out, that was supposed to be right after it, before it came into development. We still haven't seen that fucking movie. But I do think that one thing that would have helped that, because he didn't intend to do it with the mother box, it just kind of happened because things get weird when he goes that fast. I think that something could have really helped if after, when they were standing there, if Barry would have looked a little weird, and like maybe Wonder Woman or somebody would be like, Barry, what's wrong? You just saved everyone. He's like, every time I fuck with time, something bad happened. Like, we
already had that though. We had it in the Kryptonian ship with Cyborg, when Cyborg was setting up for them to bring back Superman, and because Barry goes a little too slow or too quick, and he has to slightly, the time has to go back slightly for it to race back up. But that's when Cyborg has all the nightmare visions.
But that has nothing to do with him reversing time. That has to do with him jumpstarting the mother box. That's a repercussion of them bringing Superman back to life and showing that the mother box is there. That's a future that they're going to have anyway.
But it's a split it's a split timeline by the sounds of it. A fractured timeline
it is, because that's happening regardless if they step over or not, because now Darkseid knows he's there, so he's going to come to Earth using the Armadas. He's going to take over. He's going to get the anti-life equation.
I don't know who that is. I'm trying.
I don't know either. The hat looks familiar, but nothing else.
I have a jacket like that.
Ryan, continue. I was listening to what you're saying.
Yeah,
Click the link I put in the private chat. So,
Ryan,
yeah. So like, he is going to come to Earth. He is going to get the anti-life equation. He is going to take over everything, and basically turn all of life on Earth to his. And Superman will submit. And then they're going to have to change that timeline.
Well, the thing, the trigger point is Lois Lane's going to die.
Correct.
That's the trigger point.
Correct, and that's what makes Superman succumb.
Death is going to cause, Lois Lane's death is going to cause Sorry.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Difficult to concentrate when it's like nearly 4 o'clock in the morning. And
I hate that. It's got to be more than that to crack Superman. Sorry. That shit I don't buy for one.
well, I mean, they've been constantly saying that she's his world, she's his world, she's his
Yeah,
world.
but I mean, like, fuck. Then he's weak. Then anything could have broken.
That's the one thing that he has
Yeah.
to prove against Jor-El, though. And that's even in the Donner ones, is like you can't put one above the rest, and that's what he learns in Superman 2. But
I mean, if you want to do an alternate timeline where you're visiting that, but the real Superman is still Superman, sure. Why the fuck not? And then he has to fight himself. But it seems they want it like that's Disney. Sorry, DC wanting to get their fucking dessert first. Like that's an interesting story that you play after you establish Superman, like establish him as a good person. That's why this would be shocking. They have not done that yet.
There are movies missing left, right, and center from this whole thing, which is the only frustrating element. There should have been another Superman movie before we even got the Justice League movie. There should have been a Batman movie before we had the Justice League movie. You know, all of this kind of stuff. So there are movies missing left, right, and center. Right?
Yeah, we should have got Nicolas Cage as Superman.
Yeah, at one point, yeah. But I'm just trying to kind of operate it in Zach's.
Yeah, no, I know.
Current sort of like timeline of really fucking too quick.
Rat the God for $10. I have to agree with Xray Girl. Mint thin Oreos are the best. They're actually really good.
I like they do sound good.
Simp.
Just
Simp.
Why are you hating on thins?
You just said they're too sweet. There's too sweet. Yeah. You got to take moderation. Hey, $100 from Diego Flores in Peru.
Love Diego.
If you want to get Peeps, I have to order it from Amazon. Over $100 in shipping alone for 8 bloody marshmallows. Why don't you tell us the good stuff? Damn it! For one, Peeps. The good stuff, brother. But Diego, you have to pay $100 to get Peeps. There's got to be a better way. Audience, we need
Monday. We'll probably be able to get a buttload of them for like $10. Like you'll probably be able to get a crate of them on Monday.
Unfortunately, all the Peeps are stuck in the Suez Canal right now.
Oh, snap.
Did you see the meme with Chuck Norris pulling it? That was pretty fun. That was fun. And then the other ships jumping over it. That was funny too.
Why didn't they put Superman from pulling it from the Batman v Superman meme where he's not looking too happy?
Yeah. They think the thing could break in half. They just fucking should at this point. Wondering what
I thought they already cleared it.
Yeah, I thought it was cleared now.
Did they? I've been on the road.
It just rusted away.
For $5. Wondering what everybody's problem is with Sucker Punch. Personally, I don't think it got. I think it got more. I don't think I got more than halfway. Perhaps I am wrong, but as soon as the needle was in her eye and she started kicking ass, I decided she is sitting drooling in dreamland. I tuned out. That's
basically it.
That's it. My problem was this was all just a dream world, and it didn't interest me. It wasn't. I didn't think it was compelling, and I had to watch the end like 157 times.
She goes into a dream world by dancing like a stripper.
I know that's the thing that's so weird about it.
Yeah.
It just wasn't a great movie.
I'm not a big fan of it.
Oh my god, the Emily Brown too is like I think that's the actress's name. She's in American Gods too. She has got the worst case of fucking hot chick syndrome. Whether you think she's hot, it's debatable, but she's one of those, people who's super fucking privileged, but she's found a way to be a victim, and she's like, fuck you, I don't shave my legs. It's like, nobody asked you to shave your legs. I don't really fucking care if you shave your legs or not. She just comes off as a total wanker.
Just understand.
Az has got to go. Az is falling asleep. He's got to go.
He's falling asleep.
He worked too hard on that show.
We were meant to finish about an hour ago. So.
Yeah. No. I gotta read a couple more. I have to put a lot of work. It's been a while.
Az and Ryan both need to drop. So
yeah. I'm sorry. It's just about 4 o'clock in the morning here now in the UK, and I'm dropping. I'm afraid.
Go plug your channel. Please.
Whatever. Go
henrycavill.org or something like that.
go to henrycavill.com and drool over some images of me. Toss the coin to you, Witcher.
Valley of Plenty.
Valley of Plenty. And I'll see you guys soon.
All right, bye, ass.
Bye.
See ya, ass. Later, Saz.
Bye.
I got to get going too, Gary. It's
Later,
not even 8:00 where I'm at, but I have some people
Double
that came into
stuffed
town,
Oreos.
so nothing to do with double stuffed Oreos. I took people that came into town for Easter and everything. So
I love that it says 8 on my computer still. But
It's almost 10 o'clock.
yeah.
here, my family's been hiding behind in the theater. So take it easy, Ryan.
Thank you.
See you, man.
Appreciate you guys having me as always. Ryan Kindle Arcade Outpost, Geeks and Gamers, blah blah blah, all that good stuff. Talk to you later.
Bye.
See you, man.
Ladies, dude.
All right. I'm gonna skim the soups. X-Ray girl will. I've got some homework for you. X-Ray girl.
I've been writing them down.
Awesome.
She's
Awesome.
awesome. I'm telling you, she's awesome.
We're gonna do the Q. We're gonna do a super chat score up with Mrs. Nerdrotic, and I are gonna be reading them while I'm driving home. Use of our time. So it'll be kind of a car video. I've got a laugh, Mike. It should work out fine. Here we go. So the donation side, we have Griff Rider for $5. I read that one. From Graven Soul for $6.66. Hail, Gary and crew. How do you think Disney will handle Cara Dune cosplayers at Gina Carano fans who will undoubtedly turn up at Star Wars Celebration and official conventions once they open up? Thank you for the 666. That's a good question. How is Disney going to handle the shit they're going to get wherever they go?
I don't think there's anything they could do about it.
They're not.
Oh yeah, there is.
Come.
If they ban it, it's just going to make them look like dirt.
I mean, it will. I mean, I don't know how much I want to say. I was told by someone that Lucasfilm was considering revoking me from coming to Star Wars Celebration when we went a few years ago, but they specifically said that because of how I reacted when Pensacon banned me, they were like, he will make so much noise, it's not worth the trouble. And they were right. So with and I'm just nothing compared to Gina Carano. So you can imagine that they're aware, they've got to be aware of the blowback, you know what I mean? And I would think in a normal world, they wouldn't be able to handle it. But in this world, I think that there are things in place that they could use to their advantage.
Yeah, they're not going to stop it. They didn't think this through. The firing was completely knee jerk, and it's going to affect them. There's going to be more than just Gina Carano stuff showing up at conventions. There's going to be, we are part of the rebellion. There's going to be all kinds of shit there. And if they keep trying to cancel people, like trying to get YouTube to change rules to help cover up their fuck up, because the Gina Carano firing was a massive fuck up. Like, just that's all it was a massive fuck up. I'm sure there are some people at the company who regret it. They're going to have problems at conventions now, little problems that they wouldn't have had before because they haven't been very friendly to their audience. So those problems, in my opinion, will be well earned. What they are, I don't know, might be an awkward question at the Q&A, maybe a little protest here and there, stuff you're perfectly able to do. There might be political protests at their parks now because of their filming in proximity to camps and stuff. I'm just spitballing here. I'm not saying this is going to happen, not telling you what to do. But there's, as they try to silence more people will get creative in finding ways to voice their opinion legally, safely. I haven't had any luck getting my Skittles as Halloween 2. That's what it says. Spoon 76 for $50. Have you tried to, you're in America, you can get Skittles wherever you want. They're at the gas station. Go get them. Thank you for the $50 though. I don't know how I missed that one. I want to see someone good adapt Alien Legion comics to TV or film. Grimm's Math for $4.99. You're going to have to wait at least a decade. Sorry to say that. Westbond, $4.87 for $5. Hashtag Asbo. Hashtag Henry Cavill. Hashtag Hail Friday Night Tights. Hail to you. Thank you for the $5. Evar Jance for $5. Hey, Gary, if you liked Bright, which I did, you should check out a movie called Cast a Deadly Spell. Think Bright, but 1940s noir. LA Confidential, but with magic. Oh, fucking cool.
Nice.
Yeah, that sounds cool as hell. Wayne T. Snyder's John Stewart was Wayne T. Carr, says Brightest Day. Ryan read that earlier. Not another dime for $5. As should say, what do you mean Flash Gordon is approaching? Flash. Richard Curtis for £10. Just joined Friday Night Tights. I would like to offer as a part in Love Actually 2, where he will play a bald man who scissors with Keira Knightley. I'm pretty sure he would take you up on that. Sci-fi Freak for $20. Liar, liar, pants on fire. He'd never watch any of mine. Sci-fi Freak here on YouTube. JK probably. Just kidding, probably. Are you talking about me? Jeremy calling Jeremy a liar, saying I wouldn't watch your YouTube channel. I'll watch your YouTube channel. I got to know about it, but yeah, now I know. I'll check it out. Thank you for the $20.
Gary watches this, even channels you wouldn't think he wouldn't be on his radar. He watches everybody. He really does. He's a man of the people.
Man of the people. That's what I am. Plus, I just watch a lot of YouTube. Probably too much, but that's okay.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I fucking love it. You guys are way more entertaining than the fucking shit we are getting from Hollywood.
That's kind of how I feel too, man.
Seriously, I'd rather watch Culture Casino for fucking 5 hours than anything on fucking HBO Max outside of the Snyder Cut, or maybe Spawn animated series, which is fucking awesome.
That was awesome. Yeah.
Not to pick on Xray Girl. Oh, don't be picking on my producer. On the first show she's on, 487 Sean Tower for 20 Canadian pesos. But she is a typical Canadian fast asleep. There is so much misinfo about fear porn here. One thing never mentioned: why so few beds with billions spent on healthcare. Oh well, don't you work?
Yes, she actually works in the industry. She's talking about firsthand knowledge.
I'm real life X-ray tech.
Hence the name.
It's in the name. Listen, not denying there is misinformation out there. There's lots of it.
Absolutely.
On all sides, but she knows what she's talking about. But thank you for the 20 Canadian pesos. There's a lot of open beds here in California, and there has been for a long time. They did get filled up for a little while, but it turns out that if you're healthy, you're going to be okay. If you go out and work out, you're going to be okay. Give up that soda, mix in a salad once in a while. I fully, and I don't, I will practice what I preach. I will do the same. And I think you'll be much better off. What was it? 80% or 60? What was the percentage of deaths from the COOF due to obesity?
I think it was like 75 or 80% or something like that. I think I'd have to go back and look that up. Let me look that up and I'll confirm that.
Yep. And we will wrap things up. Long show tonight. And again, like I didn't have a ton of time to prepare. So thanks. I thought it was fun. It was great laughing with you guys. I'm going to put out something in the next couple of days just to keep Mama Susan happy. This is almost the longest I've gone without putting out a video in a long time. So.
But you don't get punished for taking a vacation, Gary. That's what I was told.
They were wrong.
No, they should, but they won't come up with a system where you can once a year, turn on a little button that gives your channel a week of a little boost, just a little teeny boost based on a percentage of your viewers. I'm sure they could do it. I did think of a very good solution for the next time I do it, which I'm going to keep to myself right now. But if you're an up and coming channel, just make sure it's a hobby. That's all. If it's your job, I wouldn't recommend a vacation. I just wouldn't.
It's not easy. I can't find it. I think Clay Travis tweeted something out about it. Pretty sure it was 80% were obese. So
70, 80. Yeah, it was some ridiculous number. Diego Flores, thanks again for the $100. Everyone, thanks for being here. I had a great time. Let's go around the horn with the people who are left. You can plug your lovely channels, starting with Tom.
You can find me on Midnight's Edge and Midnight's Edge After Dark and hanging out with all kinds of different places. And as always, it's a pleasure and an honor to get to hang out with these hooligans and you guys in the chat because you are the world's most awesomest chat. And you guys meme faster than a speed of light.
It's pretty amazing.
It is pretty awesome. The memes.
I wish I could meme that fast.
The memes are great.
And check out Comics Division.
I guess that means I should start talking then. How's it going, everybody? I'm Comics Division. You can follow me on Minds, or you can follow me on Twitter, where I do a lot of anti-tweeting. Mostly anti-tweeting these days. You can also check out my YouTube channel. I stream every Monday and Thursday, and I even do some content for Unsafe Space talking about the Great Reset. And I also have a website. It's back up online. It's pixelnation.io, and the forums are working too.
Excellent. All right.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeremy. I was
just gonna say that everybody's like, oh, Jeremy's talking about Xray Girl. Yeah, Xray Girl's Geeks and Gamers team, who's now on the Nerdrotic team. She's awesome. Okay, my recommendation, because she has shown how really she's awesome behind the scenes with all of the notes she takes during our live streams over on Geeks and Gamers, and I knew that she would be awesome for Gary, and she's great. She's awesome. But we'll be live tomorrow over on Geeks and Gamers. That's the show that Xray Girl formerly would take notes for, but this show's more important, so she's going to be focusing on this. But yeah, so check us out over on Geeks and Gamers, and we got a lot going on. We got an anime show on Geeks and Gamers Premium, hosted by Ivan Ortega. You'll see Xray Girl on there at some point, along with Krista Nova, who was on there this past week with Ivan, and it's really exciting. A lot of people are loving this content, so yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow live on Geeks and Gamers.
Excellent. Xray Girl, is there anything you'd like to say? Plug?
You'll find me here, Geeks and Gamers, sometimes on Twitch. I've been really busy this past couple of weeks, but I'm trying, I promise. So I think
her Twitch channel. She's always playing GTA 5, and what else are you playing on Twitch?
I was thinking of playing Yakuza 0. So
yeah, you should see her play GTA 5. That was pretty funny watching her go around killing people and hooking up with hookers. So
that's all I know how to do is
she hasn't done that yet. I'm just
and steal their money back.
Every time they come on the screen, I'm like, no.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Excellent. And comics, I'll give you a buzz tonight. I think we'll probably just meet tomorrow if you're open for it.
Dude, I'm totally free.
And we can do like go to a comic shop and maybe go live on Nerdrotic Live and walk around a comic shop for a little bit. Why the fuck not? Sounds kind of fun.
Are you guys going to go to In-N-Out Burger?
I hadn't planned to, but I do it all the time.
You should.
Jeremy, I live about 100 yards, 200 yards.
It does. You know what? That's great and wonderful, but it's still not enough for me to go live in that state. I do envy you to an extent, but when you're in Texas and you can go to In-N-Out Burger, be free and have In-N-Out Burger, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
you can have In-N-Out Burger.
I sold you. I sold you.
Burger places here, actually.
They got Whataburgers everywhere, and Dairy Queen is fucking everywhere.
Yeah. Dairy Queen's everywhere. We have a really great place called Chris Madrid's, which is probably one of the best burger joints in town.
Okay, I'll check that out.
Someone in the chat said, I will not simp for Xray Girl. I already simp for Az.
Oh, it's okay. Totally.
The other one I like
Henry Cavill. You have to.
Yeah, that's Henry Cavill. And I like the other one in the chat was, I'm confused. I thought it was X-rated girl.
Oh. We'll drop that link later.
All right. Yeah, I've got a WandaVision review that's 3/4 done, and I have to finish it tonight. So it is what it is when it comes out.
Can I give one more shout out?
Sure.
I want to give a shout out to Gary. And in all seriousness, this dude is traveling. He's trying to look for a new location, and his number one focus is continuing to give as much content as he possibly can. Dude is awesome, and he deserves credit for that. Gary is the man.
Yeah, screw it. Damn straight, man. Damn
Gary
straight.
is the man.
Thank you. I'm not entirely sure my family agrees with you, but no, it's really good understanding, and so is Nerdrotic Jr. Thanks, Jeremy. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And,
Man, it's true. I mean, I know you've been all over the place, and you carry your entire setup. You've sent me some pictures of like everything he's got going on. Nothing but respect, man. He loves you guys. We all love you guys, but there's a reason Gary's channel has become what it is, and it's become the spot for live streams and everything. And it's because he's dedicated, and we love him for it.
And I love you guys too. I love this fucking job. And so I'll take it being a pain in the ass, and I'm grateful for it. But yes, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Mrs. Nerdrotic and Nerdrotic Jr. for putting up with this. And she did, like, Melissa got the fucking coolest place. So we need to find something like this for Vegas. We will do it. Audience, you're the most important part of the show. We thank you so much for being here, for supporting all of these channels, having our back, even going after fucking Red Letter Media when one of them goes off. That's we can never thank you enough. We can never thank you enough. Modrotics, you're great. Thank you, Eric K. Problem Being, and Jennifer Cisco, and all the rest. Love you guys. Have a good night. I'm gonna attempt to play the credits.
And Perry Chan will have a new credit next week, he told us. So look forward to that next week. It's gonna be awesome.
I decided to take Tom's advice and upload it. So
it works better that way.
Yeah. I thought it was only 30 seconds, but they changed that.
No, they changed it. Yeah. As long as it's an MP4 and it's under, I think, 120 megabytes. Something like that.
Let's find out. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye,
everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Nerdrotic.com